Section 1 of A History of England. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Patty Marie. A History of England by Charles Oman, Chapter 1, Celtic and Roman Britain. In the dim dawn of history, our island was a land of wood and marsh, broken here and there by patches of open ground, and pierced by occasional trackways which threaded the forest and circled round the edges of the impassable fen. The inhabited districts of the country were not the fertile river bottoms where population grew thick in after days. These were in primitive times nothing but sedgy water meadows or matted thickets. Men dwelt rather on the thinly wooded upland, where, if the soil was poor, it was at any rate free from the tangled undergrowth that covered the valleys. It was on the chalk ridges of Kent or Wilts, or the moorland hills of Yorkshire or Cornwall, rather than on the brink of the Thames or Severn, that the British tribes clustered thick. Down by the rivers there were but small settlements of hunters and fishers perched on some knoll that rose above the brake and the rushes. The earliest explorers from the south, who described the inhabitants of Britain, seem to have noticed little difference between one wild tribe and another. But as a matter of fact, the islanders were divided into two or perhaps three distinct races, who had passed westward into our island at very different dates. First had come a short, dark people who knew not the use of metals, and wielded weapons of flint and bone. They were in the lowest grade of savagery, had not even learnt to till the soil, and lived by fishing and hunting. They dwelt in rude huts, or even in the caves from which they had driven out the bear and the wolf. Long after these primitive settlers, the first wave of the Celts, 7 or 8 centuries before Christ, came flooding over Western Europe and drove the earlier races into nooks and corners of the earth. They crossed over into Britain after overrunning the lands on the other side of the Channel, and gradually conquered the whole island, as well as its neighbour, Erin. The Celts came in 2 waves. The first, composed of the people who were called Gael, seem to have appeared many generations before the second, who bore the name of Britons. The Gael were the ancestors of the people of Ireland and the Scotch Highlands, while the Britons occupied the greater part of England and Wales, and are the progenitors of the Welsh of today. The old savage race who held the islands before the Celts appeared were partly exterminated and partly absorbed by the newcomers. The Celts on the eastern side of the island remained unmixed with their predecessors, but into the mountainous districts of the west they penetrated in less numbers, and there the ancient inhabitants were not slain off, but became the serfs of their conquerors. Thus, the eastern shore of Britain became a purely Celtic land. But in the districts along the shore of the Irish Sea, where the Gael bore rule, the blood of the earlier race remained, and the population was largely non-Celtic. There are to this day regions where the survival of the ancient inhabitants can be traced by the preponderance of short stature and dark hair among the inhabitants. Many such are to be found both in South Wales and in the Highlands of Scotland. The Gael, therefore, were of much less pure blood than the later coming Britons. The Britons and their Gaelic kinsmen, though far above the degraded tribes whom they had supplanted, still showed many signs of savagery. They practiced horrid rites of human sacrifice, in which they burnt captives alive to their gods, cramming them into huge images of wicker work. But the barbarous practice which most astonished the ancient world was their custom of marking themselves with bright blue patterns painted with dye of woad. And this led the Romans to give the northern tribes, who retained the custom longest, the name of Picti, or painted men. The Celts were a tall, robust, fair-haired race who had reached a certain stage of civilization. They tilled the fields and sailed the seas, but their chief wealth consisted in great herds of cattle, which they pastured in the forest clearings which then constituted inhabited Britain. They wore armor of bronze and used brazen weapons, to which in later times they added iron weapons also. They delighted to adorn their persons with torques, or necklaces of twisted gold. Their chiefs went out to war in chariots drawn by small shaggy horses, but alighted like the ancient Greeks of the heroic age, when hand-to-hand fighting began. Like all Celtic tribes in all ages, the Britons and the Gael showed small capacity for union. They dwelt apart in many separate tribes, though sometimes a great warlike chief would compel one or two of his neighbors to do him homage. But such kingdoms usually fell to pieces at the death of the warrior who had built them up. After the kings and chiefs, the most important class among the Celts was that of the Druids, a caste of priests and soothsayers who possessed great influence over the people. They it was who kept up the barbarous sacrifices which we have already mentioned. Although tribal wars were incessant, yet the Britons had learned some of the arts of peace, and traded with each other and with the Celts across the Channel. For the tin of Cornwall, it would seem that they made barter with the adventurous traders who pushed their way across Gaul from the distant Mediterranean to buy that metal, which was very rare in the ancient world. The Britons used money of gold and of tin, on which they stamped a barbarous copy of the devices on the coins of Philip, the great king of Macedonia, whose gold pieces found their way in the course of trade, even to the shores of the Channel. The fact that they had discovered the advantages of a coinage proves sufficiently that they were no longer mere savages. We have no materials for constructing a history of the ancient Celtic inhabitants of Britain till the middle of the 1st century before Christ, when the great Roman conqueror Julius Caesar, who had just subdued northern Gaul, determined to cross the straits and invade Britain. He wished to strike terror into its inhabitants, for the tribes south of the Thames were closely connected with their kinsmen on the other side of the Channel, and he suspected them of stirring up trouble among the Gauls. Caesar took over 2 legions and disembarked near Romney, BC 55. The natives thronged down to the shore to oppose him, but his veterans plunged into the shallows, fought their way to land, and beat the Britons back into the interior. He found, however, that the land would not be an easy conquest, for all the tribes of the south turned out in arms against him. Therefore he took his legions back to Gaul as the autumn drew on, vowing to return in the next year. In BC 54, he brought over an army twice as large as his first expedition, and boldly pushed into the interior. Cassivellaunus, the greatest chief of eastern Britain, roused a confederacy of tribes against him, but Caesar forced the passage of the Thames and burnt the great stockaded village in the woods beyond that river where his enemy dwelt. Many of the neighboring princes did him homage, but troubles in Gaul called him home again, and he left the island, taking with him naught save a few hostages and a vague promise of tribute and submission from the kings of Kent. Nearly 100 years passed before Britain was to see another Roman army. The successors of Julius Caesar left the island to itself, and it was only by peaceful commerce with the provinces of Gaul that the Britons learnt to know of the great empire that had come to be their neighbor. But there grew up a considerable intercourse between Britain and the continent. The Roman traders came over to sell the luxuries of the south to the islanders, and British kings more than once visited Rome to implore the aid of the emperor against their domestic enemies. But such aid was not granted, and the island, though perceptibly influenced by Roman civilization, was for long years not touched by the Roman sword. At last, in AD 43, Claudius Caesar resolved to subdue the Britons. The island was in its usual state of disorder after the death of a great king named Cunobelinus, Shakespeare's Cymbeline, who had held down southeastern Britain in comparative quiet and prosperity for many years. Some of the chiefs who fared ill in the civil wars asked Claudius to restore them, and he resolved to make their petition an excuse for conquering the island. Accordingly, his general, Aulus Plautius, crossed the Channel and overran Kent and the neighboring districts in a few weeks. So easy was the conquest that the unwarlike emperor himself ventured over to Britain and saw his armies cross the Thames and occupy Camulodunum, Colchester, which had been the capital of King Cymbeline, and now was made a Roman colony and renamed after Claudius himself. The emperor returned to Rome after 16 days spent in the island, there to build himself a memorial arch and to celebrate a triumph in full form for the conquest of Britain. Aulus Plautius remained behind with 4 legions and completed the subjection of the lands which lie between the Wash and Southampton Water, and thus formed the first Roman province in the island. There does not seem to have been very much serious fighting required to reduce the tribes of southeastern Britain. The conquerors consented to accept as their vassals those chiefs who chose to do homage, and only used their arms against such tribes as refused to acknowledge the emperor's suzerainty. Under successive governors, the size of the province of Britain continued to grow, till in the reign of Nero it had advanced up to the line of the Severn and Humber, and included all the central and southern counties of modern England. But the wild tribes of the Welsh mountains and the Yorkshire moors opposed a determined resistance to the conquerors, and did not yield till a much later date. While the governor Suetonius Paulinus was engaged in a campaign on the Menai Straits against the tribe of the Ordovices, there burst out behind him the celebrated rebellion of Queen Boudicca, Boudicca. This rising began among the Iceni, the tribe who dwelt in what is now Norfolk and Suffolk. They had long been governed by a vassal king, but when he died sonless, the Romans annexed his dominions and cruelly ill-treated his widow, Boudicca, and her daughters. Bleeding from the Roman rods, the indignant queen called her tribesmen to arms and massacred all the Romans within her reach. All the tribes of eastern Britain rose to aid her, and the rebels cut to pieces the 9th Legion and sacked the 3 towns of Londinium, Verulamium, and Camulodunum, slaying, it is said, as many as 70,000 persons in their wild cruelty. But presently the governor Paulinus returned from his campaign in Wales at the head of his army, and in a great battle defeated and destroyed the British hordes. Boudicca, who had led them to the field in person, slew herself when she saw the battle lost. Southern Britain never rose again, but the Romans had great trouble in conquering the Silurians and Ordovices of Wales and the Brigantes beyond the Humber. They were finally subdued by the great general Agricola, who governed the British province from 78 to 85. This good man was the father-in-law of the historian Tacitus, who wrote his life, a document from which great part of our knowledge of Roman Britain is derived. After conquering North Wales and Yorkshire, Agricola marched northward against the Gaelic tribes of Scotland. He overran the lowlands and then pushed forward into the hills of the highlands. At a spot called the Graupian Mountain, Mons Graupius, somewhere in Perthshire, he defeated the Caledonians, the fierce race who dwelt beyond the Forth and Clyde, with great slaughter. It was his purpose to conquer the whole island to its northernmost cape, and even to subdue the neighbouring Gaels of Ireland. But ere his task was complete, the cruel and suspicious Emperor Domitian called him home, because he envied and feared his military talents. The province of Britain remained very much as Agricola left it, stopping short at the Forth, and leaving the Scottish Highlands outside the Roman Pale. It was held down by 3 Roman legions, each of whom watched one of the 3 most unruly of the British tribes. One at Aboracum, York, curbed the Brigantes. The second at Deva, Chester, observed the Ordovices, and a third at Isca, Caerleon on Usk, was responsible for the good behavior of the Silurians. Agricola did much to make the Roman rule more palatable to the Britons by his wise ordinances for the government of the province. He tried to persuade the Celtic chiefs to learn Latin and to take to civilized ways of life, as their kinsmen in Gaul had done. He kept the land so safe and well guarded that thousands of settlers from the continent came to dwell in its towns. His efforts won much success, and for the future, southern Britain was a very quiet province. But the Caledonians to the north retained their independence and often raided into the lowlands, while the Brigantes of Yorkshire still kept rising in rebellion, and once in the reign of Hadrian massacred the whole legion that garrisoned York. It was perhaps this disaster that drew Hadrian himself to Britain in the course of his never-ending travels. The emperor journeyed across the isle and resolved to fix the Roman boundary on a line traced across the Northumbrian moors from Carlisle to Newcastle. There was erected the celebrated Wall of Hadrian, a solid stone wall drawn in front of the boundary ditch that marked the old frontier, and furnished with forts at convenient intervals. This enormous work, 80 miles long, reached from sea to sea, and was garrisoned by a number of auxiliary cohorts, or regiments drawn from the subject tribes of the empire: Moors, Spaniards, Thracians, and many more, for the Romans did not trust British troops to hold the frontier against their own untamed kinsmen. The legion at York remained behind to support the garrison of the wall in case of necessity. A few years later, the continued trouble which the northern parts of Britain suffered from the raids of the Caledonians caused the governors of the province to build another wall in advance of that of Hadrian. This outer line of defense, a less solid work than that which ran from Newcastle to Carlisle, was composed of a trench and an eastern wall of sods, drawn from the mouth of the Forth to the mouth of the Clyde, at the narrowest part of the island. It is generally called the Wall of Antoninus, from the name of the emperor who was reigning when it was erected. Only once more did the Romans make any endeavor to complete the subjection of Britain by adding the Gaelic tribes of the Scottish Highlands to the list of their tributaries. In 208, 9, and 10, the warlike Emperor Severus led the legions north of the Wall of Antoninus and set to work to tame the Caledonians by felling their forests, building roads across their hills, and erecting forts among them. He overran the land beyond the Firth of Forth, and might perchance have ended by conquering the whole island, but he died of disease at York early in 211. His successors drew back, abandoned his conquests, and never again attempted to subjugate the Caledonians. Altogether, the Romans abode in Britain for 360 years, AD 43 to AD 410. Their occupation of the land was mainly a military one, and they never succeeded in teaching the mass of the natives to abandon their Celtic tongue. or to take up Roman customs and habits. The towns, indeed, were Romanized, and great military centers like Aboracum and Deva, or great commercial centers like London, were filled with a Latin-speaking population, and boasted of fine temples, baths, and public buildings. But the villagers of the open country and the Celtic landholders who dwelt among them were very little influenced by the civilization of the town dwellers, and lived on by themselves, much in the way of their ancestors, worshipping the same Celtic gods, using the same rude tools and vessels, and dwelling in the same low clay huts, though the townsmen were accustomed to build stone houses after the Roman fashion, to employ all manner of foreign luxuries, and to translate into Minerva, or Apollo, or Mars, the names of their old Celtic deities, Sul, or Mabon, or Bellicatradus. The Romans greatly changed the face of Britain by their great engineering works. They drew broad roads from place to place, seldom turning aside to avoid forest or river. Their solidly built causeways were carried across the marshy tracts and pierced through the midst of the densest woods. Where the road went, clearings on each side were made, and population sprang up in what had hitherto been trackless wilderness. The Romans explored the remotest corners of Wales and Cornwall in their search after mineral wealth. They worked many tin, lead, and copper mines in the island, and exported the ores to Gaul and Italy. They developed the fisheries of Britain, especially the oyster fishery. Not only did they prize British pearls, but the oysters themselves were exported as a special luxury to the distant capital of the world. They improved the farming of the open country so much that in years of scarcity the corn of Britain fed northern Gaul. In the more pleasant corners of the land, Roman officials or wealthy merchants built themselves fine villas with floors of mosaic and elaborate heating apparatus to guard them against the cold of the northern winter. Hundreds of such abodes are to be found. They clustered especially thick along the south coast and in the Vale of Gloucester. Gauls, Italians, Greeks, and Orientals came to share in the trade of Britain, and at the same time many of its natives must have crossed to the continent, notably those who were sent to serve in the auxiliary cohorts of Britons, which formed a part of the Roman army and were quartered on the Rhine and Danube. But in spite of all this intercourse, the Celts did not become Romanized like the Gauls or Spaniards. The survival of their native tongue to this day sufficiently proves it. In all the other provinces of the West, Latin completely extinguished the old native languages. In the towns, however, the Britons often took Roman names, and men of note in the countryside did the same. Many of the commonest Welsh names of today are corrupt forms of Latin names. Owen, for example, is a degradation from Eugenius, and Rhys from Ambrosius, though they have lost so entirely the shape of their ancient originals. Britain shared with the other provinces in the disasters which fell upon the empire in the 3rd century. in the days of the weak usurpers who held the imperial throne after the extinction of the family of Severus. 3 races are recorded as having troubled the land. The first was the ancient enemy, the Caledonians, from beyond the wall, whom now the chronicles generally style Picts, the painted men, because they alone of the inhabitants of Britain still retained the barbarous habit of tattooing themselves. The second foe was the race of the Saxons, the German tribes, who dwelt by the mouths of the Elbe and Weser. They were great marauders by sea, and so vexed the east of Britain by their descents that the emperors created an officer called the Count of the Saxon Shore, whose duty was to guard the coast from the Wash as far as Beachy Head, by a chain of castles on the water's edge, and a flotilla of war galleys. The third enemy was the Scottish race, a tribe who then occupied northern Ireland, and had not yet moved across to the land which now bears their name. They infested the shores of the province which lay between the Clyde and the Severn. Attacked at once by Pict and Scot and Saxon, the province declined in prosperity and gained little help from the continent, where emperors were being made and remade at the rate of about 1 every 3 years. Britain seems to have first recovered herself in the time of Carausius, a count of the Saxon Shore, who proclaimed himself emperor and reigned as an independent sovereign on our side of the Channel, 287. His fleet drove off the Saxons, and his army held back the Pict and Scot as long as he lived. But after a reign of 7 years, the rebel emperor was murdered, and 3 years later the province was reunited to the empire. For the next 20 years, Britain was under the rule of the emperors Constantius and Constantine, both of whom dwelt much in the island and paid attention to its needs. Constantius died at York, and his son Constantine the Great, the first Christian emperor, went forth from Britain to conquer all the Roman world. But with the extinction of this great man's family in 362, evil days began once more. Barbarians were thronging round every frontier of the empire, greedy for the plunder of its great cities, while within were weak rulers, vexed by constant military rebellions. The Pict, the Scot, and the Saxon returned to Britain in greater force than before, and pushed their raids into the very heart of the province. Meanwhile, the soldiery who should have defended the island were constantly being drawn away by ambitious generals who wished to use them in attempts to seize Italy and win the imperial diadem. The ruin of Britain must be attributed to this cause more than to any other. Twice the whole of its garrison was taken across the Channel by rebellious governors who had staked their all on the cast for empire. It was after the second of these rebels had failed in 410 that the feeble Honorius, the legitimate emperor of the West, refused to send back any troops to guard the unprotected island, and bade the dismayed provincials do their best to defend themselves, because he was unable to give them any assistance. Britain, therefore, ceased to belong to the Roman Empire, not because it wished to throw off the yoke, but because its masters declared that they could no longer protect it. Its inhabitants were by no means anxious to shift for themselves, and more than once they sent pathetic appeals to Rome to ask for aid against the savage Picts and Saxons. One of their appeals was written more than 30 years after Honorius abandoned the province. It was called The Groans of the Britons, and ran thus: "The barbarians drive us into the sea. The sea drives us back onto the barbarians. Our only choice is whether we shall die by the sword or drown, for we have none to save us." 446. In spite of these doleful complaints, Britain made a better fight against her invaders than did any of the other provinces which the Romans were constrained to abandon in the 5th century. But unfortunately for themselves, the Britons were inspired by the usual Celtic spirit of disunion, and fell asunder into many states the moment the hand of the master was removed. Sometimes they combined under a single leader when the stress of invasion was unusually severe, but such leagues were precarious and temporary. The list of their princes shows that some of them were Romanized Britons, others pure Celts. By the side of names like Ambrosius, Constantine, Aurelius, Gerontius, Paternus, we have others like Vortigern, Cuneda, Maelgwyn, and Cynon. Arthur, the legendary chief under whom the Britons are said to have turned back the Saxon invaders for a time, was, if he ever existed, the bearer of a Roman name, a corruption of Artorius. But Arthur's name and exploits are only found in romantic tales. The few historians of the time have no mention of him. Celtic Britain, when the Romans abandoned it, had become a Christian country. Of the details of the conversion of the land, we have only a few stories of doubtful authenticity. But we know that British bishops existed and attended synods and councils on the continent, and that there were many churches scattered over the face of the land. The Britons were even beginning to send missionaries across the sea in the 5th century. St. Patrick, the apostle of the Irish Gael, was a native of the northern part of Roman Britain, who had been stolen as a slave by Scottish pirates, and returned after his release to preach the gospel to them, somewhere about the year 440. His name, Patricius, clearly shows that he was a Romanized Briton. A less happy product of the island was the heretical preacher Pelagius, whose doctrines spread far over all Western Europe and roused the anger of the great African saint, Augustine of Hippo. Here we must leave Celtic Britain, as the darkness of the 5th century closes over it. For 150 years, our knowledge of its history is most vague and fragmentary, and when next we see the island clearly, the larger half of it has passed into the hands of a new people and is called England, and no longer Britain. End of section 1. Section 2 of A History of England. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. A History of England by Charles Oman, Chapter 2, The Coming of the English. In the early half of the 5th century, it seemed likely that Britain would become the prey of its old enemies, the Picts and the Scots, rather than the more distant Saxons. But the wild tribes of the north came to plunder only, while the pirates from the Elbe and the Eider had larger designs. The conquest of Britain by the Angles and the Saxons differed in every way from that of the other western provinces of the Roman Empire by the kindred tribes of the Goths, the Franks, and the Lombards. The Goths and the Franks had dwelt for 200 years on the borders of the empire. They had traded with its merchants, served as mercenaries in its armies, and learnt to appreciate its luxuries. Many of them had accepted Christianity long before their conquest of the provinces, which they turned into Teutonic kingdoms. But the Saxons were plunged in the blackest heathendom and barbarism, dwelling as they did by the Elbe and the Eider, far at the back of the tribes that had any touch with or knowledge of the empire and its civilization. The Goth and the Frank came to enslave and to enjoy. The Angle and the Saxon were bent purely on a work of destruction. Hence it came that, instead of contenting themselves with overthrowing the provincial government and enthralling the inhabitants of the land, they swept away everything before them and replaced the old civilization of Britain by a perfectly new social organization of their own. If the Welsh legends speak truly, the first settlement of the Saxons on British soil was caused by the unwisdom of the native kings. We are told that Vortigern, the monarch who ruled Kent and southeastern Britain, was so harried by the Picts and Scots that he sent in despair to hire some German chiefs to fight his battles for him. The story may be true, for in the decaying days of the Roman Empire, the Caesars themselves had often hired one barbarian to fight another, and the British king may well have followed their example. The legend then proceeds to tell how Vortigern's invitation was accepted by Hengist and Horsa, two chiefs of Jutish blood, who came with their war bands to the aid of the Britons and drove away the Picts and the Scots. But when the King of Kent wished to pay them their due and get them out of the country, Hengist and Horsa refused to depart. They seized and fortified the Isle of Thanet, which was then separated from the mainland by a broad marshy channel, and defied the Britons to drive them away. 449. Then began a long war between the two sea kings and their late employer, which, after many vicissitudes, ended in the conquest of the whole of Kent by Hengist. Horsa had been slain in the Battle of Aylesford, which gave the invaders full possession of the land between the Forest of the Weald and the estuary of the Thames. Hengist was saluted as king by his victorious followers, and was the ancestor of a long line of Kentish monarchs. We cannot be sure that the details of the story of the conquest of Kent are correct, but they are not unlikely, and it is quite probable that this kingdom was the first state which the Germans built up on British ground. Hengist and Horsa's warriors were not Saxons, but members of the tribe of the Jutes, who dwelt north of the Saxons in the Danish peninsula, where a land of moors and lakes still bears the name of Jutland. But the next band of invaders who seized on part of Britain were of Saxon blood. An alderman or chief called Ella brought his war band to the southern shore of Britain in 477 and landed near the great fortress of Anderida, Pevensey, one of the strongholds that had in old days been under the care of the Roman Count of the Saxon shore. The followers of Ella sacked this town and slew off every living thing that was therein. They went on to conquer the narrow strip of land between the sea and the forest of the Weald as far as Chichester and Selsey, and made the chalky downs their own. Settling down thereon, they called themselves the South Saxons, and the district got from them the name of Sussex, Southseaxe. There Ella reigned as king, and many of his obscure descendants after him. 20 years later, another band of Saxon adventurers, led by the alderman Cerdic, landed on Southampton Water, west of the realm of Ella, 495, and after a hard fight with the Britons, won the valleys of the Itchen and the Test, with the old Roman town of Venta, Winchester. Many years after his landing, Cerdic took the title of king. Like his neighbours of Kent and Sussex, his realm became known as the land of the West Saxons, Wessex. Gradually pushing onward along the ridges of the downs, successive generations of the kings of Wessex drove the Britons out of Dorsetshire and Wiltshire, till the line of conquest stopped at the forest belt which lay east of Bath. Here the advance stood still for a time, for the British kings of the Damnonians, the tribes of Devon and Cornwall, made a most obstinate defence. So gallant was it that the Celts of a later generation believed that the legendary hero of their race, the great King Arthur, had headed the hosts of Damnonia in person, and placed his city of Camelot and his grave at Avilion, within the compass of the western realm. While Cerdic was winning the downs of Hampshire for himself, another band of Saxon warriors landed on the northern shore of the Thames and subdued the low-lying country between the old Roman towns of Camalodunum and Londinium, from the Colne as far as the Stour. This troop of adventurers took the name of East Saxon and were the last of their race to gain a footing on the British shores. North of Essex, it was no longer the Saxons who took up the task of conquest, but a kindred tribe, the Angles, or English, who dwelt originally between the Saxons and the Jutes in a district that is now called Schleswig. They were closely allied in blood and language to the earlier invaders of Britain, and very probably their chiefs may have aided in the earlier raids. About the year 520, the Angles descended in force on the eastern shore of Britain, and 2 of their war bands established themselves in the land where the Celtic tribe of the Iceni had dwelt. These 2 bands called themselves the North Folk and South Folk, and from them the counties of Norfolk and Suffolk get their names. The kingdom formed by their union was known as that of the East Angles. Still further to the north, new Anglian bands seized on the lands north of the Humber, whence they obtained the name of Northumbrians. They built up 2 kingdoms in the old region of the Brigantes. One, from Forth to Tees, was called Bernicia, from Brynaich, the old Celtic name of the district. It comprised only a strip along the shore, reaching no further inland than the forests of Selkirk and the headwaters of the Tyne. Its central stronghold was the sea-girt rock of Bamborough. The second Northumbrian kingdom was called Deira, a name derived, like that of Bernicia, from the former Celtic appellation of the land. Deira comprised the north and east ridings of Yorkshire and centred round the old Roman city of Aboracum, whose name the Angles corrupted into Eofervic. The origin of Bernicia and Deira is ascribed to the years 547 to 550, so that northern Britain was not subdued by the invaders till a century after Kent had fallen into their hands. The kingdom of Mercia, last of the English realms to be established, was the great midland state of Mercia, the March or borderland. It was formed by the combination of 3 or 4 Anglian war bands who must have cut their way into the heart of Britain up the line of the Trent. Among these bodies of adventurers were the Lindiswaras, the troop who had won the old Roman city of Lindum or Lincoln, the Mid-Angles of Leicester, and the Mercians, strictly so called, who held the foremost line of advance against the Celts in the modern counties of Derby and Stafford. The Britons still maintained themselves at Deva and Uriconium, Chester and Wroxeter, 2 ancient Roman strongholds, and the Mercians had not yet reached the Severn at any point. The Britons in the West. About 570, therefore, after 120 years of hard fighting, the Angles and Saxons had conquered about 1/2 of Britain, but they were stopped by a line of hills and forests running down the centre of the island, and did not yet touch the western sea at any point. Behind this barrier dwelt the unsubdued Britons, who were styled by the English the Welsh or foreigners, though they called themselves the Cymry or comrades. They were now, as always, divided into several kingdoms, whose chiefs were perpetually at war and failed most lamentably to support each other against the English invader. The most important of these kingdoms were Cumbria in the north, between the Clyde and Ribble, Gwynedd in North Wales, and Damnonia in Devon and Cornwall. Now and again, prominent chiefs from one or other of these 3 realms succeeded in forcing their neighbours to combine against the Saxon enemy, and styled themselves Lords of all the Britons. But the title was precarious and illusory. The Celts could never learn union or wisdom. Battle of Deorham, 577. The line of British defence was at last broken at 2 points, and the Saxons and Angles pushed through till they touched the Irish Sea and the Bristol Channel. The first of the conquerors of western Britain was Ceawlin, King of Wessex. After winning the southern Midlands by a victory at Bedford in 571, he pushed along the upper Thames and attacked the Welsh of the lower Severn. At a great battle fought at Deorham in Gloucestershire in 577, he slew the kings of Glevin, Corinium, and Aquasulis, Gloucester, Cirencester, and Bath. All their realms fell into his hands, and so the West Saxons won their way to the Severn and the Bristol Channel, and cut off the Celts of Damnonia from the Celts of South Wales. A generation later, in the year 613, Ethelfrith the Northumbrian, king of Bernicia and Deira, made a similar advance westward. In a great battle at Deva, Chester, he defeated the allied princes of Cumbria and North Wales. This fight was long remembered because of the massacre of a host of monks who had come to supplicate heaven for the victory of the Celts over the pagan English. "If they do not fight us with their arms, they do so with their prayers," said the Northumbrian king, and bade his warriors cut them all down. The city of Deva was sacked and remained a mere ring of mouldering Roman walls for 3 centuries. The district round it became English, and thus the Cumbrians were separated from the North Welsh by a belt of hostile territory. The battles of Chester and Deorham settled the future of Britain. The Celts became comparatively helpless when they had been cut into 3 distinct sections in Cumbria, Wales, and Damnonia. The future of the island now lay in the hands of the English, not in those of the ancient inhabitants of Britain. The invaders and the natives. The states which the invaders had built up were, as might have been inferred from their origin, small military monarchies. The basis of each had been the war band that followed some successful alderman. For the invaders were not composed of whole tribes emigrating en masse, but of the more adventurous members of the race only. The bulk of the Saxons and Jutes remained behind on the continent in their ancient homes, and so did many of the Angles. When the successful chief had conquered a district of Britain and assumed the title of king, he would portion out the land among his followers, reserving a great share of his own royal domain. Each of the king's sworn companions, or gesiths as the Old English called them, became the center of a small community of dependents, his children, servants, and slaves. At first, the invaders often slew off the whole Celtic population of a valley, but ere long they found the convenience of reducing them to slavery and forcing them to till the land for their new masters. In eastern Britain, and during the first days of the conquest, the natives were often wholly extirpated. But in the central, and still more in the western part of the island, they were allowed to survive as serfs, and thus there is much Celtic blood in England down to this day. But this native element was never strong enough to prevail over and absorb the conquerors, as happened to the Goths of Spain and the Franks of Gaul, who finally lost their language and their national identity among the preponderant mass of their own dependents. As the conquest of Britain went on, many families who had not been in the war band of the original invader came over to join the first settlers and to dwell among them, so that the king had many English subjects besides his original gesiths. Some of the villages in his dominions would therefore be inhabited by the servile dependents of one of those early coming military chiefs. Others by free bands of kinsmen who had drifted in of their own accord to settle in the land. When we see an English village with a name like Saxmundham or Edmonton or Wolverton, we may guess that the place was originally the homestead of a lord named Saxmund or Edmund
or Wolfhere and his dependents. But when it has a name like Buckingham or Paddington or Gillingham, we may know that it was the common settlement of a family, the Buckings or the Paddings or the Gillings, for the termination ing in Old English invariably implied a body of descendants from common ancestors.
Administration, aldermen and shire reeves. The early English states were administered under the king by aldermen, or military chiefs, to each of whom was entrusted the government of one of the various regions of the kingdom, and by reeves, who were responsible for the royal property and dues, each in his own district. The larger kingdoms, such as Wessex, were soon cut up into shires, each with its alderman and shire reeve, and many of these shires exist down to our own day. The king and the witan. The supreme council of the realm was formed by the king, the aldermen, and a certain number of the greater gesiths, who served about the king's person. The king and great men discussed subjects of national moment, while the people sat round and shouted assent or dissent to their speeches. The king did not take any measure of importance without the advice of his counselors, who were known as the witan, or wise men. When a king died, or ruled tyrannically, or became incompetent, it was the witan who chose a new monarch from among the members of the royal family, for there was as yet no definite rule of hereditary succession, and the kingship was elective, though the witan never went outside the limits of the royal house in their nominations. The shire moot and ton moot. The smaller matters of import in an Old English kingdom were settled at the shire moot, or meeting of all the freemen of a shire. There, once a month, the alderman and reeve of the district called up the freeholders who dwelt in it, and by their aid settled disputes and lawsuits. Each freeman had his vote, so the shire court was a much more democratic body than the witan, where only the great lords and officials could speak and give their suffrages. Matters too small for the shire moot were settled by the meeting of villagers in their own petty ton moot, which every freeman could attend. Here would be decided disputes between neighbors as to their fields and cattle. Such cases would be numerous because in the early settlements of the English, the ploughed fields and pasture grounds of the village were both great, unenclosed tracts with no permanent boundaries. Every man owned his house and yard, but the pasture and waste land and woods around belonged to the community and not to the individual. Gradual growth of towns. The early English were essentially dwellers in the open country. They did not at first know how to deal with the old Roman towns, but simply plundered and burnt them and allowed them to crumble away. They thought the deserted ruins were the homes of ghosts and evil spirits, and were not easily induced to settle near them. Even great towns like Canterbury and London and Bath seem to have lain waste for a space between their destruction by the first invaders and their being again peopled. But ere long, the advantages of the sites and the abundance of building material which the old Roman buildings supplied tempted the English back to the earlier centers of population. We can trace the ancient origin of many of our towns by their names. The English added the word Chester or Castor to the name of the places which were built on Roman sites.
a word derived, of course, from the Latin castra. So, Winchester and Rochester and Dorchester and Lancaster are shown to be old Roman towns, rebuilt but not founded by the newcomers. Religion. In religion, the Old English were pure polytheists, worshipping the ancient gods of their German ancestors: Woden, the wise father of heaven, and thunder, Thor, the god of storm and strength, and Balder, the god of youth and spring, and many more. But they were not an especially religious people. They had few temples and priests, and did not allow their superstition to influence their life or their politics to any great extent. We shall see that in a later age most of them deserted their pagan worship without much regret, and after but a short struggle. It was more a matter of ancestral custom to them than of very fervent belief. It is noticeable that very few places in England get their names from the old gods, but we find a few, such as Wednesbury, Wodensburg, or Thundersfield, or Balderston, scattered over the face of the country.
End of section 2. Section 3 of A History of England. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. A History of England by Charles Oman. Chapter 3. The Conversion of Britain and the Rise of Wessex.
After the battles of Deorham and Chester had broken the strength of the Britons, and all central Britain had fallen into English hands, the victorious invaders did not persevere in completing the conquest of the island, but turned to contend with each other. For the next 200 years, the history of England is the history of the conflict of the three larger kingdoms, Northumbria, Mercia, and Wessex, for the supremacy and primacy in the island. First one, then the other obtained mastery over its rivals, but the authority of an English king, who claimed to be Bretwalda, or paramount lord of Britain, was as vague and precarious as that of the Celtic chiefs, who in an earlier age had asserted a similar domination over their tribal neighbors.
Both Ceawlin, the victor of Deorham, and Ethelfrith, the victor of Chester,
were great conquerors in their own day, and are said to have claimed an overlordship over their neighbors. But about the year 595, when one was dead and the other had not yet risen, the chief king of Britain was Ethelbert of Kent, a warlike young monarch who subdued his neighbors of Sussex and Essex and aspired to extend his influence over the island. To the court of this King Ethelbert there came in the year 597 an embassy from beyond the high seas, which was destined to change the whole course of the history of England. It was led by the monk Augustine, and was composed of a small band of missionaries from Rome who had set out in the hope of converting the English to Christianity. 20 years before,
there had been a pious abbot in Rome named Gregory,
who had earnestly desired to go forth to preach the gospel to the English. The well-known legend tells how he once saw exposed in the market for sale some young boys of a fair countenance. "Who are these children?" he asked of the slave dealer. "Heathen Angles," was the reply. "Truly, they have the faces of angels," said Gregory. "And whence have they been brought?" "From the kingdom of Deira," he was told. Indeed, they should be brought, Deira Dei, out of the land of the wrath of God, was the abbot's punning rejoinder. From that day, Gregory strove to set forth for Britain, but circumstances always stood in his way. At last he became Pope, and when he had gained this position of authority, he determined that he would send others, if he could not go himself, to care for the souls of the pagan English. So, in 596, he sent out the zealous monk Augustine, with a company of priests and others, to seek out the land of England. Augustine landed in Kent, both because King Ethelbert was the greatest chief in Britain, and because he had taken as his queen a Christian lady from Gaul, Bertha, the daughter of Charibert, king of Paris. So Augustine and his fellows came to Canterbury, to the court of the king, and when Ethelbert saw them, he asked his wife what manner of men they might be.
When she had pleaded for them,
he looked upon them kindly and gave them the ruined Roman church of St. Martin outside the gates of Canterbury, and told them that they might preach freely to all his subjects. So Augustine dwelt in Kent and taught the Kentish men the truths of Christianity, till many of them accepted the gospel and were baptized. Ere long, King Ethelbert himself was converted, and when he had declared himself a Christian, most of his Gesiths and nobles followed him to the font. Then Augustine was made Archbishop of Canterbury, and his companion Mellitus, Bishop of Rochester, and the kingdom of Kent became part of Christendom once more. Ere very long, the kings of the East Saxons and East Angles, who were vassals of Ethelbert, declared that they also were ready to accept the gospel. They were baptized with many of their subjects, but Christianity was not yet very firmly rooted among them. When King Ethelbert died and was succeeded by his son, who was a heathen and an evil liver, a great portion of the men who so easily accepted Christianity fell back into paganism again. They had conformed to please the king,
not because they had appreciated the truths of the gospel.
East Anglia and Essex relapsed almost wholly from the faith and had to be reconverted a generation later. But in Kent, Augustine's work had been more thorough, and after a short struggle, the whole kingdom finally became Christian. From Kent, the true faith was conveyed to the English of the north. Edwin, King of Northumbria, married a daughter of Ethelbert and Bertha. She was a Christian, and brought with her to York a Roman chaplain named Paulinus, one of the disciples of Augustine. By the exhortations of this Paulinus, King Edwin was led toward Christianity. He was a great warrior, and while he was doubting as to the faith, it chanced that he had to set forth on an expedition against his enemy, the King of Wessex. Then he vowed that if the God of the Christians gave him victory and he should return in peace, he would be baptized. The campaign was successful, and Edwin went joyfully to the baptismal font. It was long remembered how he held counsel with his witan, urging them to leave darkness for light and doubt for certainty. Then, because they had found little help in their ancient gods, and because the heathen faith gave them no good guidance for this life and no good hope of a better life to come, the great men of Northumbria swore that they would follow their king. Coifi, the high priest, was the first to cast down his own idols and destroy the great temple of York, and with him the nobles and Gesiths of Edwin went down to the water, and all were baptized. 627. For some time King Edwin prospered greatly. He became the chief king of Britain and made the East Angles and East Saxons his vassals. He destroyed the Welsh kingdom of Leeds and added the West Riding of Yorkshire to the Northumbrian kingdom. He also smote the Picts beyond the Forth and built a fleet on the Irish Sea, with which he reduced the Isles of Man and Anglesey. Edwin's conquests roused all his neighbours against him, and in their common fear of the Northumbrian sword, English and Welsh princes were for the first time found joining in alliance. Penda, king of Mercia, an obstinate heathen and a great foe of the gospel, leagued himself with Cadwallon, king of Gwynedd, the greatest of the Christian chiefs of Wales. Together they beset the realm of Edwin, and the great king of Northumbria fell in battle with all his host at Heathfield, near Doncaster, 632. The Welsh and Mercians overran Northumbria after slaying its king, and Cadwallon took York and burnt it. The Northumbrians thought that Edwin's God had been found wanting in the day of battle, and most of them relapsed into paganism in their despair. Paulinus, who had become the first bishop of York, had to flee away into Kent, the only kingdom where Christians were safe for the moment. But ere very long, the Northumbrians were saved from their despair. Edwin and the ancient stock of the kings of Deira were swept away, but there were two princes alive of the royal house of Bernicia. Their names were Oswald and Oswiu, and during Edwin's reign they had been living in exile. Their abode had been among those of the Scots who had crossed over from Ireland and settled on the coast of North Britain, in the land that now bears their name. There the two brethren had fallen in with the disciples of the good abbot Columba, the founder of the great monastery of Iona, and from them they had learnt the Christian faith. Columba, whose successors were to convert all the north of England, had been a man of great mark. He was an Irish monk who had left his own land in self-imposed exile because he had been the cause of a tribal war among his countrymen. Crossing to the Argyllshire coast, he built a monastery on the lonely island of Iona, and from thence laboured for the conversion of the Picts and Scots. When Oswald heard of the desperate condition of Northumbria after Edwin's death, he resolved to go to the aid of his countrymen against the Welsh and the Mercians. So he went southward with a few companions and raised the Bernicians against their oppressors, setting up as his standard the cross he had learnt to reverence in Iona.
His effort was crowned with success, and at the Heaven Field, near the Roman wall, he completely defeated the Welsh and slew their king, Cadwallon. Penda, the Mercian, was driven out of Northumbria also, and for 8 years, 634 to 642, Oswald maintained himself as king of all the land between Forth and Trent. He used his power most zealously for the propagation of Christianity. He sent to Iona for 2 pious monks, Aidan and Finan, who were successively bishops of York under him. And by their aid he so drew his people toward the faith of Christ that they never swerved from it again, as they had done after the death of Edwin. Oswald also encouraged missionaries to go into the other English kingdoms. It was by his advice that Birinus went from Rome to Wessex, where he converted King Cynegiles and founded the bishopric of Dorchester-on-Thames. But Oswald was not strong enough to put down his heathen neighbor, Penda, the king of Mercia, a mighty warrior who united all the English of central Britain under his scepter, slaying the kings of the East Angles and tearing away Gloucester and all the land of the Hwiccas from the kings of Wessex. Penda and Oswald were constantly at war, and at last the Mercian slew the Northumbrian at the Battle of Macerfield in Shropshire, near Oswestry, 642. But the good King Oswald left a worthy successor in his brother Oswiu, as zealous a Christian and as vigorous a ruler as himself. Oswiu defeated Penda at the Battle of the Winweed, and by slaying the slayer became the over-king of all England. He conquered the Picts between Forth and Tay, made the Welsh and the Cumbrians pay him tribute, and annexed northern Mercia, giving the rest of the kingdom over to Peada, Penda's son, only when he became a Christian. It was all over with the cause of heathenism when Penda fell, and the Mercians and their king bowed to the conquering faith and listened to the preaching of Ceadda, one of the Northumbrian monks, who had been taught by the Irish missionaries Aidan and Finan. Mercia and Northumbria, therefore, owed their conversion to the disciples of Columba, and looked to the monastery of Iona as the source of their Christianity, while Kent and Wessex looked to Rome, from whence had come Augustine and Birinus. Unhappily, there arose dissension between the clergy of the two churches, for the converts of the Irish monks thought that the South English paid too much deference to Rome and differed from them on many small points of practice, such as the proper day for keeping Easter and the way in which priests should cut their hair. King Oswiu was grievously vexed at these quarrels and held a council at Whitby, or Straeonshalt, as it was then called, to hear both sides state their case before him. He made his decision in favor of the Roman observance, and many of the Irish clergy withdrew in consequence from his kingdom, rather than conform to the ways of their Roman brethren. This submission of the English to the Papal See was destined to lead to many evils in later generations, but at the time it was far the better alternative. If they had decided to adhere to the Irish connection, they would have stood aside from the rest of Western Christendom and sundered themselves from the fellowship of Christian nations and the civilizing influences of which Rome was then the center.
664. The English Church, being thus united in communion with Rome, received as Archbishop of Canterbury a Greek monk named Theodore of Tarsus, whom Pope Vitalian recommended to them. It was this Theodore who first organized the Church of England into a united whole. Down to his day, the missionaries who worked in the different kingdoms had nothing to do with each other. But now all England was divided into bishoprics, which all paid obedience to the metropolitan see of Canterbury. And in each bishopric, the countryside was furnished with clergy to work under the bishop. Some have said that Theodore cut up England into parishes, each served by a resident priest, but things had not advanced quite so far by his day. Under Theodore and his successors, the bishops and clergy of all the kingdoms frequently met in councils and synods, so that England was united into a spiritual whole long before she gained political unity. It was first in these church meetings that Mercian, West Saxon, and Northumbrian learnt to meet as friends and equals, to work for the common good of them all. The English Church was vigorous from the very first. Ere it had been 100 years in existence, it had begun to produce men of such wisdom and piety that England was considered the most saintly land of Western Christendom. It sent out the missionaries who rescued Germany from heathenism: Willibrord, the apostle of Phrygia; Suidbert, who converted Hesse; above all, the great Winfrith, or Boniface, the first Archbishop of Mainz. This great man, the friend and advisor of the Frankish ruler Charles Martel, spread the gospel all over central Germany and organized a national church in the lands on the Main and Saal, where previously Woden and his fellows alone had been worshipped.
He died a martyr amongst the heathen of the Frisian marshes in 733.
Nor was the English Church less noted for its men of learning. Not only were they well versed in Latin, which was the common language of the clergy all over Europe, but some of them were skilled in Greek also, for the good Archbishop Theodore of Tarsus had instructed many in his native tongue. Among the Old English scholars, two deserve special mention. One is the Northumbrian Beda, the Venerable Bede, a monk of Jarrow, who translated the Testament from Greek into English, and also wrote an ecclesiastical history of England, which is our chief source for the knowledge of his times. Died 735. The second was another Northumbrian, Alcuin of York, whose knowledge was so celebrated all over Europe that the Emperor Charles the Great sent for him to Aachen, the Frankish capital, and made him his friend and tutor. For Charles ardently loved all manner of learning, and could find no one like Alcuin among his own people. As long as Oswiu and his son Egfrith lived, Northumbria held the foremost place among the English kingdoms, and its rulers were accounted the chief kings of Britain. Egfrith conquered Carlisle and Cumbria from the Welsh, and even invaded Ireland. But in an attempt to add the Highlands beyond the Forth to his realm, he was slain in battle by the Picts at Nectansmere, 685. With his death, the greatness of Northumbria passed away, for his successors were weak men, and after a while grew so powerless that the kingdom was vexed by constant civil wars, and became the prey of its neighbours, the Mercians on the south, and the Picts and Scots on the north. The supremacy that had once been in the hands of the Northumbrians now passed away to the kings of Mercia, the largest and most central of the English kingdoms. 3 great kings of that realm, Ethelred, Ethelbald, and Offa,
whose reigns occupied almost the whole of the period from 675 to 796,
were all in their day reckoned as supreme lords of England. The rulers of East Anglia, Essex, and Kent were counted as their vassals, and they deprived Wessex of its dominions north of the Thames, and Northumbria of all that it had held south of the Trent and the Ribble. Offa pushed his boundary far to the west into the lands of the Welsh, and after conquering the valleys of the Wye and the Upper Severn, drew a great dike from sea to sea, reaching from near Chester on the north to Chepstow on the south. It marked the boundary between the English and the Cymry for 300 years. Offa was the greatest king whom England had yet seen, and corresponded on equal terms with Charles the Great, the famous king of the Franks, who was his firm friend and ally, 757 to 796. Nevertheless, after Offa's day, the scepter passed away from Mercia, and his successors saw their vassal kings rebel and disown the Mercian allegiance. To maintain subject states in obedience was always a very hard task for the old English kings, because they had no standing armies and no system of fortification. When a neighboring realm was overrun by the tumultuary army of a victorious king, he had to be satisfied with the homage of its people, because he could not build fortresses in it or leave a standing force to hold it down. The only way of keeping a conquest was to colonize it, as was done with the lands taken from the Welsh. But the English kings shrank from evicting their own kinsfolk, and seldom or never employed this device against them. Hence it always happened that when a great king died, his vassals at once rebelled, and unless his successor was a man of ability, he was unable to reconquer them. From Mercia, the primacy among the English states passed to Wessex, a state which had hitherto kept much to itself, and had busied itself in conquering land from the Welsh of Damnonia, rather than in striving with its English neighbours for the supremacy in mid-Britain. Wessex, indeed, had lost to the Mercians all its territory north of the Thames, and was now a purely south country state. Its borders reached to the Tamar and the Cornish moors, since the days when Taunton in 710 and Exeter in 705 had fallen into the hands of its kings. The West Saxon king who succeeded to the power of Offa was Egbert,
the ancestor of all the subsequent monarchs of Britain down to our own day.
He was a prince who had seen many troubles in his youth, having been driven oversea by his kinsmen and forced to take refuge with Charles the Great. He spent some years in the court and army of the Frankish monarch, but was called to the throne of Wessex in 800 on the death of his unfriendly cousin. In a long reign that lasted for 36 years, Egbert not only subdued the small kingdoms of Kent and Sussex, and made the Welsh princes of Cornwall do him homage, but he even dared at last to attack his powerful neighbours, the Mercians. At the Battle of Ellendoon in Wiltshire, 823, he defeated and slew King Beornwulf, the unworthy heir of Offa's greatness. Shortly after, Mercia did him homage, and the Northumbrians, sorely vexed by civil wars, soon followed the example of their southern neighbours. Thus Egbert became overlord of Britain in the same sense that Edwin and Offa had previously held the title. But the dominion of the kings of Wessex was destined to be of a more enduring nature than that of their predecessors.
This was not so much due to their own abilities
as to the changed condition of the state of England. Not only were there strong tendencies arising towards unity within the English realms, due most especially to the influence of their common church, but pressure from without was now about to be applied in a way that forced the English to combine. Before Egbert had come to the throne, and even before Offa was dead, the first signs had been seen of the coming storm that was to sweep over England in the second half of the 9th century. The Danes had already begun to appear off the coasts of the island.
End of section 3. Section 4 of A History of England. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. A History of England by Charles Oman. Chapter 4. The Danish Invasions and the Great Kings of Wessex, 836 to 975. Part 1. The English chronicles have accurately fixed for us the date of the first raid of the Northmen. In 787, 3 strange ships were seen off the Dorsetshire coast. From them landed a small band of marauders who sacked the port of Wareham, and then hastily put to sea and vanished from sight. This insignificant descent was only the first of a series of dreadful ravages. A few years later, in 793, a greater band descended on Lindisfarne, the holy island of St. Cuthbert off the Bernician coast, the greatest and richest monastery of northern England. Thenceforth, raids came thick and fast, till at last the sword of the invaders had turned half England into a desert. The people of Scandinavia were at this moment in much the same state of development in which the English had been 3 centuries before, ere yet they left the shores of Saxony and Schleswig. The Danes and Norwegians were a hardy, seafaring race, divided into many small kingdoms, always at war with each other. They were still wild heathens, and practiced piracy as the noblest occupation for warriors and freemen. Just as Hengist and Ella had sailed out with their war bands in search of plunder and land in the 5th century, so the chiefs of the Northmen were now preparing to lead out their followers into the western seas. For 2 centuries the onslaughts of the Vikings, as these piratical hordes were called, were fated to be the curse of Christendom. The Vikings in their early days were led not by the greater kings of Denmark and Norway, but by leaders chosen by the pirate bands for their military abilities.
Such chiefs were obeyed on the battlefield alone. Off it, they were treated with small respect by their comrades. There were dozens of these sea kings on the water, each competing with the others for the largest following that he could get together. The Northmen were at first seeking for nothing more than plunder. Western Christendom offered them a great field, because the Franks, English, and Irish of the 9th century almost all dwelt in open towns, had very few forts and castles, and had built enormous numbers of rich, defenseless monasteries and churches. The Dane landed near a wealthy port or abbey, sacked it, and hastily took to sea again before the countryside had time to muster in arms against him. But after a time, the continued successes of their first raids encouraged the Northmen to take the field in much greater numbers, so that fleets of 100 ships with 8,000 or 10,000 men aboard them were found sailing under some noted sea king. When they grew so strong, they took to making raids deeper into the land, boldly facing the force of an English shire or a Frankish county, if they were brought to bay. When numbers were equal, they generally had the advantage in the fray, for they were all trained warriors, and were fighting for their lives. Against them came only a rustic militia, fresh from the plough. If beset by the overwhelming strength of a whole kingdom, they fortified themselves on a headland, an island, or a marsh-girt palisade, and held out till the enemy melted homeward for lack of provisions. As long as Egbert lived, he kept the Danes away from his kingdom of Wessex, dealing them heavy blows whenever they dared march inland. The greatest of these victories was one gained at Hengistastun, Hingston Down, near Plymouth, over the combined forces of the Danes and the revolted Welsh of Cornwall. But though he was able to protect his own realm, Egbert was unable to care for his Mercian and Northumbrian vassals. They were too far off, and his authority over them was too weak. So northern England was already suffering fearfully from the Viking raids, even before Egbert died. His son, Ethelwulf, who succeeded him as King of Wessex, was a pious, easygoing man, destitute of his father's strength and ability. If the Mercians and Northumbrians had not been so desperately afflicted at the moment by the ravages of the Vikings, they would have undoubtedly taken the opportunity to throw off the yoke of the Wessex kings. But their troubles made them cautious of adding civil war to foreign invasion. And so Ethelwulf was allowed to keep his father's nominal suzerainty over the whole of England. More than once he led a West Saxon army up to aid the Mercians, but he could not be everywhere at the same time, and while he was protecting one point, the Danes would slip around by sea and attack another. Wessex itself was no longer secure from their incursions, and the chronicles record several disastrous raids carried out on its coast. All through King Ethelwulf's reign, 836 to 858, the state of England was growing progressively worse. Commerce was at a standstill. Many of the larger towns had been burnt by the Danes. The greatest of the monasteries had been destroyed, and their monks slain or scattered. With them perished the wealth and the learning which had made the English Church the pride of Western Christendom. The land was beginning to sink back into poverty and barbarism. There seemed to be no hope left to the English, for the Viking armies grew larger and bolder every year. After a time, the invaders began to aim at something more than transitory raids. They took to staying over the winter in England instead of returning to Norway or Denmark. Fortifying themselves in strong posts like the Isles of Thanet or Sheppey, they defied King Ethelwulf to dislodge them. In a very short time it was evident that they would think of permanently occupying Britain, just as the Saxons and Angles had done 3 centuries back. Ethelwulf, in great distress of mind, made a pilgrimage to Rome and obtained the Pope's blessing for his efforts. But he fared none the better for that. It was equally in vain that he tried to concert measures for common defense with his neighbor across the Channel, King Charles the Bald, whose daughter Judith he took to wife. The Frankish king was even more vexed by the pirates than Ethelwulf himself, and no help was got from him. The men of Wessex at last grew so discontented with Ethelwulf's weak rule that the Witan deposed him and elected his son Ethelbald king in his stead, 856. But they left the small kingdoms of Kent and Sussex to the old man for the term of his natural life, to maintain him in his royal state. Ethelwulf died 2 years later, and after him reigned his 3 short-lived sons, Ethelbald, 856 to 860, Ethelbert, 860 to 866, and Ethelred, 866 to 871. The 15 years during which they ruled proved a time of even greater misery and distress than the latter days of their father's troubled reign. The Danes not only penetrated into every nook and corner of Mercia and Northumbria, but even struck at the heart of Wessex and burnt its capital, the ancient city of Winchester, 864. But the sorest trial came 2 years later, in the time of Ethelred. A vast confederacy of many Viking bands, which called itself the Great Army, leagued themselves together and fell on England, no longer to plunder, but to subdue and occupy the whole land. Under 2 chiefs called Ingwar and Hubba, they overran Northumbria in 867. The Northumbrians were divided by civil war, but the rival kings, Osberht and Ella, joined their forces to resist the oncoming storm. Yet both of them were slain by the Danes in a great battle outside the gates of York, and the victors stormed and sacked the Northumbrian capital after the engagement. They then proceeded to divide up the land among themselves, and settled up all the old kingdom of Deira, from Tees to Trent. The English population was partly slain off, partly reduced to serfdom. So, after being for 200 years a Christian kingdom, Deira became once more a community of wild heathen. The work of Oswald and Aidan seemed undone. But the whole of the Danes of the Great Army could not find land in Deira. One division of them went off against the East Angles under Jarl Ingwar, and fought a great battle with Edmund, the brave and pious king of that race. They took him prisoner, and when he would not do them homage or worship their gods, they shot him to death with arrows. His followers secretly buried his body and raised over it a shrine, which became the great Abbey of St. Edmundsbury. East Anglia was then divided up among the victorious Danes, just as Yorkshire had been. But they did not settle down so thickly in the eastern counties as in the north, and the share of Danish blood in these districts is comparatively small. 869. King Ethelred of Wessex had not been able to afford any practical help to his Northumbrian and East Anglian neighbours. It was now his own turn to face the storm which had overwhelmed the two northern realms. In 870, the great army, now under two kings, Guthrum and Bagseg, sailed up the Thames and threw itself upon Surrey and Berks, the northern border of Wessex. Ethelred came out in haste against them, and with him marched his younger brother Alfred, the youngest of the four sons of the old Ethelwulf, a youth of 18, who now entered on his first campaign. The men of Wessex made a far sterner defence than had the armies of the other English kingdoms. The two warrior brothers, Ethelred and Alfred, fought no less than 6 battles with the great army in the single year 871. The war raged all along the line of the chalk downs of Berkshire, as the Danes strove to force their way westward. At last, the men of Wessex gave them a thorough beating at Ashdown, where the Atheling Alfred won the chief honour of the day. The defeated Vikings sought refuge in a stockaded camp at Reading, between the waters of the Thames and the Kennet. Ethelred could not dislodge them from this stronghold, and in a skirmish with one of their foraging parties at Merton in Surrey, he received a mortal wound. 871. Wearied with 6 battles, the army of Wessex broke up, and the Thanes sadly bore King Ethelred home to bury him at Winborne. His younger brother, the Atheling Alfred, succeeded him, and took up the task of defending Wessex in its hour of sore distress. It was fortunate that such a great man was at hand to bear the burden, for never was it more likely than now that the English name would be utterly swept off the face of the earth. In spite of his youth, Alfred was quite capable of facing any difficulty or danger. From his boyhood upward, he had always shown great promise. When a young child, he had been sent by his father, Ethelwulf, to Rome, and there had attracted the notice of Pope Leo, who anointed him and predicted that he should one day be a king. He was able and brave, like most of the descendants of Ecgbert. He was also far above all men of his day in his desire for wisdom and learning, and from his earliest years was known as a lover of books and scholars. Seldom, if ever, did any king combine so much practical ability in war and governance with such a keen taste for literature and science. Alfred had short space to mourn his dead brother. The great army soon forced its way up from the Thames into Wiltshire and beat the men of Wessex at Wilton. Then Alfred gave them great store of treasure to grant him peace, and they, since they found the winning of Wessex caused so many hard blows, consented to turn aside for a space. But it was only in order to throw themselves on the neighbouring realm of Mercia. They dealt with it as they had already done with Deira and East Anglia. They defeated Burgred, its king, who fled away over sea and died at Rome, and then they took eastern Mercia and parcelled it out among themselves, while they gave its western half to an unwise thane called Ceolwulf, who consented to be their vassal and proffered them a great tribute. It was not long, however, before they chased away him also. Now it was that there arose the great Danish towns in Mercia, Derby, Stamford, Leicester, Lincoln, and Nottingham, which, under the name of the 5 boroughs, played a considerable part in English history for the next 2 centuries. 876. When Mercia had fallen, the Vikings turned once more against their old foes in Wessex. If only they could break down Alfred's defences, they saw that the whole Isle of Britain would be their own. So, under the 2 kings, Guthrum and Hubba, they once more pushed southwards beyond the Thames. There followed 2 years of desperate fighting, 877 and 878. At first the invaders swept all before them. They took London, the greatest port of England, and Winchester, the capital of Wessex. Alfred, repeatedly beaten in battle, was forced westward and driven to take refuge almost alone in the Isle of Athelney, a marsh-girt spot in Somersetshire, between the Tone and the Parrett. This was the scene of the celebrated legend of the burnt cakes. A curious memorial of Alfred's stay in Athelney is to be seen at Oxford, a gold and enamel locket bearing his name, which was dug up in the island some 900 years after it was dropped by the wandering king. While Alfred was in hiding, the Danes ranged all over Wessex. King Guthrum settled down at a fortified camp at Chippingham in Wiltshire, while King Hubba ravaged Devon. But when all seemed in their power, they were suddenly disconcerted by a new gathering of the stubborn West Saxons. The men of Devon slew Hubba and took his raven banner, and then Alfred, issuing from Athelney, put himself at the head of the levies of Devon, Somerset, and Dorset, and made a desperate assault on Guthrum and the main body of the Danes. The king was victorious at Ethandune, Eddington, and drove away the army of Guthrum into its stockade at Chippenham. There the Vikings were gradually forced by starvation to yield themselves up. Alfred granted them easy terms. If they would promise to quit Wessex forever, and would swear homage to him as overlord and become Christians, he would grant them the lands of the East Angles and East Saxons to dwell in. Guthrum was fain to accept, so he was baptized and received at Alfred's hands the new name of Aethelstan. Many of his host followed him to the font, and then they retired to East Anglia and dwelt therein, save those roving spirits who could not settle down anywhere. These latter went off to harry France, but King Guthrum and the majority abode in their new settlement, and were not such unruly or unfaithful subjects to Alfred as might have been expected from their antecedents. In such troublous times it was not likely that Alfred would be free from other wars, but he came out of them all with splendid success. When new bands of Vikings assailed him in later years, he smote them again and again and drove them out of the land. As a Norse poet once sang, "They got hard blows instead of shillings, and the axe's weight instead of tribute." So they betook themselves elsewhere to strive with less valiant kings beyond the seas. By Alfred's agreement with Guthrum, England was divided into two halves, one of which was Danish and the other English. The old document called Alfred's and Guthrum's Frith gives the boundary of the Danelaw, or Danish settlement, thus: up the Lea, then across to Bedford, up the Ouse to Watling Street, and so along Watling Street to Chester. That is to say, that Northumbria and East Anglia and Essex and the eastern half of Mercia were left to the Danes, while Alfred reigned directly not only over his own heritage of Wessex, Sussex, and Kent, but over western Mercia also. The 9 counties west of Watling Street became part of Wessex, so that Alfred's own kingdom came out of the Danish war much increased. Beyond its bounds, he now had a nominal suzerainty over 3 Danish states, instead of 4 English ones. Guthrum reigned in the east, another Danish king at York, and between them lay the 5 boroughs, which were independent of both kings, and were ruled by their own jarls, as the Danes called their warlords. The Danish rule in northeastern England was made comparatively light to the old inhabitants of the land when Guthrum and his men embraced Christianity. Instead of killing the people off or reducing them to slavery, the Danes were now content to take tribute from them and to occupy a certain portion of their lands. The limit and extent of the Danish settlement can be well traced by studying the names of places in the northern counties. Wherever the invaders established themselves, we find the Danish termination "b" in greater or lesser abundance. We find such names strewn thick about Yorkshire, Lincolnshire, Nottinghamshire, and Leicestershire, less freely in Derbyshire, Northamptonshire, and the eastern counties. Rugby, close to the line of Watling Street, is the Danish settlement that lies furthest into the heart of Mercia. The Viking blood, therefore, is largely mixed with the English in the valleys of the Trent and Ouse, and close to the eastern coast, and grows proportionately less as Watling Street is approached. The Danes took very easily to English manners. They had all turned Christians within a very few years, and their language was so like Old English that their speech soon became assimilated to that of their subjects, and could only be told from that of South England by differences of dialect that gradually grew less. In the end, England gained rather than suffered by their invasion, for they brought much hardy blood into the land, and came to be good Englishmen within a very few generations.
End of section 4. Section 5 of A History of England. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. A History of England by Charles Oman. Chapter 4. The Danish Invasions and the Great Kings of Wessex, 836 to 975, Part 2. But meanwhile, when they were just settled down and the land was still black with their burnings, England appeared in a sorry state. And Alfred the king had a hard task before him when he set to work to reform and reorganize his wasted realm. Well nigh every town had been sacked and given to the flames at one time or another during 50 years of war. The churches lay in ruins, the monasteries were deserted, Riches and learning had fled from the wasted land. There was not one priest south of the Thames, writes King Alfred himself, who could properly understand the Latin of his own church books, and very few in the whole of England. Moreover, the social condition of the people was rapidly becoming what we may style feudalized. That is, the smaller freeholders all over the country, unable to defend themselves from the Danes, were yielding themselves to be the men of their greater neighbors. This phrase implied that they surrendered their complete independence and consented to pay the great men certain dues and to follow them to the wars and seek justice at their hands instead of from the free meeting of the village moot. The land still remained the peasant's own, but instead of being personally free, he was now a dependent. It is noticeable that a similar state of things grew up from the same cause in every part of Western Europe during the 9th century. Finding himself confronted with this new condition of affairs, Alfred strengthened the royal power by compelling all these great lords to become his own sworn followers, Gethsists, as they would have been called in the earlier age. But now the word was Thane, though the status was much the same. So all the great landholders of England became the king's men, just as the villagers had become the men of the great landholders. The thanes served the king in bower and hall, and had to follow him in person whenever he took the field, as the old Gethsists had followed the leaders of the first Saxon war bands. They were a numerous body and constituted a kind of standing army, since it was their duty to serve whenever their master went out to battle. The fyrd, or local militia of the villages, Alfred divided into 2 parts, one of which was always left at home to till the fields, when the other half went out to war. It was at the head of his thanes and this reorganized fyrd that Alfred smote the Danes when they dared to invade his realm in his later years. Alfred has a great name as a lawgiver, but he did more in the way of collecting and codifying the laws of the kings who were before him than in issuing new ordinances of his own. But since he made everything clear and orderly, the succeeding generations used to speak of the laws of Alfred when they meant the ancient statutes and customs of the realm. The most noteworthy, however, of Alfred's doings, if we consider the troublous times in which he lived, were his long-sustained and successful endeavors to restore the civilization of England, at which the Danish wars had dealt such a deadly blow. He collected scholars of note from the continent, from Wales and Ireland, and founded schools to restore the lost learning for which England had been famed in the last century. His interest in literature of all kinds was very keen. He collected the old heroic epics of the English, all of which, save the poem of Beowulf, have now perished and survive only in small fragments. He compiled the celebrated Anglo-Saxon Chronicle and left it behind him as a legacy to be continued by succeeding ages, as indeed it was for nearly 300 years. He also translated Beda's Latin History of England into the vernacular tongue, as well as Orosius' General History of the World. Nor was history the only province in which he took an interest. He also caused Pope Gregory the Great's
pastoral care, and other theological works to be done into English. Alfred may also be reckoned the father of the English navy. In order to cope with the ships of the Vikings, he built new war vessels of larger size than any that had yet been seen in Western Europe, and provided that they should be well manned. He encouraged sailors to go on long voyages, and sent out the captain Ohthere, who sailed into the Arctic seas and discovered the North Cape. He was a friend of merchants, and it was probably to him that we may attribute the law which allowed any trader who fared thrice overseas in his own ship to take the rank and privileges of a thane. We have no space to tell of the many other spheres of Alfred's activity, such as his church building, his mechanical inventions, his zeal in almsgiving and missionary work, which was so great that he even sent contributions to the distant Christians of St. Thomas in India. What heightens our surprise at the many-sided activity of the man is that he was of a weakly constitution, and was often prostrated by the attacks of a periodical illness which clung to him from his youth up. Alfred lived till 901 in great peace and prosperity. He had increased the bounds of Wessex, saved England from the Dane, and brought her back to the foremost place among the peoples of Western Europe, for his Frankish contemporaries were sinking lower and lower amid the attacks of the Vikings, while England, under his care, was so rapidly recovering her strength. Even the Welsh, hostile hitherto to all who bore the English name, had done homage to him in 885, because they saw in him their only possible protection against the Dane. Alfred's son and his 3 grandsons followed him on the throne in succession between the years 901 and 955. They were all brave, able, hard-working princes, the worthy offspring of such a progenitor. They carried out to the full the work that he had begun. While Alfred had checked the Danes and made them his vassals, his descendants completely subdued and incorporated them with the main body of the realm, so that they were no longer vassals, but direct subjects of the crown. And while Alfred had been over-king of England, his successors became over-kings of the whole Isle of Britain, the suzerains of the Scots and the Welsh of Strathclyde, as well as the more southern peoples within the 4 seas. Alfred's eldest son and successor was Edward, generally called Edward the Elder, to distinguish him from 2 later kings of his line. He was a wise and powerful king whose life's work was the incorporation of central England south of the Humber with his realm of Wessex by the complete conquest of the Danes of East Anglia and the 5 boroughs. When Alfred was dead, his Danish vassals tried to stir up trouble by raising up against Edward his cousin Ethelwulf, son of Ethelred. This pretender the new king drove out, and then turning on the eastern Danes, slew their king Euric, the son of Guthrum Ethelstan, and made them swear homage to him again. But a few years later, the Danes broke out again into rebellion, and Edward then took in hand their complete subjection. His chief helper was the great alderman Ethelred of Western or English Mercia, his brother-in-law. When this chief died, Edward found his widowed sister Ethelflaed, in whose hands he left the rule of the Mercian counties, no less zealous and able an assistant than her husband had been.
It was with her cooperation that he started on his long series of campaigns against the Danes of central and eastern England, while Edward, starting forward from London, worked his way into Essex and East Anglia. Ethelflaed was at the same time urging on the Mercians against the Danes of the Five Boroughs. They moved forward systematically, erecting successive lines of boroughs, or moated and palisaded strongholds, opposite the centers of Danish resistance, and holding them with permanent garrisons. The Danes were now much more easy to deal with than in the old days, for they had given hostages to fortune, and were the possessors of towns and villages which could be plundered, farmsteads that could be burned, and cattle that could be lifted. So when they found they could not storm the boroughs of Edward and Ethelflaed, or drive off the garrisons which raided their fields, they began one after the other to submit. The last Danish king of East Anglia was slain in battle at Tempsford, near Bedford, in 921, and his realm was incorporated with Wessex. Then, while Ethelflaed compelled Derby and Leicester to yield, her brother subdued Stamford and Lincoln. So all England south of the Humber was won and cut up into new shires like those of Wessex. Having accomplished her share in this great work, the Lady Ethelflaed died, and the great aldermanry which she had ruled was absorbed into her brother's kingdom. In their terror at Edward's ceaseless advance and never-ending successes, not only did the Danes of Northumbria do him homage, but even the distant kings of the Scots and the Strathclyde Welsh took him to father and lord in a great meeting at Dore in 924. Having thus become overlord of all Britain, Edward died in 925, leaving the throne to his son Aethelstan. This prince was his worthy successor, and carried out still further the process of annexing all England to the Wessex inheritance. His great achievement was the complete subjection and annexation of Northumbria. When Sitric, the Danish king of York, died, Aethelstan seized his kingdom and drove his sons overseas. The dispossessed princes stirred up enemies against their conqueror and formed a great league against him. Anlaf, the king of the Danes of Ireland, brought over a great host of Vikings, while Constantine, the king of the Scots, and Owen, king of Cumbria, came down from the north to join him. The Danes of Yorkshire at once rose in rebellion to aid the invaders. Against this league, Aethelstan marched forth at the head of the English of Mercia and Wessex. He met them at Brunanborough, a spot of unknown site somewhere in Lancashire. There Aethelstan smote them with a great slaughter, so that Anlaf returned to Ireland with but a handful of his men, and Constantine, who lost his son and heir in the fight, fled away hastily to his own northern deserts. The fight of Brunanborough, the greatest battle that the House of Alfred had yet won, finally settled the fact that Danish England was to be incorporated with the realm of the Wessex over-kings, and that there was to be one nation, not two, from the borders of Scotland to the British Channel. This great victory drew from an unknown poet the famous Song of Brunanborough, which has been inserted in the Anglo-Saxon Chronicle. It tells of the glories of Aethelstan, and how "never was such slaughter in this island since hitherward English and Saxons came up from the east, over the broad seas, and won this our land. The fight made Aethelstan once more lord of all Britain. The Scot king hastened to renew his submission. The Welsh and Cornish did him homage. The turbulent Northumbrian Danes bowed before him. He was considered so much the most powerful monarch in Western Europe that all the neighboring kings sought his alliance and asked for the hands of ladies of his house. Of his sisters, one was married to the Emperor Otto I, one to Charles the Simple, King of the West Franks, others to the King of Arles and the Counts of Paris and Flanders. Aethelstan died young and left no son. He was followed on the throne by his two brothers, Edmund and Eadred, who were equally unfortunate in being cut off in the flower of their age. Edmund suppressed more than one rebellion of the Northumbrian Danes and completely conquered the Welsh kingdom of Strathclyde. Instead of incorporating it with England, he bestowed it as a fief on his vassal Malcolm, King of the Scots, on condition that he should be his faithful fellow worker by sea and land. This was the first extension of Scotland to the south of the Clyde and Forth. Up to this time, the Scots and the Picts, with whom they had become blended since the Scot Kenneth MacAlpine had been elected King of the Picts in 836, had only ruled in the Highlands. Edmund came to a strange and bloody end. As he feasted in his hall at Puckle Church in Gloucestershire, he saw to his anger and surprise a notorious outlaw named Leoffa enter the hall and seat himself at a table. The servants tried to turn him out, but he held his place, and Edmund grew so wrathful that he sprang from his high seat and rushed down to drag the intruder out with his own hands. He seized Leoffa by the hair and threw him down, but the outlaw drew a knife and stabbed him to the heart. Eadred, the next king, was a prince of weak health, fonder of the church than of the battlefield. Nevertheless, he carried on his brother's policy and kept a firm hand over the whole island of Britain. He put down the last rising of the Danes of Yorkshire, who had proclaimed Eric with the bloody axe as their king, and made one last attempt to assert their independence. After this, he cut up Northumbria into 2 earldoms and gave them both to an Englishman named Oswulf to be ruled as separate provinces. Eadred was the patron and protector of the wise Abbot Dunstan, the first of the great clerical statesmen who made a mark on the history of England. He was a man of great ability and learning who had risen to be Abbot of Glastonbury under Edmund, and became one of the chief advisers of the pious Eadred, who was attracted to him as much by his asceticism as by his eminent mental qualities. Dunstan was a man with a purpose. He wished to reform the English Church in the direction of monastic asceticism, and was most especially anxious to make compulsory the celibacy of the clergy, a practice which had not hitherto been enforced in England. There was undoubtedly much ignorance and a certain amount of ill living among the secular clergy, and Dunstan, not content with warring against this, tried also to reform the monasteries all over the face of the land, and to enforce the rule of Saint Benedict, poverty, chastity, and obedience
in every place. Dunstan's method of carrying out his views was by winning court influence, which he was very fitted to obtain, for he was the cleverest, most versatile, and most learned man of his day. When the pious Eadred died, he was succeeded by his nephew Edwy, the son of his brother Edmund. This prince had been a child when Leoffa, the outlaw, slew his father, and the Witan had put him aside in favor of his uncle, because the rule of a minor was always disliked by the English. But now he was 17, and a very rash and headstrong youth. Edwy very soon quarrelled with Dunstan and with Oda, Archbishop of Canterbury, because he insisted on taking to wife the Lady Elfgifu, Elgiva, who was his near kinswoman, and within the prohibited degrees of the medieval church. The churchmen declared her to be no true wife of the king, and treated the royal pair with such insult that Eadwig grew furious. The tale is well known how, when Eadwig, at a high feast, retired betimes to his wife's chamber, Oda and another bishop followed him, and dragged him back by force to the board where the thanes were feasting. The king, as was natural, quarrelled with the church party and drove Dunstan out of England. But his clerical opponents were too much for him. They conspired with the Anglo-Danes of Northumbria and with many discontented thanes, and set up against Eadwig his younger brother Edgar, whom Archbishop Oda crowned King of England. There followed civil war, in which Eadwig had the worst. His wife fell into the hands of Oda, who cruelly branded her with hot irons and shipped her to Ireland. Only Wessex adhered to the cause of Eadwig, and he was at last compelled to bow before his enemies. He acknowledged his brother as king of all England north of the Thames, and died almost immediately after, 959. His death put the whole realm into the hands of Edgar, or rather of Edgar's friends of the church party, for the new king was still very young. He recalled Dunstan from exile to make him his chief counsellor, and when Archbishop Oda died, he gave the see of Canterbury to him. For the 17 years of Edgar's rule, Dunstan was his prime minister, and much of the character of the early years of the king's reign must be attributed to the prelate. Dunstan's policy had two sides. He used his secular powers to enforce his religious views, and everywhere he and his friends began reforming the monasteries by forcing them to adopt the Benedictine rule. They expelled the secular canons, many of whom were married men, from the cathedrals, and replaced them with monks. They also dealt severely with the custom of lay persons receiving church preferment, one of the commonest abuses of the time. But Dunstan was not only an ecclesiastical reformer. His activity had another and more practical side. To him, in conjunction with Edgar, is to be attributed the complete unification of the Anglo-Danes and the English. Instead of being treated as subjects of doubtful loyalty, the men of the Danelaw were now made equals of the men of Wessex, by being promoted to aldermanries and bishoprics, and admitted as members of the Witan. Edgar kept so many of them about his person that he even provoked the thanes of Wessex to murmuring. But the policy of trust and conciliation had the best effects, and for the future the Anglo-Danes may be regarded as an integral part of the English nation. When he came to years of maturity, Edgar proved to be a capable prince. His power was so universally acknowledged in Britain that his neighbors never dared attack him, and he became known as the Rex Pacificus, in whose time were known no wars. All the kings of the island served him with exact obedience. The story is well known how he made his 6 chief vassals, the kings of Scotland, Cumbria, Man, and 3 Welsh chiefs, row him across the Dee, and then exclaimed that those who followed might now in truth call themselves kings of Britain. Edgar was a firm ruler and the author of a very considerable body of laws. To him is attributable the first organization of local police in England by the issue of the Ordinance of the Hundred, which divided the shires into smaller districts after the Frankish model, and made the inhabitants of each hundred responsible for the putting down of theft, robbery, and violence in their own district. He allowed the Danish half of England to keep a code of laws of its own, but assimilated it as much as he was able to that which prevailed in the rest of the land, making Dane and Englishman as equal in all things as he could contrive. To the misfortune of his realm, Edgar died in 975, before he had attained his 40th year, leaving behind him 2 young sons, neither of whom had yet reached his majority. When he was gone, it was soon seen how much the prosperity of England had depended on the personal ability of the House of Alfred. Under weak kings, there began once more to arise great troubles for the land.
End of section 5. Section 6 of A History of England. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. A History of England by Charles Oman. Chapter 5. The Days of Canute and Edward the Confessor. Part 1. For a full century, 871 to 975, England had been under the rule of a series of kings of marked ability. Only the short reign of the unfortunate Edwig interrupts the succession of strong rulers. We have seen how, in that century, England fought down all her troubles, and after appearing for a time to be on the brink of destruction, emerged as a strong and united power. But on the death of Edgar, a new problem had to be faced. The kingdom passed to 2 young boys, of whom the second proved to be one of the most unworthy and incompetent monarchs that England was ever to know. Edward the Younger, or the Martyr, as after generations called him, only sat for 3 years on his father's throne. He endeavored to follow in Edgar's steps and retained Dunstan as his chief counselor. But he found the great aldermen unruly subjects. They would not obey a young boy as they had obeyed the great Edgar. Dunstan was made the chief mark of their envy because he represented the policy of a firm central government and a strong monarchical power. Probably they would have succeeded in getting him dismissed at the Witan held at Calne, if a supposed miracle had not intervened to save him. While his adversaries were pleading against him, the floor of the upper chamber, where the Witan was sitting, gave way, owing to the breaking of a beam, and they were precipitated into the room below, some being killed and others maimed. But the piece of flooring where Dunstan stood did not fall with the rest, so that he remained unharmed amid the general destruction. Wherefore men deemed that God had intervened to bear witness to his innocence. But Dunstan was not to rule much longer. In 978 his young master was cruelly murdered by his stepmother, Queen Elfthryth, who knew that the crown would fall to her own son if Edward died. For one day the king chanced to ride past her manor of Corfe, and stopping at the door, craved a cup of wine. She brought it out to him herself, and while he was drinking it to her health, one of her retainers stabbed him in the back. His horse started forward, and he lost his seat, and was dragged some way by the stirrup ere he died. The Queen's friends threw the body into a ditch, and gave out that he had perished by an accidental fall, but all the realm knew or suspected the truth. Nevertheless, Elfthryth's boy Ethelred got the profit of his mother's wicked deed, for the Witan crowned him as the sole heir to King Edgar. His long reign was worthy of its evil commencement, for it proved one unbroken series of disasters, and brought England at last to the feet of a foreign conqueror. He ruled for 38 years of misery and trouble, for which he himself was largely responsible, for he was a selfish, idle, dilatory, hard-hearted man, and let himself be guided by unworthy flatterers and favourites, who sought nothing but their own private advantage. Wherefore men called him Ethelred the Redless, that is, the ill-counselled, because he would always choose the evil counsel rather than the good. Yet the king was not wholly to blame for the misfortunes of his reign, for the great aldermen had their share of the guilt. Freed from the strong hand of Dunstan, who was soon driven away from the court, they acted as independent rulers, each in his own aldermanry, quarrelled with each other, and disobeyed the king's commands. It was their divisions and jealousies and selfishness that made the king's weakness and idleness so fatal, for when they refused to obey, he neither could nor would coerce them. The curse of the reign of Ethelred the Redless was the second coming of the Danes and Northmen to England. For many years they had avoided this island because they knew that only hard blows awaited them there. But they swarmed all over the rest of Europe, won Normandy from the kings of the West Franks, and pushed their raids as far as the distant shores of Andalusia and Italy. But the news that a weak young king with disobedient nobles to rule under him sat on Edgar's seat soon brought them back to England. First there came mere plundering bands, as in the old days of the 8th century, but Ethelred did not deal with them sharply and strongly. He bade the aldermen drive them off, but they were much too occupied with their own quarrels to stir. Then the invaders came in greater numbers, and Ethelred thought to bribe them to go away by giving them money, and raised the tax called the Danegeld to satisfy their rapacity. But it seemed that the more that gold was given, the more did the Danes appear. For the news of Ethelred's wealth and weakness flew round the north, and brought swarm after swarm of marauders upon him. Then followed 20 miserable years of desultory fighting and incessant paying of tribute. Sometimes individual aldermen fought bravely against the Danes and held them at bay for a space. Sometimes the king himself mustered an army and strove to do something for the realm. Sometimes he tried to hire one band of Vikings to fight against another, with the deplorable results that might have been expected. His worst and most unwise action was the celebrated massacre of St. Brice's Day in 1002, when he caused all the Danes on whom he could lay hands to be killed. In this case, it was not open enemies whom he slew, for it was a time of truce, but Danish merchants and adventurers who had settled down in England and done him homage. By this cruel deed, Ethelred won the deadly hatred of Sweyn, king of Denmark, whose sister and her husband had been among the slain. Sweyn became Ethelred's bitterest foe and repeatedly warred against him, not with mere Viking bands, but with the whole force of Denmark at his back, a great national army bent on serious invasion of the land, not on transient raiding. The English were driven to despair by Sweyn's ravages, and the king did nothing to save them. He had now fallen entirely into the hands of an unscrupulous favorite named Eadric Streona, or the Grasper, and was guided in all things by this low-born adventurer. He even created him alderman of Mercia, and made him the second person in the land. Eadric cared only for ruining any noble who could possibly be his rival, and for enlarging his aldermanry. Of the defense of England he took no more thought than did his master. At last, in 1013, there came a Danish invasion of exceptional severity. The marauders dashed through the country from end to end. They took Canterbury and slew the good Archbishop Elfea, St. Alphege, because he refused to pay them an exorbitant ransom. Then Eadric gathered together the Witan without the king's presence, and with infamous treachery to his benefactor, proposed to them to submit entirely to the Danes. So, when Sweyn came over again in the next year, the whole realm bowed before him, and the great men, headed by the traitor Eadric, offered him the crown. Only London held out for King Ethelred and stood a long siege, till its citizens learned that their master had deserted them and fled oversea to the Duke of Normandy, whose sister Emma he had married. Then they too yielded, and the Witan of all England took Sweyn as their king. But the Dane died immediately after his election, and then the majority of the English refused to choose his son Canute as his successor. They sent to Normandy for their old king, and did homage once more to Ethelred. But the traitor Eadric resolved to adhere to Canute, because he had lately murdered the thanes of the 5 boroughs, and dreaded the wrath of their followers. So Eadric's Mercian subjects and some of the men of Wessex joined the Danes, and there was civil war once more in England, till Ethelred the ill-counselled died in 1016. Then his followers chose in his stead his brave son Edmund II, who was called Ironside because of his prowess in war. The new king was a worthy descendant of Alfred, and would have made no small mark in better times, but he spent his short reign in one unceasing series of combats with Canute, a man as able and warlike as himself. The two young kings fought 5 pitched battles with each other, and fortune swayed to Edmund's side, but in the 6th, at Assendon, Ashington in Essex, he was defeated, owing to the treachery of the wretched Eadric the Grasper, who first joined him with a large body of Mercian troops, and then turned against him in the heat of the battle. 1016. Then Edmund and Canute, having learned to respect each other's courage, met in the Isle of Alney, outside the walls of Gloucester, and agreed to divide the realm between them. Canute took, as was natural, the Anglo-Danish districts of Northumbria and the 5 boroughs, together with Eadric's Mercian aldermanry. Edmund kept Wessex, Kent, London, and East Anglia, but this partition was not destined to endure. Ere the year was out, the foul traitor Eadric procured the murder of King Edmund, and then the Witan of Wessex chose Canute as king over the south as well as the north. The late king's young brothers and his 2 little sons fled to the continent. So Canute the Dane became king of all England, and ruled it wisely and well for 19 years, 1016 to 35. He proved to be a much better king than people expected, for being a very young man and easily impressed, he grew to be more of an Englishman than a Dane in all his manners and habits of thought. He ruled in Denmark and Norway, as well as in this island, but he made England his favorite abode, and regarded it as the center and heart of his empire. The moment that he was firmly established on the throne, he took measures for restoring the prosperity of the land, which had been reduced to an evil plight by 40 years of ill governance and war. He swept away the great aldermen who had been such a curse to the land, slaying the traitor Eadric the Grasper and Uhtred, the turbulent governor of Northumbria. Then he divided England into 4 great earldoms, as these provinces began to be called, for the Danish name Jarl, Earl, was beginning to supersede the Saxon name Alderman. Of these he entrusted the 2 Anglo-Danish earldoms, Northumbria and East Anglia, to men of Danish blood, while he gave Wessex and Mercia to 2 Englishmen who had served him faithfully, the Earls Godwin and Leofric. The confidence in the loyalty of his English subjects which Canute displayed was very marked. He sent home to Denmark the whole of his army, save a bodyguard of 2,000 or 3,000 housecarls, or personal retainers, and did not divide up the lands of England among them. He kept many Englishmen about his person, and even sent them as bishops or royal officers to Denmark, a token of favour of which the Danes did not altogether approve. He endeavoured to connect himself with the old English royal house by marrying Emma of Normandy, the widow of King Ethelred, though she was somewhat older than himself. So Canute's younger children were the half-brothers of Ethelred's. Canute gave England the peace which she had not known since the death of Edgar, for no one dared to stir up war against a king who was not only Lord of Britain, but ruled all the lands of the Northmen, as far as Iceland and the Faroes, and the outlying Danish towns in Ireland. The Welsh and Scots served Canute as they had served Aethelstan and Edgar, and were his obedient vassals. In reward for the services of Malcolm of Scotland, Canute gave him the district of Lothian, the northern half of Bernicia, to hold as his vassal. This was the first piece of English-speaking land that any Scottish king ruled, and it was from thence that the English tongue and manners afterwards spread over the whole of the lowlands beyond the Tweed. The rapid recovery of prosperity which followed on Canute's strong and able government is the best testimony to his wisdom. The wording of the code of laws which he promulgated is a witness to his good heart and excellent purposes. His subjects loved him well, and many tales survive to show their belief in his sagacity, such as the well-known story of his rebuke to the flattering courtiers who ascribed to him omnipotence by the incoming waves of Southampton water. Canute died in 1035, before he had much passed the boundary of middle age. He left 2 sons, Harold and Harthacanute, the former the child of a concubine, the latter the offspring of Queen Emma. With his death, his empire broke up, for Norway revolted, and the Danes of Denmark chose Harthacanute as their king, while those of England preferred the bastard Harold. Only Godwin, the great Earl of Wessex, declared for Harthacanute and made England south of the Thames swear allegiance to him. So Harold reigned for a space in Northumbria and Mercia, while Denmark and Wessex obeyed his younger brother. The 2 sons of Canute were rough, godless, unscrupulous young men, and hated each other bitterly, for each thought the other had robbed him of a part of his rightful heritage. Moreover, Harold enraged Harthacanute by catching and slaying his elder half-brother, Alfred, the son of Ethelred and Emma, whom he enticed over to England by fair words, and then murdered by blinding him with hot irons. After a space, Harold overran Wessex, which Earl Godwin surrendered to him, because Harthacanute sent no aid from Denmark, where he tarried overlong. But just after he had been saluted as ruler of all England, Harold died, and his realm fell to his absent brother. Harthacanute came over with a large army and took possession of the land. He ruled ill for the short space of his life. It was with horror that men saw him exhume his half-brother's corpse and cast it into a ditch. He raised great taxes to support his Danish army and dealt harshly with those who did not pay him promptly. But just as all England was growing panic-stricken at his tyranny, he died suddenly. He was celebrating the marriage of one of his followers, Osgood Clapa, at the Thanes Manor of Clapham in Surrey, when, as he raised the wine-cup to drink the bridegroom's health, he fell back in an apoplectic fit and never spoke again. 1042. The English Witan had now before them the task of choosing a new king. Canute's house was extinct, and with it died all chance of the perpetuation of a northern empire in which England and Denmark should be united. It was natural that the council should cast their eyes back on the old royal house of Alfred, for its eldest member was at this time in England. Harthacanute had called over from Normandy Edward, his mother's second son by King Ethelred, the younger brother of that Etheling Alfred whom Harold had murdered 5 years before. It was with little hesitation, therefore, that the Witan, led by Earl Godwin, the greatest of the rulers of the realm, elected Edward to fill the vacant throne. The prince's virtues were already known and esteemed, and his failings had yet to be learned.
Edward was now a man of middle age, mild, pious, and well-meaning, but wanting in strength and vigor, and needing some strong arm on which to lean. He had spent his whole youth in Normandy at the court of Duke Richard, his mother's brother, and had almost forgotten England and the English tongue during his long exile. Just as Canute had become an Englishman, so Edward had become, for all intents and purposes, a Norman. End of section 6. Section 7 of A History of England. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. A History of England by Charles Oman. Chapter 5. The Days of Canute and Edward the Confessor. Part 2. During the first few years of his reign in England, the new king was entirely in the hands of Godwin, the great Earl of Wessex. He married the Thane's daughter, Edith, and entrusted him with the greater part of the administration of the realm. But Edward and Godwin were not likely to remain friends. There were several causes of dispute between them. The most important was the fact that the king secretly believed that Godwin had been a consenting party to the murder of his brother Alfred by King Harold. But the most obvious was Godwin's dislike for the Norman favorites of the king. For Edward sent for all the friends of his youth from Normandy and gave them high preferment in England, making Robert of Jumièges Archbishop of Canterbury, and bestowing bishoprics on other Norman priests, and an earldom on Rolf of Mance, his nephew. He also showed high favour to two more of his continental kinsmen, Eustace, Count of Boulogne, and William the Bastard, the reigning Duke of Normandy. William declared that Edward had even promised to leave the crown of England to him at his death, and it is possible that the king may have expressed some such wish, but he had not the power to carry it out, for the election of the English kings lay with the Witan, and not with the reigning sovereign. The troubles of Edward's reign began in 1050, starting from a chance affray at Dover. Eustace of Boulogne was landing to pay a visit to the king when some of his followers fell into a quarrel with some of the citizens. Men were slain on both sides, and the count was chased out of town with hue and cry. The king took this ill and bade Godwin, in whose earldom Dover lay, to punish the men who had insulted his noble kinsman. But Godwin refused, saying, what was true enough, that the count's followers were to blame, and the burghers in the right. Edward was angry at the earl's disobedience, and called to him in arms those of the English nobles who were jealous of Godwin, especially Leofric, the Earl of Mercia, and Siward, the Earl of Northumbria. Godwin also gathered a host of men at Wessex, and it seemed that civil war would begin. But the earl was unwilling to fight the king, and when the Witan outlawed him, he fled overseas to Flanders with his sons, Harold, Swegen, and Tostig. Edward then fell entirely into the hands of his Norman favourites. He sent his wife, Godwin's daughter, to a nunnery, and disgraced all who had any kinship with the exiled earl. But the governance of the Norman courtiers was hateful to the English, and when Godwin and his sons came back a year later and sailed up the Thames with a great fleet, The whole land was well pleased. No one would fight against him, and the Norman bishops and knights about the king's person had to fly in haste to save their lives. Then the Witan in-lawed Godwin again, and Edward was obliged to give him back his ancient place, 1052. So the great Earl once more ruled England, holding Wessex himself, while his second son, Harold, ruled as Earl in East Anglia, and his third son, Tostig, became the king's favourite companion, though he was a reckless, cruel man, very unlike the mild and pious Edward. The House of Godwin kept a firm control over the realm during the last 14 years of Edward's reign. When Godwin died suddenly at a great feast at Winchester, his son Harold succeeded both to his earldom of Wessex and to his preponderant power in England. The years of Harold's governance were on the whole a time of prosperity, for he was a busy, capable man, much liked by all the English of the south, though the Mercians and Northumbrians did not love him so well. Harold knew how to make the authority of the King of England over his smaller neighbours respected. It was during his tenure of power that Siward, Earl of Northumbria, was sent into Scotland to put down Macbeth, the Lord of Moray, who had murdered King Duncan and seized his crown. Siward slew Macbeth in battle at Lumpingham, and restored to the throne of Scotland Malcolm, the eldest son of the late king, 1054. A little later, Harold himself took the field to put down Griffith, the King of North Wales, who had risen in rebellion. He drove the Welsh up into the crags of Snowdon, and besieged them there till they slew their own king, and laid his head at the Earl's feet. It was somewhere about this time that a misfortune fell upon Harold. He was sailing in the Channel when a storm arose and drove his ship ashore on the coast of Ponthieu, near the Somme mouth. Wido, the Count of Ponthieu, an unscrupulous and avaricious man, threw the Earl into prison and held him to ransom. But William, Duke of Normandy, who was Wido's feudal superior, delivered him from bonds and brought him to his court at Rouen. Harold abode with the Duke for some time, half as a guest, half as hostage, for William would not let him depart. He went on an expedition against Brittany with the Normans, and received knighthood at the Duke's hands. After a time, he was told that he might return home if he would engage to use all his endeavours to get William elected King of England at the death of Edward. The Duke said that he had gained such a promise from Edward himself, and thought he could make sure of the prize with Harold's aid. Thus tempted, the Earl consented to swear this unwise and unjust oath, and in the presence of the whole Norman court vowed to aid William's candidature. When he had sworn, the Duke showed him that the shrine on which he had pledged his faith was full of the bones of all the saints of Normandy, which had been secretly collected to make the oath more solemn. So Harold returned to England, and, as it would appear, soon forgot his oath altogether, or thought of it only as extorted by force and fear. He had anxieties enough to distract his mind to other subjects. First, Mercia gave trouble because Elfgar, the son of Earl Leofric, was jealous of Harold's predominance in the realm. He twice took to arms and was twice outlawed for treason. Nevertheless, Harold confirmed his son Edwin in the possession of the Mercian earldom. Next, Northumbria broke out into armed rebellion. The king had made his favourite, Tostig, Harold's younger brother, Earl of the great northern province, when the aged Siward, the conqueror of Macbeth, died. But Tostig ruled so harshly and so unjustly that the Anglo-Danes of Yorkshire rose in rebellion, put Morcar, the son of Elfgar of Mercia, at their head, and drove Tostig away. When Harold investigated the matter, he found that Tostig was so much in the wrong that he advised the king to banish his brother and to confirm Morcar in the Northumbrian earldom. This resolve, though just and upright, weakened Harold's hold on the land, for Mercia and Northumbria were thus put in the hands of the two brothers, Edwin and Morcar, who worked together in all things, and were jealous of the great Earl of Wessex, in spite of his kindly dealings with them. 1065. Less than a year after Tostig's deposition, King Edward died. The English mourned him greatly, for in spite of his weakness and his tendency to favour the Normans overmuch, he was an upright, kindly, well-intentioned man whom none could hate or despise. Moreover, his sincere piety made the English revere him as a saint. It was said that he had divine revelations vouchsafed to him, and that St. Peter had once appeared to him in a vision and given him a ring. It is at any rate certain that he built the Abbey of Westminster in St. Peter's honour, and lavished on it a very rich endowment. The English looked back to Edward's reign as a kind of golden age in the evil times that followed, and worshipped him as a saint. But the good governance of the realm owed far more to Godwin and Harold than to the gentle, unworldly king. On Edward's death, the Witan had to choose them a king. The next heir of the house of Alfred was a child, Edgar the Atheling, the great-nephew of the deceased monarch. He was only 10 years of age, and there was no precedent for electing so young a boy to rule England. Outside the royal line, there were two persons who were known to desire the crown. The first was the man who had for all practical purposes governed England for the last 14 years, Earl Harold of Wessex, the late king's brother-in-law. The other was William the Norman. It was said that Edward had once promised to use his influence in his Norman cousin's favour, but it is certain that on his deathbed he recommended Harold to the assembled thanes and bishops. The Witan did not waver for a minute in their decision. They chose Harold, and he accepted the crown without any show of hesitation. Yet it was certain that his elevation would bring on him the bitter jealousy of the young earls of Mercia and Northumbria, who regarded themselves as his equals in every respect. It was equally clear that William of Normandy, who had counted on Harold's assistance in his candidature for the throne, would vent his wrath and disappointment on the new king's head. January 1066. Harold attempted to conciliate the sons of Elfgar by paying them every attention in his power, and by marrying their sister, Ealdgyth. But to appease the stern Duke of Normandy he knew was impossible, and he looked for nothing but war from that quarter. Indeed, he was hardly mounted on the throne before William sent over ambassadors to formally bid him fulfill his oath and resign the crown, or take the consequences. It need hardly be added that Harold replied that the Witan's choice was his mandate, and that his oath had been extorted by force. The Duke of Normandy was firmly resolved to assert his baseless claim to the throne by force of arms. He had a large treasure and many bold vassals, but he knew that his own strength was insufficient for such an enterprise as the invasion of England. Accordingly, he proclaimed his purpose all over Western Europe, and offered lands and spoil in England to every adventurer who would take arms in his cause. William's military reputation was so great that he was able to enlist thousands of mercenaries from France, Brittany, Flanders, and Aquitaine. Of the great army that he mustered at the port of St. Valery, only 1/3 were native Normans. William took 6 months for his preparation. He had to build a fleet, since Harold had a navy able to keep the Channel, and to beat up every freelance that could be hired to take service with him. Nor did he neglect to add spiritual weapons to temporal. He won over the Pope to give his blessing on the invasion of England, because Harold had broken the oath he had sworn on the bones of all the saints, and had become a perjurer. There were other reasons for Pope Alexander's dislike of the English. Stigand, Harold's Archbishop of Canterbury, had acknowledged an anti-pope, and Rome never forgave schism. Moreover, the house of Godwin had not been friendly to the monks, but had been patrons of Dunstan's old foes, the secular canons. Alexander, therefore, sent William his blessing, and a consecrated banner to be unfurled when he should land in England. Hearing of William's vast preparations, Harold arrayed a fleet to guard the narrow seas, and bade the fyrd of all England to be ready to muster on the Sussex coast. He was prepared to defend himself, and only wondered at the delay in his adversary's sailing, a delay which was caused by northwesterly winds, which kept the Normans storm-bound. Suddenly there came to Harold disastrous and unexpected news from the north. His exiled brother Tostig had chosen this moment to do him an ill turn. He had gone to the north and persuaded Harald Hardrada, the King of Norway, to invade England. Hardrada was the greatest Viking that ever existed, the most celebrated adventurer by sea and land of his age. When Tostig offered him the plunder of England, he took ship with all his host and descended on Northumbria. Morcar, the young earl of that region, came out to meet him with his brother Edwin at his side, but Hardrada defeated them with fearful slaughter before the gates of York and took the city. When Harold of England heard this news, he was constrained to leave the south and risk the chance of William's landing unopposed. He took with him his housecarls, the great band of his personal retainers, and marched in haste on York, picking up the levies of the Midland shires on the way. So rapidly did Harold move that he caught the Northmen quite unprepared, and came upon them at Stamford Bridge, close to York, when they least expected him. There he defeated the invaders in a great battle. Its details, unfortunately, are lost, for the noble Norwegian saga that gives the story of Hardrada's fall was written too long after to be trusted as good history. It tells how the English king rode forward to the invading army, and calling to his brother, offered him pardon and a great earldom. But Tostig asked what his friend Harold of Norway should receive. 7 feet of English earth, seeing that he is taller than other men, answered Harold of England. Then Tostig cried aloud that he would never desert those who had helped him in his day of need, and the fight began. We know that both the rebel earl and the Norse king fell, that the raven banner of the Vikings was taken, and that the remnant only of their host escaped. It is said that they came in 300 ships and fled in 24. Harold of England was celebrating his victory at York by a great feast a few nights after the Battle of Stamford Bridge, when a message was brought him that William of Normandy had crossed the Channel and landed in Sussex with 100,000 men at his back. Harold hurried southward with his housecarls, bidding the Earls Eadwin and Morcar bring on the levies of Mercia and Northumbria to his aid as fast as they might. But the envious sons of Elfgar betrayed their brother-in-law and followed so slowly that they never overtook him. Harold marched rapidly on London and gathered up the fyrd of East Anglia, Kent, and Wessex, so that he reached the coast with a considerable army, though it was one far inferior in numbers to William's vast host. Not a man from Mercia or Northumbria was with him, but the levies of the southern shires, where the house of Godwin was so well loved, were present in full force. William had now been on shore some 10 or 12 days, and had built himself a great entrenched camp at Hastings. But the King of England, as befitted the commander of the smaller host, came to act on the defensive, not on the offensive. He took post on the hill of Senlac, where Battle Abbey now stands, and arrayed his army in a good position, strengthened with palisades. He resolved to accept battle, though his brother Gurth and many others of his council bade him wait till Eadwin and Morcar should come up with the men of the north, and meanwhile to sweep the land clear of provisions and starve out William's army. The Norman Duke desired nothing more than a pitched battle. He knew that he was superior in numbers, and believed that he could outgeneral his adversary. When he heard that Harold had halted at Senlac, he broke up his camp at Hastings and marched inland. The English were found all on foot, for they had not yet learnt to fight on horseback. Drawn up in one thick line on the hillside around the dragon banner of Wessex and the standard of the fighting man, which was Harold's private ensign. The king's housecarls, sheathed in complete mail and armed with the two-handed Danish axe, were formed round the banners. On each flank were the levies of the shires, an irregular mass where well-armed thanes and yeomen were mixed with their poorer neighbours, who bore rude clubs and instruments of husbandry as their sole weapons. William's army was marshalled in a different way. The flower of the Duke's host was his cavalry, and the Norman knights were the best horse soldiery in Europe. His army was drawn up in 3 great bodies, the 2 wings composed of his French, Flemish, and Breton mercenaries, the center of the native Normans. In each body, the mounted men were preceded by a double line of archers and troops on foot. The 2 hosts joined in close combat, and for some hours the fighting was indecisive. Neither the arrows of the Norman bowmen nor the charges of their knights could break the English line of battle. The invaders were driven back again and again, and the axes of the men of Harold made cruel gaps in their ranks, cleaving man and horse with their fearful blows. At last William bade his knights draw off for a space, and bade the archers only continue the combat. He trusted that the English, who had no bowmen on their side, would find the rain of arrows so insupportable that they would at last break their line and charge to drive off their tormentors. Nor was he wrong. After standing unmoved for some time, the English could no longer contain themselves, and in spite of their king's orders and entreaties, the shire levies on the wings rushed down the hill in wild rage and fell upon the Normans. When they were scattered by their fiery charge, the Duke let loose his horsemen upon them, and the disorderly masses were ridden down and slain or driven from the field. The housecarls of Harold still stood firm around the 2 standards, from which they had not moved, but the rest of the English army was annihilated. Then William led his host against this remnant, a few thousand warriors only, but the pick of Harold's army. Formed in an impenetrable ring, the king's guards held out till nightfall, in spite of constant showers of arrows, alternating with desperate cavalry charges. But Harold himself was mortally wounded by an arrow in the eye, and one by one all his retainers fell around him, till as the sun was setting, the Normans burst through the broken shield wall, hewed down the English standards, and pierced the dying king with many thrusts. With Harold there fell his 2 brothers Gurth and Leofwin, his uncle Elfwig, most of the thanehood of Wessex, and the whole of his heroic band of housecarls. End of section 7.
Section 8 of A History of England. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. A History of England by Charles Oman. Chapter 6. The Norman Conquest, 1066 to 1087. Part 1.
William pitched his tents among the dead and dying, where the English standards had stood. Next day he could judge of the greatness of his success, and see that the English army had been well nigh annihilated. He vowed to build a great church on the spot in memory of his victory, and kept his resolve, as Battle Abbey shows to this day. At first he wished to cast out his fallen rival's body on the seashore as that of a perjurer and an enemy of the Church, but better counsels prevailed, and he finally permitted the canons of Waltham to bury Harold's corpse in holy ground. It is said that no one was able to identify the king among the heaps of stripped and mutilated slain, except Edith with the swan's neck, a lady whom he had loved and left in earlier days. William expected to encounter further resistance, and marched slowly and cautiously on London by a somewhat circuitous route, crossing the Thames as high up as Wallingford. But he met no enemy. Dover, Canterbury, Winchester, and other cities of the south yielded themselves up to him. In fact, Wessex had been so hard hit by the slaughter at Hastings that scarce a thane of note survived to organize resistance. Every grown-up man of Godwin's house had fallen, and of the whole race there remained but 2 young children of Harold's. Meanwhile, the Witan met at London to elect a new king. The 2 sons of Elfgar, whose treacherous sloth had ruined England, had hoped that one of them might be chosen to receive the crown. But their conduct had been observed and noted, and rather than take Edwin or Morcar as lord, the Witan chose the last heir of the house of Alfred, the boy Edgar, great-nephew to St. Edward. This choice was hopelessly bad when a victorious enemy was thundering at the gates. Edwin and Morcar disbanded their levies and went home in wrath to their earldoms. The south could raise no second army to replace that which had fallen at Hastings, and when William pressed on toward London, the followers of Edgar gave up the contest. As he lay at Berkhamsted, the chief men of London and Eldred, the Archbishop of York, came out to him and offered to take him as lord and master. So he entered the city and was crowned on Christmas Day, 1066, after he had been duly elected in the old English fashion. A strange accident attended the coronation. When the Archbishop Eldred proposed William's name to the assembly, and the loud shout of assent was given, the Norman soldiery without thought that a riot was beginning, and cut down some of the spectators and fired some houses before they discovered their mistake. So William's reign began as it was to continue, in blood and fire. Edwin and Morcar and the rest of the English nobles soon did homage to William, but the realm was only half subdued, for, save in the southeast, where the whole manhood of the land had been cut off at Hastings, the English had submitted more for want of leaders and union than because they regarded themselves as conquered. It remained to be seen how the new king would deal with his realm, whether he would make himself well loved by his subjects, as Canute had done, or whether he would become a tyrant and oppressor. William, though stern and cruel, was a man politic and just according to his lights. He wished to govern England in law and order, and not to maltreat the natives. But he was in an unfortunate position. He knew nothing of the customs and manners of the English, and could not understand a word of their language. Moreover, he could not, like Canute, send away his foreign army and rely on the loyalty of the people of the land, for his army was a rabble of mercenaries drawn from many realms outside his own duchy, and he had promised them land and sustenance in England when they enlisted beneath his banner. Accordingly, he had to begin by declaring the estates of all who had fought at Hastings, from Harold the King down to the smallest freeholder, as forfeited to the crown. This put 5/6 of the countryside in Wessex, Essex, Kent, and East Anglia into the king's hands. These vast tracts of land were distributed among the Norman, French, Flemish, and Breton soldiery in greater and smaller shares, to be held by feudal tenure of knight service from the king's hands. In the rest of England, those of the native landholders who had not fought at Hastings were allowed to buy back their lands. That is, they paid William a fine, made him a formal surrender of their estates, and then received them back from him under the new feudal obligations, becoming tenants-in-chief of the crown, agreeing to hold their manors directly from the king as his personal dependents and vassals. So there was no longer any land in England held by the old German freehold tenure, where every man was the sole proprietor of his own soil. If things had stopped here, northern England would have remained in the hands of the old landholders, while southern England passed away to Norman lords. But the rapacious followers of the conqueror were soon to get foot in the north also. William went back to Normandy in 1067, leaving his brother Otto, Bishop of Bayeux, regent in his stead. The moment that he was gone, the new settlers began to treat the English with a contempt and cruelty which they had not dared to show in their master's presence, and Otto rather encouraged than rebuked them. There followed the natural result, a widespread rising in those parts of England which had not yet felt the Norman sword. Unfortunately for themselves, the English rose with no general plan and with no unity of purpose, every district fighting for its own hand. The western counties sent for the two sons of Harold, who came to Exeter, and were there saluted as hereditary chiefs of Wessex. But in Northumbria, the insurgents proclaimed the Etheling Edgar as king, and in Mercia there arose a thane, Eadric the Wild, who was descended from the wicked Eadric Streona, and wished to reassert hereditary claims to his ancestors' earldom. William immediately returned to England and attacked the rebels. They gave each other no aid. Each district was subdued without receiving any succor from its neighbor. William first marched against Exeter, took it after a long siege, and drove the young sons of Harold oversea to Ireland. Then he moved into Mercia and chased Eadric the Wild into Wales, clearing Gloucestershire and Worcestershire of insurgents. The north made a perfunctory submission, and a Norman earl, Robert of Comines, was set over it. These abortive insurrections led to much confiscation of landed property in the west and north, which was at once portioned out among William's military retainers. 1068. But there was hard fighting to follow. In the spring of 1069, a second and more serious rising broke out in Northumbria. The insurgents took Durham, slew Earl Robert, and sent to ask the aid of the kings of Scotland and Denmark. They were headed by Waltheof, Earl of Northampton and Huntingdon, the son of that Siward who had conquered Macbeth. Both the monarchs who had been asked for aid consented to join the rebels. Malcolm Canmore of Scotland had married Margaret, the sister of the Etheling Edgar, and thought himself bound to aid his brother-in-law. Sweyn of Denmark, on the other hand, had hopes of the English crown, to which, as Canute's successor, he thought he might lay some claim. Waltheof and his army ere long took York and killed or captured the whole Norman garrison. But after this success, the allies drifted apart. Sweyn did not care to make Edgar King of England, and Edgar's party were angry with the Danes for ravaging and plundering on their own account. When William came up against York with a great host, the Danes took to their ships and left the English unaided. William was too strong for the Northumbrians. He routed them, retook York, and then set to work to punish the country for its twice-repeated rebellion. He harried the whole of the fertile Yorkshire plain, from the Humber to the Tees, with fire and sword. The entire population was slain, starved, or driven away. Many fled to Scotland and settled there. Others took to the woods and lived like savages. Several years passed before anyone ventured forth again to till the wasted lands, and when the great Doomsday Book was compiled nearly 20 years after, it recorded that Yorkshire was still an almost unpeopled wilderness. While William was venting his wrath on the unfortunate Northumbrians, the Danish king, instead of aiding the insurgents, sailed up the Nen to Peterborough and sacked its great abbey, the pride of the Fenland. This act completely ruined the already failing cause of the English, who would not trust the Danes any longer. Meanwhile, William marched at midwinter through the snow-covered heights of the Peakland, from York to Chester, to crush out the last smouldering fires of the insurrection on the North Welsh border. Cheshire and Shropshire bowed before him, and there was then nothing left of the English hosts save a few scattered bands of fugitives. Waltheof, the leader of the rebellion, submitted to the king, and to the surprise of all men, was pardoned and restored to his earldom. The Danes returned to Denmark, bribed by William to depart, 1070. But the last remnants of the English gathered themselves together in the Fenland under Hereward the Wake, a Lincolnshire man, the most active and undaunted warrior of his day. Hereward fortified himself in an entrenched camp on the Isle of Ely, in the heart of the fens, and defied the king to reduce him. For more than a year he held his own and beat off every attack, though William brought up thousands of men and built vast causeways across the marshes in order to approach Hereward's camp of refuge. It was at this moment, when the Isle of Ely was the only spot in England that was not in William's hands, that the foolish and selfish Earls Edwin and Morcar thought proper to rebel and take arms against the Normans. They had long lost all influence even among their own followers, and were crushed with ease. Edwin fell in a skirmish. Morcar escaped almost alone to Hereward's camp. Soon afterwards that stronghold fell, betrayed to William by the monks of Ely, 1071. Hereward escaped, but most of his followers were captured. The king blinded or mutilated many of them. and put Morcar in close prison for the rest of his life. But he offered pardon to Hereward as he had to Waltheof, for he loved an open foe. The last of the English accepted his terms and was given some estates in Warwickshire, and is found serving with William's army in France a year later. The English never rose again. Their spirit was crushed. Ruined by their own disunion and by the selfishness of their leaders, they felt unable to cope any longer with the stern King William. Any trouble that he met in his later years was not due to native rebellions, but to the turbulence and disloyalty of his own Norman followers. Those of the English who could not bear the yoke patiently fled to foreign lands, many to the court of Scotland, where Queen Margaret, the sister of the Atheling Edgar, made them welcome. Some even as far as Constantinople to enlist in the Varangian Guard of the Eastern Emperor. In the 15 years that followed, William recast the whole fabric of the English society and constitution, changing the realm into a feudal monarchy of the continental type. Even before the conquest, the tendency of the day had been towards feudalism, as is shown by the excessive predominance of the great earls in the days of Ethelred the Ill-counselled and Edward the Confessor, and by the decreasing importance of the smaller freeholders. As early as Edgar's time, a law bade all men below the rank of thane to find themselves a lord, who should be responsible for them. That is, to commend themselves to one of their greater neighbours by a tie of personal homage. But the old English tie of vassalage, though it placed the small freeholders in personal dependence on the thanes, left them their land as their own, and allowed a man to transfer his allegiance from one lord to another. When, however, the English thanehood had fallen on Senlac Hill, or had lost their manors for joining in the rebellion of 1069, the condition of their former dependence was much changed for the worse. The Norman knights who replaced the thanes knew only the continental form of feudal tenure, where the land, as well as the personal obedience of the vassal, was deemed to belong to the lord. So the English churls, who had been the owners of their own land, though they did homage to some thane for their persons, were reduced to the lower condition of villenage. That is, they were regarded as tilling the lord's land as tenants, and receiving it from him in return for a rent in service, or in money due to him. And instead of the land being considered to belong to the farmer was now considered to belong to the land. That is, he was bound to remain on it and till it, unless his lord gave him permission to depart, being glebae ascriptus, bound to the soil, though he could not, on the other hand, be dispossessed of his farm or sold away like a slave. The condition of the villain was at its worst in William's reign, because the burden was newly imposed, and because the Norman masters, who had just taken possession of the English manors, were foreigners, who did not comprehend a word of their tenants' speech, or understand their customs and habits. They felt nothing but contempt for the conquered race, whom they regarded as mere barbarians. And hard as was the letter of the feudal law, they made it worse by adding insult to mere oppression. They crushed their vassals by incessant tallages or demands for money over and above the rent in money or service that was due, and allowed their Norman stewards and underlings to maltreat the peasantry as much as they chose. It should be remembered also that, evil though the plight of the villain might be, there were others even more unhappy than he, since there were many among the peasantry who were actually slaves and could be bought and sold like cattle. These were the class who represented the original theos, or slaves of the Old English social system. End of section 8.
Section 9 of A History of England. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. A History of England by Charles Oman, Chapter 6, The Norman Conquest, 1066 to 1087, Part 2.
Feudalism, then, so far as it meant the complete subjection of the peasant, both in body and land, to the lord of his manor, was perfected in England by the Norman Conquest. There was another aspect of the feudal system, as it existed on the continent, which England was fortunate enough to escape. The crowning misery of the other lands of Western Europe was that the king's power in them had grown so weak that he could not protect his subjects against the earls and barons, who were their immediate lords. In France, for example, the king could not exercise the simplest royal rights in the land of his greater vassals, such as the Duke of Normandy or the Count of Anjou. All regal functions, from the coining of money to the holding of courts of justice, had passed to the great vassals. Even when a count or duke rebelled and declared war against the king, his liegemen were considered bound to follow their master and take part in his treason. Now William was determined that this abuse should never take root in England. He was careful not to allow any of his subjects to grow too strong. In distributing the lands of England, he invariably scattered the possessions of each of his followers, so that no one man had any great district entirely in his hands. He gave his favorites land in 8 or 10 different counties, but in each they only possessed a fraction of the whole. There were only 3 exceptions to this rule. He created Palatine earls in Cheshire, Shropshire, and Durham, who had the whole shire in their hands and were allowed to hold their own courts of justice and raise the taxation of the district, like the counts of the continent. These exceptional grants were made because they were frontier shires, and the earls were intended to be bulwarks against the king's enemies. Chester and Shropshire against the Welsh, and Durham against the Scots. In the rest of England, the king kept the local government entirely in his own hands, using the sheriffs, shire reeves, who had existed since the early days of the kings of Wessex, as his deputies. It was the sheriff who raised the taxes, led the military levy of the shire to war, and presided in the courts of law of the district. The sheriffs, whom the king nominated as men whom he could completely trust, were the chief check on the earls and barons. Their office was not hereditary. They were purely dependent on the king, and he displaced them at his pleasure. By their means, William kept the government of England entirely in his own hands, and never allowed his greater vassals to trench upon his royal rights. William also enunciated a most important doctrine which clashed with the continental theory of feudalism. He insisted that every man's duty to the king outweighed that to his immediate feudal suzerain. If any lord opposed the king and bade his vassals follow him, the vassals would be committing high treason if they consented to do so. Their allegiance to the crown was more binding than that which they owed to their local baron or earl. Although, then, the Norman conquest turned England into a feudal hierarchy, where the villain did homage to the knight to the earl to the king, yet the strength of the royal power gained rather than lost by the change. William was far more the master of his barons than was St. Edward of his great earls like Godwin or Siward. And this was not merely owing to the fact that William was a strong and Edward a weak man, but much more to the new political arrangements of the realm. William never allowed an earl to rule more than one shire, while Godwin or Leofric had ruled 6 or 7. William's sheriffs were a firm check on the local magnates, while Edward's had been no more than the king's local bailiffs. Moreover, there were many counties where William made no earl at all, and where his sheriff was therefore the sole representative of authority. The kingly power, too, was as much strengthened in the central as in the local government. The Saxon Witan had represented the nation as opposed to the king. It had an existence independent of him, and we have seen it even depose kings. The Norman Great Council, on the other hand, which superseded the Witan, was simply the assembly of the king's vassals, called up by him to give him advice, though the class of persons summoned to it was much the same as those who had appeared at the Witan, bishops, earls, and so forth. Yet they now came not as the wise men of England, but as the king's personal vassals, his tenants in chief. All who held land directly from the crown might appear if they chose, but as a matter of fact, it was only the greater men who came. The knights and other small freeholders would not, as a rule, visit an assembly where their importance was small and their advice was not asked. William's hand was felt almost as much by the church as by the state. He began clearing away one after another all the English bishops. Wulfstan of Worcester, a simple old man of very holy life, was ere long the sole survivor of the old hierarchy. Their places were filled by Normans and other foreigners, the primatial seat of Canterbury being placed in the hands of Lanfranc of Pavia, a learned Italian monk who had long been a royal chaplain and had afterwards been made abbot of Bec. He was always the best and most merciful of the king's counsellors. William and Lanfranc brought England into closer touch with the continental church than had been known in the earlier days. This was but natural when we remember that it was with the Pope's blessing and under his consecrated banner that the land had been conquered. The new Norman bishops continued Dunstan's old policy of favouring the monks at the expense of the secular clergy, and of establishing everywhere strict rules of clerical discipline. Their stern asceticism was not without its use. for the English clergy had of late grown somewhat lax in life and unspiritual and worldly in their aims. It was with Lanfranc's aid that William took a step in the organization of the Church that was destined to be a sore trouble to his successors in later days. Hitherto, offences against the law of the Church had been tried in the secular courts, and this was not felt to be a grievance by the clergy, because the bishops and abbots both sat in the witan and attended the meetings of the local shire courts where such offences, bigamy, for example, or perjury, or witchcraft, or heresy, were tried. But William and Lanfranc now gave the bishops separate church courts of their own, and withdrew the inquiry into all ecclesiastical cases from the king's court. Though William did not grasp the fact, he was thus erecting an institution which might easily turn against the royal power, as the ecclesiastical judges in their new courts were not under the control of the crown, and had no reason to consult the king's interests. But in William's own time the church courts gave no trouble, for they had not yet learnt their power, and the bishops dreaded the king's arm too much to offend him. For William was no slave of the Church. When Pope Gregory VII bade him do homage to the papacy for his English crown, because he had won England under the papal blessing, he sturdily refused. He announced also that he would outlaw any cleric who carried appeals or complaints to Rome without his permission, and he forbade the clergy to excommunicate any one of his knights for any ecclesiastical offence, unless the royal permission were first obtained. We have already mentioned the fact that in the last 15 years of his reign, William had little or no trouble with his English subjects. But his life was far from being an easy one. He had both foreign enemies to meet and a turbulent baronage to keep down. Many of the new earls and barons were not born subjects of William, but Flemings, French, or Bretons, who looked upon him as merely the chief partner in their common enterprise of the conquest of England. Even among the Normans themselves, many were turbulent and disloyal. Within 10 years of the conquest, the king had to take arms against a rebellion of some of his own followers. Ralph, Earl of Norfolk, and Roger, Earl of Hereford, took counsel against him and tried to enlist in their plot Waltheof, the last surviving English earl. "Let one of us be king, and the 2 others great dukes, and so rule all England," was their suggestion to him when they gathered all their friends together under the pretense of Earl Ralph's marriage feast. Waltheof refused to join the rebellion, but thought himself in honour bound not to disclose the conspiracy to the king. When the 2 earls took arms, they soon found that William was too strong for them. Ralph fled over sea. Roger was taken and imprisoned for life. Of their followers, some were blinded and some banished, but the hardest measure was dealt out to Earl Waltheof, whose only crime had been his silence. William was anxious to get rid of the last great English territorial magnate. He tried Waltheof for treason before the Great Council, and when he was condemned, had him at once executed at Winchester, 1076. His earldoms of Northampton and Huntingdon were, however, allowed to pass to his daughter, who married a Norman, Simon of St. Lee. Some few years after the abortive rising of Rolf and Roger, the king found worse enemies in his own household. His eldest son and heir, Robert, began to importune him to grant him some of his lands to rule, and begged for the duchy of Normandy. But William was wroth and drove him away with words of sarcastic reproof. The headstrong young man fled from his father's court and took refuge with Philip, the French king, William's nominal suzerain. Supported by money and men from France, Robert made war upon his father and defeated him at the fight of Gerberas, 1079. Both father and son rode in the forefront of the battle. They met without knowing each other, and William was unhorsed and wounded by his son's lance. Only the courage of an English thane, Tokig of Wallingford, who gave his horse to his fallen master and received a mortal wound while helping him to make off, saved William from death. It must be added that Robert was deeply moved when he learnt how near he had been to slaying his own father, and then he immediately after sought pardon and received it. But he had lost the first place in the king's heart, which was given to his second son, William, whose fidelity was always unshaken. Robert was not the only kinsman of the conqueror who justly incurred his wrath. His brother, Bishop Otto, angered him sorely by his cruel and oppressive treatment of Northumbria, and still more by raising a private army to make war overseas. William seized him and kept him shut up in prison as long as he lived. Disputes with foreign powers also arose to vex William's later years. In 1084, Canute, King of Denmark, threatened to invade the island, and such a heavy Danegelt was raised to pay the mercenary army which the king levied against him, that it is said that no such grievous tax had ever before been raised in England. Yet Canute never came, being slain by his own people ere he sailed. Less threatening, but more perpetually troublesome than the danger of Danish invasion, were William's broils with Philip of France, who even in time of peace was always stirring up strife. But Philip, though nominally ruler of all France, was practically too weak to cope with William, since his authority was quietly disregarded by most of the counts and dukes who owned him as liege lord. It was probably the difficulty that had been found in raising men and money to resist the expected Danish invasion of 1084 that led William to order the compilation of the celebrated Doomsday Book in 1085. This great statistical account of the condition of England was drawn up by commissioners sent down into every shire to make inquiry into its resources, population, and ownership. Therein was set down the name of every landholder, with the valuation of his manors and an account of the service and money due from him to the king. It did not give merely a rent roll of the estates, but a complete enumeration of the population, divided up by status into tenants-in-chief of the crown, subtenants who held under these greater landowners, burgesses of towns, free sokemen, villeins, and serfs of lower degrees. Under each manor was given not only the name of its present owner and its actual value, but also a notice of its proprietor in the time of King Edward the Confessor, and of its value at Edward's death. This enables us to form an exact estimate of the change in ownership of the lands of England brought about by the Conquest. We see that of the great English earls and magnates, Not a single one survived. All their lands had been confiscated and given away at one time or another. Of the thanes of lower degree, some still retained their land and had become the king's tenants-in-chief. Many had sunk into subtenants of a Norman baron instead of holding their estate directly from the crown. Still more had lost their heritage altogether. In some counties, especially in the southeast, where the whole thanehood had fallen at Hastings, hardly a single English proprietor survived. In others, such for example as Wiltshire or Nottingham, a large portion of the old owners remained, but on the whole we gather that 3/4 of the acreage of England must have changed masters between 1066 and 1085. We discover also that while some parts of England had suffered little in material prosperity from the troublous times of the Conquest, others had been completely ruined. Yorkshire shows the worst record, a result of William's cruel harrying of the land in 1070. Manor after manor is recorded as waste, and the whole county shows a population less by far than that of the small shire of Berks.
Having ascertained by the completion of the Domesday Book the exact names, status, and obligations of all the landowners of England,
William used his knowledge to bid them all come to the great moot of Salisbury in 1086, where every landed proprietor, whether tenant-in-chief or subtenant, did personal homage to the king, and swore to follow him in all wars, even against his own feudal superior, if need should so arise. 2 years after the compilation of the Domesday Survey, and 1 year after the great oath of Salisbury, the troubled and busy reign of William came to an end. The king died as he had lived, amid the alarms of war. He was always at odds with his suzerain, the King of France, since Philip had done him the evil turn of encouraging the rebellion of his son Robert. In 1087, William was lying ill at Rouen, when the report of a coarse jest that Philip had made on his increasing corpulence raised him in wrath from his sick bed. He headed in person a raid into France and sacked the town of Mantes, but while he was watching his men burn the place, the king came to deadly harm. His horse, singed by a blazing beam, reared and plunged so that William received severe internal injuries
from being thrown against the high pommel of his saddle.
He was borne back to Rouen and died there, deserted by well nigh all his knights and attendants, who had rushed off in haste when they saw his death draw near. Even his burial was unseemly. When his corpse was borne to the abbey at Caen, which he had founded, a certain knight withstood the funeral procession, crying that the ground where the abbey stood had been forcibly taken from him by the king, nor would he depart till the estimated value of the land had been paid over to him. Thus ended King William, a man prudent, untiring, and brave, and one who was pious and just, according to his own lights, for he governed church and state as one who deemed that he had an account to render for his deeds. But he was so unscrupulous in his ambition, so ruthless in sweeping away all who stood in his path, so much a stranger to pity and mercy, that he was feared rather than loved by his subjects, Norman as well as English. No man could pardon such acts as his harrying of Yorkshire, or forget his cruel forest laws, which inflicted death or mutilation on all who interfered with his royal pleasure of the chase. He loved the tall deer as if he was their father, it was said, and ill did it fare with the unhappy subject who came between him and his favored beasts. England has had many kings who were worse men than William the Bastard, but never one who brought her more sorrow, from the moment that he set foot on the shore of Sussex down to the day of his death. End of section 9, chapter 6, part 2.
Section 10 of A History of England. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. A History of England by Charles Oman, Chapter 7. William the Red, Henry I, Stephen, 1087 to 1154, Part 1.
The 80 years which followed the death of William the Conqueror were spent in the solution of the problem which he had left behind him. William had brought over to England two principles of conflicting tendency. The one, that of strong monarchical government, where everything depends on the king. The other, that of feudal anarchy. He himself had been able to control the turbulent horde of military adventurers among whom he had distributed the lands of England. But would his sons be equally successful? We have now to see how two strong-handed kings kept down the monster of feudal rebellion, how one weak king's reign sufficed to put the monarchy in the gravest danger, and how, finally, William's great-grandson quelled the unruly baronage so that it was never again a serious danger for the rest of England's national life. William had left behind him 3 sons. To Robert, the eldest, the rebel of 1079, he had bequeathed not the English crown, but his own ancient heritage of Normandy. William the Red, the second son, who had always been his father's loyal helper, was to be King of England. Henry, the youngest son, was left only a legacy of £5,000. The Conqueror would not parcel out his dominions any further, but said that his latest born was too capable a man not to make his own way in the world. William the Red hurried over to England the moment the breath was out of his father's body, and was duly crowned by Lanfranc, the Archbishop. But it was no easy heritage that he took up. The Conqueror's death was the instant signal for the outbreak of feudal anarchy. All the more turbulent of the Norman barons and bishops, headed by Odo of Bayeux, who had just been released from prison, took arms, garrisoned their castles, and began to harass their neighbors. They made it their pretext that Duke Robert, as the eldest son, ought to succeed his father in all his dominions. But their true reason for espousing his cause was that Robert was known to be a weak and shiftless personage, under whose rule every great man would be able to do whatever he might please. In order to defeat this rising, William the Red took the bold step of throwing himself upon the loyalty of the native English. He summoned out the militia of the shires, proclaiming that every man who did not follow his king to the field should be held nithing, a worthless coward, and promising that he would lighten his father's heavy yoke and rule with a gentle and merciful hand. The Fyrd turned out in unexpected strength and loyalty, and with its aid William put down all the Norman rebels and drove them out of the realm. Duke Robert, who had prepared to come to their aid, was too late and had to return to his duchy, foiled and shamed. William's promise that he would be a good and easy lord to his subjects was not kept for long. The new king was in all things an evil copy of his father. He had William's courage and ability, but none of his better moral qualities. He had no sense of justice and was not restrained by any religious scruples. He was indeed an open atheist and scoffed at all forms of religion, scornfully observing that he would become a Jew if it was made worth his while. Moreover, his private life was infamous, and no man who cared for honor or purity could abide at his court. Nevertheless, his government was far more tolerable than the anarchy of baronial rule would have been. If he sheared his subjects close himself, he took care that no one else should molest them, and one bad master is always better than many. Under him, England was cruelly taxed, and many isolated acts of oppression were committed. But he put down civil war, overcame his foreign enemies, and ruled victoriously for all his days. Of William's exploits, those which were the most profitable for the peace of England were his enterprises against the Scots and the Welsh. Malcolm Canmore, though he had done homage to William I, repeatedly led armies into England against William's son. In this first Scottish war, the Red King, though his fleet was destroyed by a storm, compelled Malcolm to submit and took from him the city of Carlisle and the district of Cumberland. This land, the southern half of the old Welsh principality of Strathclyde, had been tributary to the Scots ever since King Edmund granted it to Malcolm I in 945. It now became an English county and bishopric, and the border of England was fixed at the Solway, and no longer at the hills of the Lake District. 1092. Only a year later, the Scottish king again invaded England, but was slain at Alnwick. He ran into an ambush which the Earl of Northumberland laid for him, and fell. With him died his son Edward and the best of his knights. The Scottish crown passed, after much fighting and contention, to Edgar, Malcolm's second son by his English wife, Margaret, the sister of Edgar the Atheling. This prince, trained up by his pious and able mother, and aided and counselled by his uncle the Atheling, was the first king of Scotland who spoke English as his native tongue, and made the Lowlands his favourite abode. He surrounded himself with English followers and ceased to be a mere Celtic lord of the Highlands, as his fathers had been. William the Red's arms were as successful against Wales as against Scotland. During his reign, the southern half of the land of the Cymry was overrun by Norman barons, who won for themselves new lordships beyond the Wye and Severn, and did homage for them to the king. Many of these adventurers married into the families of South Welsh princes, and became the inheritors of their local power. In North Wales, the Normans pushed across the Dee and built great castles at Rhuddlan and Flint and Montgomery. but they could not win the mountainous districts about Snowdon, where the native chiefs still maintained a precarious independence. Beyond the British seas, William waged constant war with his brother Robert, and always had the better of his elder, for the Duke, though a brave soldier, was a very incapable ruler, and lost by his shiftless negligence all that he gained by his sword. He was forced in 1091 to cede several of his towns to William, and to promise to make him his heir if he should die without male issue. But in 1096 the king gained possession of the whole,
and not a mere fraction of the Norman duchy.
For Robert, seized with a sudden access of piety and a spirit of wandering and unrest, vowed to go off to the First Crusade, which was then being preached. In order to get the money to fit out a large army, he unwisely mortgaged the whole of his lands to his grasping brother
for the very moderate sum of £6,666.
So William ruled Normandy for a space, and Robert went off with half the baronage of western Christendom to deliver the Holy Sepulchre from the Turks, and to set up a Christian kingdom in Palestine. Among his companions were the Etheling, Edgar, and many Englishmen more. The Duke fought so gallantly against the infidel that the Crusaders offered him the crown of Jerusalem, but he would have none of it, and set his face homeward after 4 years of absence, 1099. King William, meanwhile, had been ruling both England and Normandy with a high hand. He and his favourite minister, Ralph Lambard, had been devising all manner of new ways for raising money. When a tenant of the crown died, they would not let his son or heir succeed to his estate till he had paid an extortionate fine to the king. When a bishop or an abbot died, they kept his place empty for months or even years, and confiscated all the revenues of the see or abbey during the vacancy. It was on this question that there broke out the celebrated quarrel between William the Red
and Archbishop Anselm.
When Lanfranc, his father's wise counselor, died in 1089, the king left the See of Canterbury unfilled for nearly 4 years, and embezzled its revenues. But, being stricken with illness in 1093, he had a moment of compunction, and filled up the archbishopric by appointing Anselm, abbot of Bec. Anselm, like his predecessor Lanfranc, was a learned and pious Italian monk who had governed his Norman abbey so well that he won the respect of all his neighbours. He was only persuaded with difficulty to accept the position of head of the English Church.
"Will you couple me, a poor weak old sheep, to that fierce young bull, the King of England?"
he asked, when the bishops came to offer him the primacy. But they forced the pastoral staff into his hands and hurried him off to be installed. When William recovered from his sickness, he began to ask large sums of money from Anselm in return for the piece of preferment that he had received. The king called this exacting his feudal dues, but the archbishop called it simony, the ancient crime of Simon Magus, who offered gold to the apostles to buy spiritual privileges. He sent £500, but when the king asked for more, utterly refused to comply. From this time forth, There was constant strife between William and Anselm, the first beginning of the intermittent war between the crown and church, which was to last for more than 2 centuries. The archbishop was always withstanding the king. When 2 popes disputed the tiara at Rome, William refused to acknowledge either. But Anselm would not allow that there was any doubt, did homage to Urban, and thus forced the king's hand by committing England to one side in the dispute. When Urban sent over to Anselm the pall, the sign of his metropolitan jurisdiction over the island, the king wished to deliver it to the archbishop with his own hands. But Anselm vowed that this was receiving spiritual things from a secular master, and would not take it save with his own hands and from the high altar of Canterbury Cathedral. Nor did he cease denouncing the ill living of the king and his courtiers, till William grew so wrath that he would have slain him, had not all England revered the fearless archbishop as a saint. At last he found a way of molesting Anselm under form of law. He declared that the lands of the See of Canterbury had not sent an adequate feudal contingent to his Welsh wars, and imposed enormous fines on the archbishop for a breach of his duties as a tenant-in-chief of the crown. Soon afterwards, Anselm left the realm, abandoning the king to his own devices as incorrigible, and took his way to Pope Urban at Rome, nor did he return till William was dead. The end of the Red King was sudden and tragic. He was hunting in the New Forest, the great tract in Hampshire which his father had cleared of its inhabitants and turned into one vast deer park. And he had chanced to draw apart from all his followers, save Walter Tyrrell, one of his chief favourites. A great hart came bounding between them. The king loosed an arrow at it and missed. "Shoot, Walter, shoot, in the devil's name," he cried. Tyrrell shot in haste, but missed the stag and pierced his master to the heart. Leaving William dead on the ground, he galloped off to the shore and took ship for the continent. William's corpse lay lost in the wood till a charcoal burner came upon it the next day and bore it in his cart to Winchester. Such was the strange funeral procession of the Lord of England and Normandy. William's death grieved none save his favourites and boon companions, for his manner of living was hateful to all good men, and his taxes and extortions had turned from him the hearts of all his subjects. August 2, 1100. End of section 10, chapter 7, part 1.
Section 11 of A History of England. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. A History of England by Charles Oman. Chapter 7. William the Red, Henry I, Stephen, 1087 to 1154. Part 2. When the throne of England was thus suddenly left vacant, it remained to be seen who would become William's successor. His elder brother Robert, whom the baronage would have preferred because of his slackness and easy ways, was still far away on his return journey from the crusade. But Henry, his younger brother, was on the spot and knew how to take advantage of the opportunity.
Hastily assembling the few members of the great council who were near at hand, he prevailed upon them by bribes or promises to elect him king, and was proclaimed at Winchester only 3 days after William's death, and long before news that the throne was vacant had reached the turbulent barons of the north and west. After his proclamation at Winchester, Henry moved to London and there was crowned. He did his best to win the good opinion of all his subjects by issuing a charter of promises to the nation, wherein he bound himself to abide by the laws of Edward the Confessor, that is, the ancient customs of England, and not to ask of any man more than his due share of taxation, agreeing to abandon the arbitrary and illegal fines on succession to heritages, which William II had always exacted. He then proceeded to fill up all the abbeys and bishoprics which William had kept vacant for his own profit, to recall Anselm from his exile, and to cast into prison Ralph Flambard, the chief instrument of his brother's oppression and extortions. Henry's conciliatory measures were not taken a moment too soon. He had but just time to announce his good intentions and to give some earnest of his desire to carry them out, when he found himself involved in a desperate civil war. The barons had broken loose, headed by Robert of Bellême, the turbulent Earl of Shrewsbury, and they were set on making Duke Robert King of England. Robert, indeed, had just returned from Palestine and had retaken possession of his duchy shortly after his brother's death. He planned an invasion of England to assist his partisans and began to collect an army. But the new king was too much for his shiftless brother. When Robert landed at Portsmouth, he bought him off for a moment by offering him a tribute of £3,000, an irresistible bribe to the impecunious duke, and then used his opportunity to crush the rebellious barons. The fate of the rising was settled by the next summer. Gathering together the English shire levies and those of the baronage who were faithful to him, the king marched against Robert of Bellême and his associates. The successful sieges of Arundel and Bridgenorth decided the war. Robert was forced to surrender and granted his life on condition of forfeiting his estates and leaving the realm. Rejoice, King Henry, for now you may truly say that you are Lord of England, cried the English levies to their monarch, since you have put down Robert of Bellême and driven him out of the bounds of your kingdom. So Henry retained the crown that he had seized and set to work to strengthen his position in the land. He did his best to conciliate the native English by marrying 5 months after his accession a princess of the old royal house of King Alfred. The lady was Edgith, or Matilda, as the Normans renamed her, the daughter of Malcolm, the King of Scotland, and of Margaret, sister of Edgar the Atheling. So the issue of King Henry and all his descendants who sat on the English throne had the blood of the ancient kings of Wessex in their veins. Some of the Normans mocked at this marriage and at the anxiety which Henry showed to please his native-born subjects, and nicknamed him Godric, an English name which sounded uncouth to their own ears. But the king heeded not when he got so much solid advantage from his conduct, and the prosperity of his reign justified his wisdom. Henry showed himself his father's true son, reproducing the good as well as the evil qualities of the conqueror. He had the advantage over his father of having been born in England and of living in a generation when the first bitterness of the strife of races was beginning to be assuaged. If he was selfish and hard-hearted and often cruel, yet he dispensed even-handed justice, curbed all oppressors, and kept to the letter of the law. He made so little difference between Norman and Englishman that the two races soon began to melt together. Intermarriage between them became common in all classes save the highest nobility. The English thanes and yeomen began to christen their children by Norman names, while the Anglo-Normans began to learn English and to draw apart from their kindred beyond the sea in the old duchy. 30 years after Henry's death, it was remarked by a contemporary writer that no man could say that he was either Norman or English, so much had the two races become intermingled. Much of the benefit of this happy union must be laid to the credit of Henry himself, who both set the example of wedding a wife of English blood and treated all his men of either race as equal before his eyes. Nor was he averse to granting a larger measure of liberty to his subjects. His charter to the city of London, issued in 1100, was a very liberal grant of self-government to the burghers of his capital, and served as a model ever after to his successors when they gave privileges to their town-dwelling liegemen. He allowed the Londoners to raise their own taxes, to choose their own sheriffs, to make by-laws for their municipal government. But Henry's character had a bad side. He was at times as ruthlessly cruel as his father. He punished not only rebellion, but theft and offences against the forest laws by death, or blinding, or mutilation. Once, when he found that the workmen of his mints had conspired together to issue base coins, he struck off the right hand of every moneyer in England. We shall see that he was capable of holding his own brother in close prison for 30 years. He was as grasping and avaricious as his predecessor, William, though he was much less arbitrary and harsh in his exactions. His private life, though not a patent scandal like that of the Red King, was open to grave reproach. Above all things, he was selfish. His own advantage was his aim, and if he governed the land wisely and justly, it was mainly because he thought that wisdom and justice were the best policy for himself. Henry's long reign, 1100 to 1135, was more noteworthy for the tendencies which were at work in it than for the particular events which mark its individual years. It is mainly important as the time of the silent growth together of Norman and English, and the stereotyping of the Constitution on a strong monarchical basis. In his day, the king was everything, and the great council of tenants-in-chief was no check on him, and did little more than register his decrees. If his successors had all been like himself, England might have become a pure despotism, though one well-ordered and, considering the lights of the times, not oppressively administered. The strife between the monarchy and the church, which had first taken shape in the quarrel of William Rufus and Anselm, continued in Henry's time, but raged on a new point of issue. When the archbishop returned from exile, he refused to take the usual oath of homage and to be reinvested in his see by the new king, alleging that, as a spiritual person, he owed fealty to God alone and received all his power and authority from God and not from the king. This new and strange doctrine he had picked up in Rome during his exile. The papacy was at this time putting forth those monstrous claims to dominion over kings and princes with which it had been inspired a few years before by the imperious Hildebrand, Pope Gregory VII.
Henry would only reply that though the archbishop was a spiritual person,
he was also a great tenant-in-chief, holding vast estates, and that for them he must do homage to the crown like all other feudal landowners. Anselm refused, and there the matter stood, for neither would yield, though they treated each other courteously enough and did not indulge in the angry recrimination which had been wont to take place when Rufus was in Henry's place. Anselm even went into exile again for a space, but at last he and the king met at Bec in Normandy in 1106 and hit on a wise compromise, which they agreed to apply both to Anselm's case and to all future investitures of bishops. The newly elected prelate was to do homage as a feudal tenant for the estates of his see, but he was not to receive the symbols of his spiritual authority from the king, but was to take up his ring and crozier from the high altar of his cathedral as direct gifts from God. This decision served as a model for the agreement between the Pope and the Empire when 14 years later the contest about investiture, as this widespread dispute was called, was brought to an end on the continent. The chief incidents in the foreign relations of Henry's reign are his long wars with his shiftless brother Robert, and afterwards with Robert's son, William Clito. He had never forgiven the Duke for his attempt to dethrone him by the aid of rebels in 1099, nor did the Duke ever forgive him for having so promptly seized England at the moment of the death of William II. The peace which they had made in 1100 did not endure, and a long series of hostilities at last culminated in the Battle of Tanchebray, 1106. Here Henry, who had invaded Normandy, completely defeated his brother and took him prisoner. He sent the unfortunate Robert to strict confinement in Cardiff Castle and kept him there all the days of his life. For the rest of his reign, Henry ruled Normandy as well as England, but his dominion in the duchy was very precarious. The baronage hated his strong hand and his strict enforcement of the law. They often rebelled against him, but he never failed to subdue them. When William, surnamed Clito, the son of the imprisoned duke, grew towards man's estate, he had no difficulty in finding partisans in Normandy who would do their best to win him back his father's heritage. Aided by the King of France, who was one of Henry's most consistent enemies, William Clito made several bold attempts to deprive his uncle of Normandy. He did not succeed, but presently he became Count of Flanders, to which he had a claim through his grandmother Matilda, the wife of William the Conqueror. Possessed of this rich country, he grew to be a more serious danger to the English king, but he fell in battle in 1128 while striving with some Flemish rebels, and by his death Henry's position became unassailable. The King of England was troubled with many other enemies besides William Clito. Louis VI of France and Fulk, Count of Anjou, were always molesting him. But he gained or lost little by his long and dreary border wars with them. The one noteworthy consequence of this strife was that to confirm peace with Count Fulk, the king married his 2 children to the son and daughter of the Lord of Anjou. First, his son William was wedded to the count's daughter, 1119, and some years later the Lady Matilda was married to Geoffrey, the count's son and heir, 1127. The importance of this latter marriage lay in the fact that Prince William had died in the intervening space, and that Matilda, a widowed princess whose first husband had been the Emperor Henry V, was now the King of England's sole heiress. The end of her brother had been strange and tragic. He was following his father from Normandy to England when a drunken skipper ran his vessel upon the reef of Cataville, only 5 miles from the Norman shore. The prince was hurried by his followers into the only boat that the ship possessed, and might have escaped had he not seen that his half-sister, the Countess of Perche, had been left behind. He bade the oarsmen put back, but when they reached the ship, a crowd of panic-stricken passengers sprang down into the boat and swamped it. The prince was drowned, and with him his half-brother Richard, his half-sister the Countess of Perche, the Earl of Chester, and many other chief persons of the realm. Only one sailor lad survived to tell the sad tale of the white ship. When the news of the death of his only legitimate son reached the king, he was prostrated by it for many days, and it was said that he was never seen to smile again, though he lived for 15 years after the disaster. But if the chronicles speak true, the death of William was more of a loss to his father than to the realm, for they report him to have been a proud and cruel youth, who bid fair to reproduce some of the evil qualities of his uncle, William Rufus. Henry was determined that his realm should pass at his death to his daughter Matilda, and not to any of his nephews, the sons of William the Conqueror's daughters. But he knew that it would be a hard matter to secure her succession, for England had never been ruled by a queen regnant, and it was very doubtful that the Great Council would elect a woman. Moreover, the barons grudged that she should have been married to a foreign count, for they had hoped that the king would have given her hand to one of his own earls. Henry endeavored to support Matilda's cause by constraining all the chief men of the realm and his own kinsfolk to take an oath to choose her as queen after his death. But he knew that oaths sworn under compulsion are lightly esteemed, and must have foreseen that on his death his daughter would have great difficulty in asserting her claims. But trusting his daughter's fate to the future, Henry persevered in his life's work and left his kingdom behind him at his death in 1035, with a full treasury, an obedient baronage, and largely extended borders. Not only had he won Normandy, but he had completed the conquest of South Wales and established large colonies of English and Flemings about Pembroke in the peninsula of Gower. With his 3 brothers-in-law, who reigned in Scotland one after another, he dwelt on friendly terms. They did him homage, and he left them unmolested. They were wise princes who knew the value of peace, and under them the Scottish kingdom advanced in civilization and wealth, and grew more and more assimilated to its great southern neighbor. On the 1st of December, 1135, King Henry died. Though a selfish and unscrupulous man, he had been a good king, and the troubles which followed his death soon taught the English how much they owed to his strong and ruthless hand. End of section 11, chapter 7, part 2.
Section 12 of A History of England. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. A History of England by Charles Oman, Chapter 7. William the Red, Henry I, Stephen, 1087 to 1154, Part 3. On the 1st of December, 1135, King Henry died. Though a selfish and unscrupulous man, he had been a good king, and the troubles which followed his death soon taught the English how much they owed to his strong and ruthless hand. Immediately on the arrival of the news of his death, the great council met at London. It was soon evident that many of its members thought little of the oath that they had sworn 10 years before. One after another, they declared that the reign of a queen would be unprecedented and intolerable, and that a man must be chosen to rule over England. Of the male members of the royal house, the one who was best known in England was Stephen of Blois, one of the late king's nephews, and the son of Adela, a daughter of William I, who had wedded the Count of Blois and Champagne. He had been the late king's favorite kinsman, and had taken the oath to uphold Matilda's rights before any of the lay members of the council. Now he lightly forgot his vow and stood forward as a candidate for the crown. Matilda was absent abroad, and her husband, Geoffrey of Anjou, was much disliked, so that it was not difficult for Henry, Bishop of Winchester, Stephen's younger brother, to prevail on the majority of the magnates of the realm to reject her claim. In spite of the murmurings of a large minority, Stephen was chosen as king and duly crowned at London, whose citizens liked him well and hailed his accession with shouts of joy. They were soon to change their tone, for ere long Stephen began to show that he was too weak for the task he had undertaken. He was a good-natured, impulsive, volatile man who could never refuse a friend's request or keep an unspent penny in his purse. Save personal courage, he had not one of the qualities of a successful king. The baronage soon took the measure of Stephen's abilities and saw that the time had come for them to make a bold strike for that anarchical feudal independence which was their dream. The name and cause of Matilda gave them an excellent excuse for throwing up their allegiance and doing every man that which was right in his own eyes. The king put down a few spasmodic rebellions, but more kept breaking out, till in the 3rd year of his reign a general explosion took place, 1138. The cause of the Lady Matilda was taken up by 2 honest partisans, her uncle David, King of Scotland, and her half-brother Robert, Earl of Gloucester. But these 2 were aided by a host of turbulent, self-seeking barons,
who craved nothing save an excuse for defying the king and plundering their neighbors. The Scot was the first to move. He crossed the Tweed with a great army, giving out that he came to make King Stephen grant him justice in the matter of the counties of Huntingdon and Northampton, which he claimed as heir of the long-dead Earl Waltheof. But the wild Highland clans that followed David ravaged Northumbria so cruelly that the barons and yeomen of Yorkshire turned out in great wrath to strike a blow for King Stephen. At Northallerton they barred the way of the invaders, mustering under Thurston, Archbishop of York, and the 2 sheriffs of the county. They placed in their midst a car bearing the consecrated standards of the 3 Yorkshire saints, St. Peter of York, St. Wilfrid of Ripon, and St. John of Beverley. Around it they stood in serried ranks and beat off again and again the wild charges of the Highlanders and Galloway men, who formed the bulk of King David's army. More than 10,000 Scots fell, and Yorkshire was saved, but the war was only just beginning. 1138. A few months after the Battle of the Standard, the English partisans of Matilda took arms, headed by her brother, Earl Robert. Gloucester, Bristol, Hereford, Exeter, and most of the southwest of England at once fell into their hands. Stephen did his best to make head against them by the aid of such of the baronage as adhered to him, and of great bodies of plundering mercenaries raised in Flanders and France. He bought off the opposition of the Scots by ceding Northumberland and Cumberland to Henry, the son of King David, who was to hold them as his vassal. And for the rest of Stephen's reign, the 2 northern counties were in Scottish hands. But at this critical moment, the king ruined his own cause by a quarrel with the church. He threw into prison the bishops of Salisbury and Lincoln because they refused to surrender their castles into his keeping, and treated them so roughly that every ecclesiastic in the realm, including his own brother Henry, Bishop of Winchester, took part against him. 1139. Soon afterward, Matilda landed in Sussex, and all the southern counties fell away to her. After much irregular fighting, the 2 parties came to a pitched battle at Lincoln. In spite of the feats of personal bravery which Stephen displayed, he was utterly defeated and fell into the hands of his enemies. 1141. The cause of Matilda now seemed triumphant. She had captured her enemy, and most of the realm fell into her hands. She was saluted as Lady of England at Winchester, and there received the homage of the Archbishop of Canterbury and most of the barons and bishops of the land. She then moved to London to be crowned, but in the short space since her triumph, she had shown herself so haughty, impracticable, and vindictive that men's minds were already turning against her. Most especially did she provoke Stephen's old partisans by refusing to release him on his undertaking to quit the kingdom and formally resign his claims to the crown. This refusal led to the continuation of the war. Maud of Boulogne, Stephen's wife, rallied the wrecks of his party and continued to make resistance, and on the news of her approach, the Londoners commenced to stir. Their new mistress had celebrated her advent by imposing a crushing tallage or money fine on the city, And in wrath at her extortion, the citizens rose in arms and chased her out of the place before she had even been crowned. The unhappy civil war, which for a moment had seemed at an end, now commenced again. Matilda steadily lost ground and had to release Stephen in exchange for her brother, Robert of Gloucester, who had fallen into the hands of the king's party. She was besieged first at Winchester, then at Oxford, and on each occasion escaped with great difficulty from her adversaries. At Oxford she had to be let down by a rope at night from the castle keep, to thread her way through the hostile outposts, and then to walk on foot many miles over the snow. The baronage were so well content with the practical independence which they enjoyed during the Civil War that they had no desire to see it end. They changed from side to side with the most indecent shamelessness, only taking care that at each change they got a full price for their treachery. Geoffrey of Mandeville, the wicked Earl of Essex, was perhaps the worst of them. He sold each party in turn, and finally fought for his own hand, taking no heed of king or queen, and only seeking to plunder his neighbors and annex their lands. He had many imitators. The last pages of the Anglo-Saxon Chronicle, which finally comes to an end in Stephen's reign, are filled with a picture of the hopeless misery of the land. Every shire, it laments, was full of castles, and every castle was filled with devils and evil men. The lords took any weaker neighbors who were thought to have money and put them in dungeons and tortured them with unutterable devices. The ancient martyrs were not so ill-treated, for they hanged men by the thumbs or by the head and smoked them with foul smoke. They put knotted strings about their heads and twisted them till they bit into the brain. They put them in dungeons with adders and toads, or shut them into close boxes filled with sharp stones, and pressed them there till their bones were broken. Many thousands they killed with hunger and torment, and that lasted the 19 winters that Stephen was king. In those days, if 3 or 4 men came riding towards a township, all the township fled hastily before them, believing them to be robbers. So fared England for many years, till in 1153 a peace was patched up at Wallingford. Matilda had quitted England long before, and her party was now led by her young son, Henry of Anjou, who had come over in 1152 to take her place. Stephen was now old and broken by constant campaigning. He had lately lost his son Eustace, whom he had destined to succeed him, and when it was proposed to him that he should hold the crown for his own life, but make Count Henry his heir, he closed with the offer. Less than a year later he died, leaving England in the worst plight that ever she knew since the days of Ethelred the ill-counselled. For the king's mandate no longer ran over the land, and every baron was ruling for himself. Northumberland and Cumberland were in the hands of the Scots, the Welsh were harrying the border counties, and Yorkshire had been ravaged in 1153 by the last Viking raid recorded in English history. It was time that a strong man should pick up the broken scepter of William the Conqueror. End of section 12, chapter 7, part 3. Section 13 of A History of England.
This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Patty Marie. A History of England by Charles Oman, Chapter 8. Henry II, 1154 to 1189, Part 1. When Henry of Anjou, now a young man of 21 years, succeeded to Stephen's crown, he found the country in a most deplorable condition. The regular administration of justice had ceased. Many of the counties had no sheriffs or other royal officers. The revenue had fallen off by half, and the barons were exercising all the prerogatives of the king, even to the extent of coining money in their own names. A weak man would have found the position hopeless. A strong man like Henry saw that it required instant and unflinching energy, but that it was not beyond repair. Henry started with the advantage of an undisputed title. His mother, Matilda, had ceded all her rights to him, and Stephen's surviving son, William of Boulogne, never attempted to lay claim to the crown. Moreover, the king had enormous resources from abroad to aid him. His father was long dead, so that he was himself Count of Anjou and Touraine. He had his mother's lands of Normandy and Maine already in his hands, but he had become the ruler of a still larger realm by his marriage. He had taken to wife Eleanor, the Duchess of Aquitaine, whose enormous inheritance stretched from the Loire to the Pyrenees. This was a marriage of pure policy. Eleanor was an ill-conditioned, unprincipled woman, the divorced wife of King Louis VII of France, and she gave her second husband almost as much trouble as she had given her first. But by the aid of her possessions, Henry dominated the whole of France. Indeed, he held much more French territory under him than did King Louis VII himself, and for the political gain he was prepared to endure the domestic trouble. The continental dominions of Henry were indeed so large that they quite outweighed England in his estimation. He was himself Angevin born and bred, and looked upon his position much more as that of a French prince who owned a great dependency beyond sea than as that of an English king who had possessions in France. He spent the greater part of his time on the continent, so that England was generally governed by the successive justiciars, or prime ministers, who acted as regents while he was abroad. Henry's absence and his absorption with foreign politics were perhaps not a very grave misfortune for England. He was such a strong and able ruler that when he had once put the realm to rights in the early part of his reign, the danger to be feared was no longer feudal anarchy, but royal despotism. Henry's first measures on succeeding to the throne were very drastic. He began by ordering the barons to dismantle all the castles which had been built in the troublous times of Stephen, and enforced his command by appearing at the head of a large army. It is said that he leveled to the ground as many as 375 of these adulterine castles, as they were called, because they had been erected without the king's leave. Very few of the barons ventured to resist. Those who did were crushed without difficulty.
Henry also resumed all the royal estates and revenues which Stephen and Matilda had lavished on their partisans during the Civil War, annulling all his mother's unwise grants, as well as those of her enemy. He filled up the vacant sheriffdoms and commenced the dispatch of itinerant justices round the country to sit and decide cases in the shire courts. This custom, which became permanent, was the origin of our modern assizes. After he had set England in order, Henry demanded the restoration of Northumberland and Cumberland from Malcolm of Scotland, the heir of King David. They were given back after being 17 years in Scottish hands. At the same time, Malcolm did homage to Henry for his remaining earldom in England, that of Huntingdon, which had descended to him from Waltheof. Owen, Prince of North Wales, submitted himself to the king in the same year, but not without some fighting, in which Henry met with checks at first. Thus, England was pacified, brought under firm and regular rule, and restored to her ancient frontiers. Henry even thought at this time of invading Ireland, and got a bull from Pope Adrian IV, the only Englishman who ever sat upon the papal throne, to authorize him to subdue the country. The pretexts alleged were that the Irish Church was schismatic, inasmuch as it refused to acknowledge the papal authority, and also that Ireland was infamous for its slave trading in Christian men. But no attempt was made to enforce the bull Laudabiliter for many years to come. Ireland might rest secure because the king had turned aside into schemes for the augmentation of his continental dominions. Long and fruitless bickerings and negotiations with Louis VII, the shifty King of France, ended in 1159 in the War of Toulouse. Henry laid claim to the great South French county of Toulouse as owing fealty to his wife's Duchy of Aquitaine. He led against it the greatest army that had been seen for many years, in which the King of Scotland and the Prince of Wales served as his chief vassals. But when Louis of France threw himself into Toulouse, Henry turned aside, moved, it is said, by the curious feudal scruple that it did not befit him as Duke of Normandy and Count of Anjou to make a personal attack on his suzerain, the King of France. He ravaged the county, but did not proceed with the siege of Toulouse itself. Next year he patched up a peace with his feudal superior, which was to be confirmed by the marriage of his 5-year-old son and heir, Prince Henry, with Margaret, the French king's daughter, 1160. The chief interest of the very fruitless War of Toulouse was that Henry employed in it a new scheme of taxation, which was an indirect blow at the feudal system. As Toulouse was so very far from England, he allowed those of the English knighthood who preferred to stay at home to pay him, instead of personal service, a composition called scutage, shield money. The money thus received was used to hire a great body of mercenary men-at-arms, whom the king knew to be both more obedient and more efficient soldiers than the unruly feudal levies. The interest of Henry's reign now shifts round to another point, the question of relations between state and church, which we have already seen cropping up in the reigns of Rufus and Henry I. In 1162 he appointed Thomas Becket Archbishop of Canterbury, and rued the choice ever after. For now his troubles began. Thomas, the son of a wealthy merchant of London, had been the king's chief secretary, or chancellor, for the last 8 years. He was a clever, versatile, not very scrupulous man, with a devouring ambition. Hitherto he had been a devoted servant, a genial companion to the king, and lived much more like a layman than a cleric. In spite of his priesthood, he had borne arms in the War of Toulouse, and even distinguished himself in a single combat with a French champion. Henry thought that Thomas would be no less obliging and useful as Archbishop than he had been as Chancellor. He was woefully deceived. No sooner was Thomas consecrated than his whole conduct and manner of life suddenly changed. His ambition, now that he had become a great prelate, was to win the reputation of a saint. Casting away all his old habits, he began to practice the most rigid austerity, wearing a hair shirt next his skin, stinting himself in food and drink, and washing the feet of lepers and mendicants. From a supple courtier, he had become the most angular and impracticable of saints. It was not merely to mortify his own body that Becket had accepted the archbishopric. His real object was to claim for the head of the Church in England what the popes of his day were claiming for themselves in Western Christendom: complete freedom from the control of the state. His dream was to make the English Church imperium in imperio, and to rule it himself as an absolute master. Without the reputation of a saint, he could not dare to compass this monstrous end, so a saint he had to become. The moment that he was consecrated, he opened his campaign against the king. He threw up the chancellorship which Henry had asked him to retain, and commenced at once to vindicate the rights of the See of Canterbury, that is, to lay claim to a number of estates now in the hands of various lay owners, as being church land. When his demands were withstood, he in some cases went to law with the owners, but in others used the arbitrary clerical punishment of excommunicating his adversaries. This was only the beginning of troubles. In 1163, he began to oppose the king in the Great Council, taking up the ever-popular cry that the taxes were over-heavy. Henry, surprised at meeting opposition from such an unexpected quarter, withdrew his proposals, which seem indeed to have been intended rather to limit the profits of the sheriffs rather than to raise more money. But the growing estrangement between the king and the archbishop did not come to a full head until the end of 1163, when they engaged in a desperate quarrel on the question of the rights and immunities of the clergy. We have mentioned in an earlier chapter how William the Conqueror had established separate courts for the trial of clerical offences, and had put them under the control of the bishops. Since his day, these courts had been steadily growing in importance, and putting forth wider and wider claims of jurisdiction. The anarchical reign of Stephen, when all lay courts of justice came to a standstill, had been especially favorable to their growth. The last development of their demands had been the extraordinary assertion that they ought to try not only all ecclesiastical offences, but all offences in which ecclesiastics were concerned. That is, not only such crimes as bigamy, heresy, or perjury were to come before them, but if a member of the clerical body committed theft, or assault, or murder, or again, if a layman robbed or assaulted or murdered a cleric, the cases were to be taken out of the king's court and to be brought before the bishops. The most monstrous absurdity of this claim was that the ecclesiastical tribunal had no power to impose any but ecclesiastical punishments. That is to say, penance, excommunication, or deprivation of orders. So, if a clergyman committed the most grievous crimes, he could not receive any greater penalty than suspension from his clerical duties, or penances, which he might or might not perform. It had come to be a regular trick with habitual criminals to claim that they were in holy orders, which included not only the priesthood, but sacristans and subdeacons and other minor church officers, and so to exchange death or blinding for the milder ecclesiastical punishments. A very bad case of murder by a priest, which Becket punished merely by ordering the murderer to abstain from celebrating the sacraments for 2 years, called King Henry's attention to the usurpation of the church courts. When he found that their claims were quite modern and had been unknown to the old English law, he resolved at once to take in hand the settlement of the whole question of the ecclesiastical courts. At a great council held at Westminster, he proposed to appoint a committee to investigate the matter and to draw up a statement of the true law of the land with regard not only to criminous clerks, but to all the disputes between lay and clerical personages which could arise. Becket opposed the proposal as an invasion of the rights of the Church, and by his advice the other bishops, when asked if they would undertake to abide by the decision of the committee, replied that they would do so in so far as it did not impugn their rights, which meant not at all. The statement of the laws of England was prepared by the committee, drawn up by the justiciar Richard de Lucy, and laid before the great council at Clarendon early the next year, 1164, whence the document is known as the Constitutions of Clarendon. The king, in it, proposed a compromise, that the church court should try whether a criminous clerk was guilty or innocent, and if it pronounced him guilty, should hand him over to the king's officers to suffer the same punishment that a layman who had committed a similar offense would suffer. In other matters, where a layman and a cleric went to law on secular matters, the case was to be tried in the king's court. No layman was to be punished for spiritual offenses or excommunicated without the king's leave, and the clergy were strictly prohibited from making appeals to Rome or going thither unless they had royal authorization. Becket declared that the Constitutions of Clarendon violated the immunities of the Church, but for a moment he yielded and consented to sign them. Next day, however, to the surprise of all men, he asserted that his consent had been a deadly sin, that he withdrew it, and that nothing should induce him to sign the constitutions. Henry vehemently urged him to do so, and pointed out that the Archbishop of York and the rest of the bishops were ready to accept the arrangement as just and fair. But Thomas took the attitude of a martyr, refused to move, and even sent to the Pope to get absolution for his so-called sin in giving a momentary consent to the king's proposals. Seriously angry at the Archbishop for binding up his cause with that of the criminous clerks and the usurpation of the church courts, Henry took the rather unworthy step of endeavoring to bend Thomas to his will by allowing several of his courtiers to bring lawsuits against him, and by threatening to rake up and go through the accounts of all the public moneys that had passed through his hands during the 8 years that he had been Chancellor. But Becket was not a man to be bullied. He made himself yet more stiff-necked and assumed the pose of a martyr for the rights of the Church. It was in vain that the other bishops urged him to yield. He attended the Great Council at Northampton in October 1164, faced the king, refused to submit, and then, pretending that his life was in danger, fled by night and sailed over to Flanders. For the next 6 years, Becket was on the continent, generally under the protection of Henry's suzerain and enemy, the King of France. He was regarded by the continental clergy as the champion of the rights of their order, and treated with the highest respect wherever he went. He did his best to stir up the King of France and his vassals against Henry II, and to induce the Pope, Alexander III, to excommunicate him. But Alexander, deep in a quarrel with the great Emperor Frederick Barbarossa, did not wish to make an enemy of the strongest king in Western Europe, and refused to do Becket's behest. On his own account, however, the exiled archbishop laid the sentence of excommunication on most of Henry's chief counselors. As the great body of the bishops sided with the king, Becket's fulminations from oversea had little effect. In England, he was treated as non-existent. But in 1170, a new complication brought about a change in affairs. Henry's eldest son and namesake, Henry the Younger, was now a lad of 15, and his father wished to crown him and take him as colleague in his kingdom. The right to crown an English king was undoubtedly one of the prerogatives of the Archbishop of Canterbury, but Henry left Becket out of account and caused the ceremony to be performed by Roger of York. This invasion of his privileges wrought Thomas to such a fury that he sought out the Pope and won him over by his vehemence to threaten to lay all England under interdict and to cut it off from Christendom and forbid the celebration of the sacraments within its bounds. King Henry, who was engaged in a troublesome war with the French king, was afraid of the consequences of the papal interdict. Its enforcement, he thought, would make him too unpopular. So he humbled himself to patching up a truce with Becket, though they could not, even yet, come to any agreement on the question of the constitutions of Clarendon. In the autumn of 1170, the king allowed him to return to England on a tacit agreement that bygones were to be bygones. But Becket had hidden his true purpose from the king. He returned to England, bent not on peace, but on war. Either because his anger carried him away, or because he was deliberately aiming at martyrdom and wished to provoke his enemies to violence, he proceeded to the most unheard of measures. He first excommunicated the Archbishop of York and the bishops of London and Lincoln, who had taken part in the crowning of the younger Henry. Then he laid a similar sentence on those of the king's courtiers, whom he accused of encroaching on the estates of the See of Canterbury. The king was still oversea in Normandy when the news of Becket's declaration of war was brought him. Henry was a man of violent passions, and the tale moved him to a sudden outbreak of fury. "Of all the idle servants I maintain," he cried, "is there not one that will avenge me on this pestilent priest?" The words were wrung from him by the excitement of the moment and soon forgotten, but they had a disastrous result. Among those who heard them were 4 reckless knights, some of whom had personal grudges against Becket, and all of whom were ready to win the king's favour by any means, fair or foul. Their names were Reginald Fitzurse, Hugh de Morville, William de Tracy, and Richard the Breton. These 4 took counsel with each other, secretly stole away from the court, and crossed the stormy December seas to England. They rode straight to Canterbury, sought audience with the Archbishop, and bade him remove the excommunication of Roger of York and the rest, or face the king's wrath. Thomas met their words with a fierce refusal. Thereupon they withdrew after defying him, and warning him that his blood was on his own head. While they were girding on their coats of mail in the cathedral close, the monks of Canterbury besought the Archbishop to fly. He had plenty of time to do so, but flight was not his purpose. Far from hiding himself, he called for his robes and his attendants, and went to join in the vesper service at the cathedral. The knights were soon heard thundering at the door. Becket threw it open with his own hands and asked their purpose. "Absolve the bishops or die," cried Fitzurse. "Never till they have done penance for their sin," was the reply. Tracy cast his arms around the Archbishop and tried to drag him outside the cathedral, but Thomas cast him down. Then Fitzurse drew his sword and cut at Becket's head, and the others felled him with repeated strokes, while he kept crying that he died for the cause of God and the Church. So ended the great Archbishop, slain by lawless violence on the consecrated stones of his own cathedral. The splendid courage with which he met his death, and the brutality of his assailants, persuaded most men that he must have been in the right. The clergy looked upon him as their knight and champion, and were only too ready to make capital out of his troubles and heroic end. The poor remembered his indiscriminate almsgiving, his austerities, his opposition to the Danegeld. Every class of men felt some respect for one who had suffered exile and death for loyal adhesion to a cause, and few except the king thoroughly realized that the cause had really been that of ill government and clerical tyranny. Hence it came that a man whose main characteristics were his ambition and his obstinacy, and whose saintliness was artificial and deliberately assumed, took his place in the English calendar as the favorite hero of the Church. The Pope made him a saint in 1174. A magnificent shrine was erected over his remains, and for 350 years pilgrims thronged in thousands to do homage to his bones. To relate how many hysterical persons or impostors gave out that they had been healed of their diseases by a visit to his sanctuary would be tedious. The thing which would have given Becket most pleasure, could he have lived again to view it, was the sight of Henry II doing penance at his tomb in 1174 and baring his back to be scourged by the monks of Canterbury as a slight reparation for the hasty words that had brought about his servant's deed of murder. End of section 13, chapter 8, part 1.
Section 14 of A History of England. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Patty Marie. A History of England by Charles Oman. Chapter 8. Henry II, 1154 to 1189. Part 2. There is no doubt that Henry was sincerely shocked and horrified by the news of the Archbishop's death. He sent instant messages to the Pope to clear himself of the accusation of having been privy to the crime, and offered any satisfaction Alexander might demand. Meanwhile, he undertook what might be considered a kind of crusade to Ireland, with the avowed purpose of reducing it to obedience to the papacy, as well as to subjection to himself. For during the times of Becket's exile, 1164 to 70, two important series of events had been occurring, one of which put Henry in possession of Brittany, while the other led to his interference in Ireland. The Dukes of Normandy had always claimed a feudal supremacy over Brittany. This claim Henry found an opportunity for asserting and turning to account by forcing Conan, the Breton duke, to marry his infant heiress Constance to his own third son, Geoffrey, a boy of 7 years old, 1166. When Conan died 5 years later, Henry ruled the whole duchy as guardian of his young son and daughter-in-law. Thus his power was extended over the whole western shore of France, from the Somme to the Pyrenees. Henry's interference in Ireland sprang from more complicated causes. Ireland in the 12th century was, as it had been since the dawn of history, a group of Celtic principalities, always engaged in weary tribal wars with each other. Sometimes one king gained a momentary superiority over the rest, but his power ceased with his life. In the 9th century, the island had been overrun by the Danes. They had not succeeded in occupying a broad Danelaw, such as they won in England, but had built up a number of small kingdoms on the coast round their fortified strongholds of Dublin, Wexford, Waterford, and Limerick. These principalities still existed in Henry's time, while the interior was held by the 5 kings of Ulster, Munster, Connaught, Meath, and Leinster. At this moment, Roderick O'Connor of Connaught claimed and occasionally exercised authority as suzerain over the other kings. But he had no real power over the land, which lay half desolate, had become altogether barbarous, and teemed with cruel and squalid tribal wars. The introduction of this distressful country into English politics
may be laid at the door of Dermot MacMorrough, King of Leinster. This prince had been driven out of his realm by his suzerain, Roderick, King of Connaught, because he had carried off the wife of Roderick's vassal, O'Rourke, Lord of Breffni. Dermot came to England and asked aid of Henry II, who, as we have already seen, had long possessed a papal bull authorizing the conquest of Ireland. Henry would not stir himself, being in the midst of troubles with the King of France, but gave the exiled king leave to obtain what help he could from the English barons. Dermot placed himself in the hands of Richard de Clare, nicknamed Strongbow, Earl of Pembroke, a warlike but impecunious peer who had great influence in South Wales. Richard raised a small army of Anglo-Norman knights and Welsh archers, less than 2,000 men in all, and landed in Ireland to restore Dermot to his throne. He met with quite unexpected success, sweeping Dermot's enemies out of Leinster and conquering the Danish princes of Wexford and Dublin. He married Dermot's heiress, Ava, and on the king's death in 1171 succeeded him as ruler in his kingdom. Other barons and knights from South Wales came over to join him, and they obtained a complete mastery over the native Irish, whose light-armed bands could not resist the charge of mail-clad knights or stand before the archers, even when they were in overwhelming numerical superiority. In a battle before the gates of Dublin, a few hundred followers of Strongbow routed the whole host of Roderick of Connaught, though he was supported by a considerable body of Danish Vikings. Now, Henry did not wish to see one of his vassals building up a great kingdom in Ireland, independent of his authority. So, taking advantage of the papal authorization he had so long kept by him, he crossed himself in 1171 with a great army and fleet, landed at Waterford, and marched to Dublin. He had no trouble in getting his authority recognized. Not only did Strongbow do him homage for the kingdom of Leinster, but one after another most of the native Irish kings came to his court and paid allegiance to him. From henceforth the kings of England might call themselves Lords of Ireland, but their power in the island was not very easy to exercise, nor did it extend to the remoter corners of the land. About half the soil of Ireland was seized by English and Norman adventurers who built themselves castles and held down the Celts around them. The other half, mostly consisting of the more rugged and barren districts, remained in the hands of the native chiefs. But the settlers in the course of time intermarried with the Irish and adopted many of their customs, so that they became tribal chiefs themselves. A century later, the grudge between the settlers and the natives was still bitter, but they had become so closely assimilated that it was hard for a stranger to distinguish them. The one were as turbulent, clannish, fierce, and barbarous as the other. Only on the east coast round Dublin, in the district that was afterwards known as the English Pale, did the Anglo-Irish dwell in a settled and civilized manner of life and obey the King of England's mandates. The larger part of the island had to be reconquered 4 centuries after. Perhaps the only permanent and immediate result of Henry's visit to Ireland was the submission of the Irish Church to the Pope. In a synod held at Cashel in 1172, all the bishops of the land acknowledged the papal supremacy and abandoned the old customs of their church. Thus, the papal yoke was the first and most unhappy gift of England to Ireland. It was on his return from Dublin that King Henry met the legates of Alexander III at Avranches in Normandy, and on swearing that he had neither planned nor consented to the murder of Becket, was taken into the Pope's favour and received complete absolution. In return, he promised to go on a crusade and swore that he would support Alexander against his enemy, the Emperor Frederick I. He also consented to annul the constitutions of Clarendon, but did not make any formal surrender of the principles on which they rested. The right of the state to deal with ecclesiastical persons guilty of secular offences. Thus ended the tragedy of Becket's strife with the king. The Archbishop had obtained by his death what he could never win in his life, and the question between church and state was left open, instead of being settled, as had first seemed likely, in favour of the king. In less than a year after the penance at Avranches, Henry was plunged into a new sea of troubles, in which the church party saw the vengeance of heaven for the fate of Becket. All these troubles sprang from the undutiful conduct of Henry's sons, 4 graceless youths who had been brought up in the worst of schools by their able but unprincipled mother, Eleanor of Aquitaine. Henry, the eldest son, was now in his 19th year, Richard, the second son, in his 17th. But in spite of their youth, the 2 boys, encouraged and supported by their mother, conspired against their father and king. In 1173, Henry fled to the court of Louis of France, alleging as his grievance the fact that the king would not grant him a great appanage, England or Normandy, to rule in his own right. With the aid of Louis VII, the young Henry stirred up all the discontented elements in his father's dominions. He arranged for a simultaneous rising of the discontented barons of Brittany, Anjou, and Poitou, for a rebellion in England to be headed by the Earls of Leicester, Derby, and Norfolk, and for an invasion of Northumbria by William, the King of the Scots. This widespread conspiracy actually came to a head, but its outbreak only served to show King Henry's strength and activity. He was himself in France when the storm burst. Taking in hand the work that lay nearest to him, he put down the Bretons and Angevins and forced the King of France to conclude a truce. Then, in the winter of 1173-74, he turned upon his son Richard's partisans in Poitou, and after much fighting pacified the land. Meanwhile, the king's representative in England, the justiciar Richard de Lucy, had called out the levies of the shires against the revolted barons. The campaign was settled by a battle at Fornham in Suffolk, where the rebels were scattered and the Earl of Leicester taken prisoner. One after another, the castles of the disloyal barons fell, and when England was pacified, Ralph de Glanville led a force against the Scots, surprised them at Alnwick, and took their king, William the Lion, prisoner.
1174.
Thus Henry triumphed over all his foes. In the moment of victory he showed extraordinary moderation. He neither executed any of the rebels nor confiscated their lands, but only insisted that all their castles should be demolished. He gave his sons a full pardon and restored them to his favor. With their mother
he was far more wroth,
and would never live with her again. The King of the Scots was only released on doing homage to the English crown, not merely for his earldoms of Huntingdon and Lothian, which had always been reckoned English fiefs, but for his whole kingdom of Scotland. 1175. This was Henry's greatest triumph. The danger of feudal anarchy had once more assailed him, and he had beaten it down with such a firm hand that England was never troubled again by a purely selfish and anarchic baronial rising for more than 2 centuries. But this victory did not win the king a quiet and glorious end to his reign. His wicked and ungrateful sons were to be the bane of his elder years. The effect of the blow that he had dealt his disloyal subjects lasted about 8 years, a period of quiet and prosperity on both sides of the Channel, during which Henry passed many excellent laws, and more especially dealt with the administration of justice, arranging permanent circuits for the itinerant justices who sat in the county courts to hold the assizes. He also issued regulations for the uniform, arming, and mustering of the shire levies, the old English fyrd which had served him so well against the rebels in 1173. Abroad, he was universally recognized as the greatest king of the West. He was chosen as the fairest arbitrator in several disputes between contemporary princes, even by the distant kings of Spain. He married his daughters to the kings of Castile and Sicily and the great Duke of Saxony, the chief vassal of the German crown. To each of his sons he promised a great inheritance. Henry was to have England, Normandy, and Anjou. Richard was to take his mother's portion in Aquitaine. Geoffrey was already provided for with his wife's duchy of Brittany. John, the youngest son, was to be king of Ireland, and the Irish chiefs were made to do homage to him. All this prosperity lasted until 1183, when Henry was 52, and his 4 sons, respectively, 28, 26, 24, and 16. Tired of waiting any longer for his inheritance, and forgetful of the warning that he had received in 1174, Henry the Younger once more took arms against his father. His aider and abettor was the new King of France, Philip Augustus, the son of Louis VII, as bitter an enemy of the Angevin house as his predecessor had been. Henry also persuaded his brother Geoffrey to bring in the Bretons to his aid. Richard and John, the king's 2nd and 4th sons, were for a time being faithful to their father. Indeed, the actual casus belli, which Henry the Younger published as his justification, was that the king had unfairly favored Richard against him. This time, the fighting was all on the continent. The English baronage were too much cowed to stir.
Henry the Younger had only been a few months in rebellion when he died, stricken down by a fever, 1183. But the civil war in Aquitaine did not end with his death.
it dragged on its path till Geoffrey, his accomplice in the rebellion, was accidentally killed at a tournament 3 years later, 1186. Henry had no issue, but Geoffrey left an infant heir, the unfortunate Arthur of Brittany, whose sad end was to shock the succeeding generation. Henry's 2 rebellious sons being dead, peace was for a time restored in his continental dominions. Men's minds were turned away for a time from civil strife by dire news from the East. The Saracens had just routed the Christian king of Palestine and recaptured Jerusalem. The work of the First Crusade was undone, and the Holy Sepulchre and the true cross had fallen back into the hands of the infidels. The nations of the West were profoundly shocked. King Henry, his surviving son Richard, and his great enemy Philip of France all swore to take the cross and go forth to save the wrecks of the kingdom of Jerusalem from Saladin, the victorious lord of Syria and Egypt. All their baronage vowed to follow them, and the Great Council of England voted for the support of the new crusade, a heavy tax, the Saladin tithe, as it was called, which was to be 1/10 of every man's goods and chattels. This was the first impost levied on personal property, that is, property other than land, which was ever raised in England. Previously, the Danegeld and other taxes that had been raised were calculated on landed property alone. It would have been well for the King of England if his son and his French neighbour had sailed for the Holy Land in the year that they made their vow, for another and crowning grief was about to fall upon Henry. Richard, now his heir, revolted against him, even as Henry the Younger and Geoffrey had done 4 years before. Like his elder brother, Richard alleged that his father would not give him enough. He complained that the king did not allow him to be crowned as his colleague, and that he made too much of John, the youngest and best loved of his 4 sons. The ungrateful conduct of Richard broke Henry's heart. Though only 56 years of age, he began visibly to fail in health and mind. He made little endeavor to resist his son and allowed him to overrun Anjou and Maine unopposed. Instead of calling out all his energies and appealing to the loyalty of his English and Norman subjects, he cast himself upon his couch and gave himself up to passionate grief. Rather than take arms against Richard, he determined to give him all that he asked. So, rising from his bed, he dragged himself to Colombières, where he met Richard and the King of France, and swore to grant all they claimed. It was noticed that his bodily weakness was so great that his servants had to hold him on his horse while the interview was taking place. 2 days later, he expired. The final death blow that prostrated him was the discovery of the fact that his youngest son, John, whom he had believed to the last to be faithful to him, had secretly aided Richard and joined in the rebellion. For when he swore to pardon all Richard's accomplices and was given the list of their names, he found that of John set at the head of the catalogue of traitors. "Let things go as they will. I have nothing to care for in the world now," he said, and turning his face to the wall, gave up his spirit. July 7, 1189. So died Henry of Anjou, whom after ages styled Plantagenet. He was an Englishman neither by birth nor by breeding, and the greater part of his reign was spent abroad. 2 years was the longest continuous stay that he ever made on this side of the Channel. But foreigner as he was the best king that England had known since Edgar, or that she was to know till Edward I. That he ended the awful anarchy which had prevailed since the accession of Stephen was a merit that should never be forgotten. When the feudal danger was at its greatest, he boldly faced it, ended private wars, pulled down illegal castles, and reduced the baronage to its due obedience. When the land was subdued beneath his hand, he ruled it justly, not as a grasping tyrant, but as a wise and merciful master. Among the kings of his day, he was conspicuous for 2 rare virtues: a willingness to pardon and forget, and a determination to stand firm by the letter of his promise. He had his faults, a hasty temper, a far-reaching ambition, a tendency to deal with men as if they were merely counters in the great game of politics. Nor was his private life entirely free from blame. But he loved order and justice so well, and gave them in such good measure to his subjects, that his virtues must always outweigh in English minds his occasional lapses from the right path. End of section 14, chapter 8, part 2.
Section 15 of A History of England. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Patty Marie. A History of England by Charles Oman. Chapter 9. Richard I and John, 1189 to 1216. Part 1. When Henry of Anjou died broken-hearted at Chinon, his eldest surviving son Richard succeeded him in all his vast dominions, save in the Duchy of Brittany, which fell to the child Arthur, the son of Richard's brother Geoffrey. John, the late king's youngest born, received a fit reward for his treachery to his father in losing the appanage that had been destined for him. He did not obtain any independent principality of his own, but Richard made him Earl of Cornwall, Devon, Dorset, and Somerset. From the moment of his accession, the new king began to busy himself with preparations for going to the crusade. He had taken the cross in 1187, and his penitence for lingering in Europe and troubling his father, when he should have been overseas fulfilling his vow, seems to have had a real influence upon him. But the mere love of adventure must be allowed to have had a far larger share in turning his steps to the east. Richard had the habits and instincts of a turbulent feudal baron, not those of a king. He had spent his life up to this time in petty wars with his father, his brothers, and his vassals in Aquitaine. Such an existence pleased him well, and he dreamed of more exciting warfare on a larger stage in the lands of the infidel as the highest ambition that he could conceive. Preparations for the crusade, sale of lands and offices. The moment that he had been crowned, Richard set to work to scrape together every penny he could procure in order to provide against the expenses of the forthcoming crusade. He began by selling every office and dignity that was vacant, with a gross disregard for the interests of the crown and the welfare of his subjects. He took £3,000 from William Longchamp, the haughty and quarrelsome Bishop of Ely, and appointed him both Chancellor and Justiciar. That is, he made regent in his absence the most unsuitable man that could have been found. He sold the earldom of Northumberland to Hugh, Bishop of Durham, for £1,000. A still greater bargain was obtained by William, King of Scotland, who for the sum of 10,000 marks, £6,666, was let off the homage to the crown of England, which Henry II had imposed upon him after the Battle of Alnwick. Richard jestingly said that he would have sold London itself if he could have found a rich enough buyer. But every town that wanted a charter, every baron who coveted a slice of crown land, every knight who wished to be made a sheriff, obtained the desired object at a cheap rate. The Jews in England, the outbreak of persecution. Richard's reign began with an outburst of turbulence which illustrated his careless governance well enough. Among the many classes of subjects to whom his father had given peace and protection was the Jewish colony in England, a body which had been rapidly growing in numbers as England recovered from its ills under Henry's firm hand. The Jews were much hated by their neighbors, partly as rivals in trade of the native merchant, and as usurers who lent money at exorbitant interest, but most of all because of their race and religion. But they had settled under the king's protection, and in return for the heavy tribute which they paid him, obtained security for their life and goods. They were often called the king's property, because he kept the right of taxing and managing them entirely in his own hands. At Richard's coronation, a deputation of Jewish elders came to bear him a gift. They were set upon by the king's foreign servants and cruelly beaten in mere fanatical spite. The news spread, and on a false rumor that the king had approved the deed, the London mob rose and sacked the Jews' quarter. Nor was this all. The excitement spread over all England, and at Norwich, Stamford, Lincoln, York, and other places there were riots in which many Jews were slain. At the last named city, a fearful tragedy occurred. All the Jews of York took refuge in the castle, and when they were beset by a howling mob who cried for their blood, they, by common consent, slew their wives and children, and then set fire to the castle and burnt themselves, rather than fall into the hands of their enemies. No adequate punishment was ever inflicted for these disgraceful riots. Even at York, only a fine was imposed on the town. The Third Crusade, quarrel of Richard and Philip of France. Richard left England in December 1189, and after raising additional forces and stores of money in his continental dominions, sailed from Marseille for the East. Richard was one of 3 sovereign princes who engaged in the Third Crusade. The other 2 were the Emperor Frederick Barbarossa and Philip Augustus, King of France. The Emperor led the troops of Germany by the land route through Constantinople and Asia Minor, but Richard and Philip had wisely resolved to go by sea. Frederick lost 3/4 of his army in forcing his way through the Turkish Sultanate in Asia Minor, and was accidentally drowned himself ere he crossed the borders of Syria. Only a small remnant of the German host ever reached the Holy Land. Richard and Philip fared much better and gained the Levant in safety after halting in Sicily for the winter of 1190-91. It was during their stay at Messina that the two kings became bitter personal enemies. In his father's time, Richard had been the friend of the French, and he did not realize for some time the fact that in succeeding to Henry's dominions, he had also succeeded to the jealous hatred which Philip nourished for his overgreat vassal, the Duke of Aquitaine and Normandy. But in Sicily, Richard detected the French king plotting and intriguing against him, and for the future regarded him as a secret enemy and viewed all his acts with suspicion. Richard conquers Cyprus. If we were relating the personal acts of Richard rather than the history of England, there would be much to tell of his feats in the East. He began by subduing the Isle of Cyprus, whose ruler, Isaac Comnenus, a rebel against the Emperor of Constantinople, had ill-treated the shipwrecked crews of some English vessels. After conquering the whole island, he took formal possession of it, and with great pomp married there his affianced bride, Berengaria of Navarre, who had come out from Europe to join him. He then sailed for the Holy Land and landed near Acre, in the center of the seat of war. Capture of Acre, 1191. Acre was at this moment beset by those of the Crusaders who had arrived before Richard. But their camp was itself being besieged by a great Saracen host under Sultan Saladin, who had raised all the levies of Syria, Mesopotamia, and Egypt to relieve the beleaguered city. The landing of the hosts of England and France soon turned the tide of war, and ere long Acre fell. Richard earned and obtained the whole credit of the success by his energy and courage, while his rival, Philip, by his jealous bickering with the English, merited a name for disloyalty and lukewarm zeal. It must be confessed that Richard won himself many enemies by his haughtiness and hasty temper. Not only did he quarrel with Philip, but he mortally offended Leopold of Badenburg, the Duke of Austria. The German had planted his banner upon the walls of Acre, as if he had taken the town himself, and Richard had it hewn down and cast into the ditch. Return of Philip. Richard fails to reach Jerusalem. Less than 3 weeks after Acre fell, the King of France suddenly announced his intention of returning home, though nothing had yet been done to defeat Saladin or recapture Jerusalem. He left part of his army behind him under the Duke of Burgundy and sailed off, after making a vain promise that he would not molest Richard's dominions so long as he was at the crusade. Thus left to himself, Richard led the crusading host southward along the coast and defeated Saladin at a pitched battle at Arsuf. He forced his way to within a few miles of Jerusalem, but before attacking it, turned back to secure himself a base on the sea, through which he could get stores and provisions from his ships. He took Ascalon, therefore, and garrisoned it, and afterwards captured many neighboring forts, and intercepted a great caravan which was bringing arms and stores for Saladin across the desert from Egypt. But when he wished to start again for Jerusalem, dissensions broke out in the crusading camp.
The subject of dispute was the succession to the throne of Jerusalem. Richard supported Guy of Lusignan, one of his Poitevin vassals, while the French and the bulk of the other crusaders wished to elect an Italian prince, Conrad of Montferrat. The quarrel kept the army idle till the hot season of 1092 arrived, and endured till Conrad was slain by a Saracen fanatic. Then Richard moved forward.
But when he had arrived within 4 hours' march of Jerusalem,
the French portion of the army, worn out by thirst and exhaustion, refused to advance any further. Richard was forced to fall back when at the very goal,
and refused even to look upon the holy city.
"My eyes shall never behold it, if my arm may not reconquer it," he cried, and muffling his face in his cloak, he turned back towards the coast. Richard leaves Palestine. After defeating the Saracens in another fight near Jaffa, Richard patched up a truce for 3 years with Saladin and resolved to return home. It was obvious that with thinned ranks and disloyal allies he could not retake Jerusalem, and he had received such news from England as to the doings of his brother John and his neighbor King Philip that he was anxious to get home as soon as possible. So he made terms with the Sultan, by which Acre and the other places he had conquered were left to the Christians, and permission was given them to make pilgrimages to Jerusalem without let or hindrance. Then, without waiting for his fleet or his army, he started off in a wild haste on a private ship, intending to land at Venice and make his way overland through Germany, for he could not trust himself in France after the news he had just received. 1193. Richard imprisoned in Germany. But more haste proved less speed, in this as in so many other cases. Richard's ship was wrecked in the Adriatic, and he had to land at Ragusa. His path took him through the duchy of Leopold of Austria, whom he had so grievously offended at the siege of Acre. Although he was traveling in disguise, he was recognized at Vienna and promptly cast into prison by the revengeful Duke. After keeping him a while in chains, Leopold sold him to his suzerain, the Emperor Henry VI. That monarch, being thus placed by chance in the possession of the person of a sovereign with whom he was not at war, had the meanness to trump up charges against Richard in order to have some excuse for making him pay a ransom. So he accused his captive of having murdered Conrad of Montferrat, of having unjustly deprived the rebel Isaac of Cyprus of his realm, and of having insulted Leopold the Austrian. He was in prison for more than a year, and no one in England knew what had become of him, since he had been traveling in disguise and almost alone when he was taken. Discontent and intrigues in England. Meanwhile, during the 3 years of Richard's absence, England had been much disturbed. William Longchamp, the haughty and tactless bishop whom he had left behind him as justiciar, made himself so much disliked by his pride, his despotism, and his violence that there was a general rising against him. The king's brother, John, the Earl of Cornwall, put himself at the head of the malcontents and began seizing all the royal castles on which he could lay hands. Longchamp was at last forced to resign his place and fled oversea, hardly escaping the fury of the people at Dover, where he was caught in the disguise of a huckster woman and nearly pulled to pieces. His place as justiciar was taken by Archbishop Walter of Rouen, whom Richard sent home from the crusade for the purpose. Walter was a prudent and able man, and found a hard task before him, for Earl John was set on making himself a party in England, and aimed at the crown. When the news of Richard's captivity reached London, John openly avowed his intention, and allied himself with Philip of France. That prince had begun to intrigue against the King of England the moment he got back from the crusade. He had a claim on the Vexin, a district on the Norman border, which he had once ceded to Henry II, on the understanding that it should be the dowry of a French princess whom Richard was to marry. As the marriage had never taken place, and the English king had chosen another bride, Philip had much show of reason on his side. But he aimed not only at recovering the Vexin, but at winning as much of his absent neighbor's land as he could seize. With this object, he offered to support Earl John in his attempt to seize the English throne, in return for some territorial gains. John was ready enough to agree, and did homage to him, and gave him up the Vexin and the city of Tours. Meanwhile, they both sent secret messages to the Emperor Henry to beg him to detain Richard in prison as long as possible. But Henry thought more of screwing money out of his prisoner than of keeping him forever in his grasp. He offered to release Richard on receiving the enormous ransom of 150,000 marks, 100,000 pounds. It was a huge sum for England to raise, but so anxious was the nation to get back its king that no hesitation was made in accepting the bargain. Meanwhile, John and Philip, knowing that their enemy would soon be loose, were stirred up to hasty action. Philip raised his host and attacked Normandy, but was beaten off with loss from Rouen. John hired mercenary soldiers, gathered his friends, and seized a number of the royal castles in England. But only a small number of discontented barons backed him, and he was held in check by the loyal majority, led by the Archbishop of Canterbury, Hubert Walter, who put himself at the head of the king's party. Even while this civil war was in progress, the money for Richard's ransom was being raised by the imposition of a crushing tax of 1/4 on all movable goods, and 20 shillings on every knight's fee. Return of Richard. In the spring of 1194, the Emperor gave Richard his liberty, after receiving the stipulated sum and making his prisoner swear an oath of homage to him for his kingdom of England. But this preposterous vow of allegiance was not taken seriously by Richard or by England, being wrung by force from a helpless captive. On reaching England, the king put himself at the head of the army which was operating against the rebels, and took Nottingham and Tickhill, the two last strongholds which held out. John himself fled oversea. Some months later, he was pardoned by his long-suffering brother. Thus, Richard was once more a free man, and in full possession of his realm. There was much in the state of England that required the master's eye, but the king was far more set on punishing his neighbor, King Philip, than on attending to the wants of his subjects. After appointing new officials to take charge of the kingdom and raising great sums of money, he hurried over to Normandy to plunge into hostilities with the French. War with France, taxation and discontent. England never saw Richard again. Indeed, in the whole course of his 10 years' reign, he only spent 7 months on this side of the Channel. His heart was always in France, where he had been bred up, and not in England, though he had been born in the palace of Beaumont in Oxford, not 50 yards from the spot where these lines are written. The remaining 6 years of Richard's reign were entirely occupied in fruitless and weary border wars with the French king. It was a war of sieges and skirmishes, not of great battles. Richard held his own, in spite of the rebellions stirred up by Philip among his vassals in Aquitaine, but he did not succeed in crushing his adversary, as might have been expected from his superior military skill. In England, the struggle was only felt through the heavy taxation which the king imposed on the land to keep up his large mercenary army oversea. Archbishop Hubert Walter ruled as justiciar with considerable wisdom and success, and as long as Richard was sent the money that he craved, he left the realm to itself. Hubert's rule was not altogether a quiet one, but the very troubles that arose against him show the growing strength of national feeling and liberty in England. In 1198, the Great Council, headed by Hugh, Bishop of Lincoln, refused the king's newest and most exorbitant schemes of taxation, and Hubert could not force them to pay. London, in the same year, was disturbed by a great democratic rising of the poorer citizens, headed by one William Fitzosbert, called Longbeard, who rose in riot to compel the aldermen to readjust the taxes of the city, and the justiciar had to take arms to put it down. Fitzosbert fortified himself in Bowchurch, but was wounded, taken, and hung. Death of Richard. An obscure and unworthy end was reserved for the restless and reckless son of the great Henry. He heard that Wittimer, Viscount of Limoges, one of his vassals in Aquitaine, had found a great treasure trove of gold and bade him give it up. The Viscount would not surrender all his find, so Richard laid siege to his castle of Chalouse. The place was taken, but while directing the attack, the king received a wound from a crossbow bolt in his shoulder. His unskillful surgeons could not cure him. The wound gangrened, and Richard saw that his days were numbered. When the castle fell, Bertrand de Gourdon, the archer who had discharged the fatal bolt, was sought out and brought to his bedside. "What had I done that you should deal thus with me?" asked the king. "You slew my father and my 2 brothers with your own hands," replied the soldier, "and now I am ready to bear any torture, since I know that you have to die." The fierce answer touched a chord to which Richard could respond. He bade his officers send the man away unharmed, but Mercadet, the chief among his mercenary captains, kept Gourdon in bonds till the king breathed his last, and then flayed him alive. April 6th, 1199. Rule of the Justiciar, Coroners. Of all the kings who ever ruled in this land, Richard cared least for England and paid least attention to its needs. But his reign was not therefore one that was harmful to his realm. The yoke of an absent king, even if he be a spendthrift, is not so hard as that of a tyrant who dwells at home, and England has known much worse days than those of the later years of Richard Coeur de Lion. His ministers kept up the traditions of the administration of Henry II, and ruled the land with law and order, duly summoning the Great Council, assessing taxation with its aid, and levying it with as little oppression as they could through agents selected by the nation. One considerable advance in the direction of liberty was granted by Richard when he allowed the shire moots to choose for themselves coroners, officials who were to take charge of the royal prerogatives in the counties in place of the sheriff. They were to investigate such matters as murder, riot, or injury to the king's lands or revenues, and other offences which were called pleas of the crown. Thus, an officer chosen by the people was substituted for one chosen by the crown, a great advantage to those who were to come under his hand. The coroner still survives in England, but all his duties, save that of inquiring into cases of suspicious death, have long been stripped from him. End of section 15. Chapter 9, Part 1.
Section 16 of A History of England. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Patty Marie. A History of England by Charles Oman. Chapter 9. Richard I and John, 1189 to 1216. Part 2. Richard the Lion-Hearted left two male kinsmen to dispute about his vast dominions. These were Arthur of Brittany, the son of his next brother Geoffrey, and John of Cornwall, his false and turbulent youngest brother. The English Great Council chose John as king without any hesitation. They would not take Arthur, a mere boy of 12 who had never been seen in England. They preferred John in spite of his great and obvious faults. But in the continental dominions of Richard, there was no such unanimity. The unruly barons of Anjou and Aquitaine thought they would gain through having a powerless boy to reign over them, rather than the unscrupulous and grasping Earl John. If it had not been for the old Queen Dowager, Eleanor of Aquitaine, who came forward to defend her best-beloved son's claims and to persuade her Gascon vassals to adhere to his cause, John would never have obtained a hold on the continent. By Eleanor's aid he triumphed for a moment, but baron after baron rose against him, using Arthur's name as a pretense, and civil war never ceased from the moment of John's accession. Philip of France, who now as always had his own ends to serve, feigned to espouse the cause of Arthur, and acknowledged him as his uncle's heir, alike in Normandy, Anjou, and Aquitaine. Thus the war between France and England, which had dragged on through the reign of Richard, continued in a new form all through the time of John. There was a partial pacification in 1200, when Philip was bought off from Arthur's cause by the cession of the county of Evreux. But he took arms again in 1202 on the flimsy pretext that John, as Duke of Normandy,
refused to plead in French law courts against his own vassals. Character and policy of John. Philip was induced to resume the struggle mainly because of his rival's growing unpopularity in all parts of his dominion. As king, John displayed on a larger scale all the faults he had shown before his accession. All the vices of the Angevin house reached their highest development in him. He was as hot-tempered as his father, as false as his mother, as ungrateful as his brother Henry, as cruel, extravagant, and reckless as his brother Richard. His own especial characteristic was a crooked and short-sighted cunning, which brought him through the troubles of one moment, only to involve him in deeper vexations in the next. His reign in England had begun with heavy taxation for the French war. He had irritated the baronage by divorcing his wife, Hawise, the heiress of the great earldom of Gloucester, without any cause or reason. Then he carried off by violence Isabella of Angoulême from her affianced husband, the Count of La Marche, one of his greatest vassals in Aquitaine, and married her in spite of the threats of the Church. Murder of Arthur of Brittany. It was Count Hugh of La Marche who, in revenge, led the next rising of the unruly French vassals of John. He sent for Arthur of Brittany, who came to his aid with a great band of King Philip's knights, and together they invaded Aquitaine and laid siege to Mirabeau, where lay the old Queen Eleanor, John's one trusty supporter in the south. Roused by the news of his mother's danger, the King of England made a hasty dash on Mirabeau, surprised the rebel camp, and captured Arthur of Brittany with all his chief supporters. This success was fated to be his ruin, for when he found his nephew in his hands, John could not resist the temptation to murder him. After keeping him in prison for some months, he had him secretly slain in the castle of Rouen, April 1203. The poor lad had just reached the age of 16 when he was thus cut off. Loss of John's continental dominions. Arthur's murder profoundly shocked John's subjects on both sides of the sea, but it was absolutely fatal to his cause in France. His rebellious subjects, unable to use Arthur's name against their master any longer, threw themselves into the hands of the King of France and took him as their direct lord and sovereign. Philip went through a solemn form of summoning John as Duke of Normandy and Aquitaine to present himself at Paris and there to be tried for slaying his nephew. When John failed, as was natural, to appear, he was condemned in his absence and adjudged to have forfeited all the fiefs that he held from the French crown. To give effect to his sentence, Philip invaded Normandy and began to lay siege to its fortresses. John crossed to Normandy, but did not take the field. His conduct was so strange that men thought some infatuation from heaven had fallen upon him as a judgment for having slain his nephew. He lay at Rouen for many months, giving great feasts and boasting that when he chose, he could drive King Philip out of the duchy. But instead of sallying out to make his vaunts good, he quietly looked on while Philip took town after town with little resistance. The Normans did not love John and fought feebly or not at all. Only Chateau Gaillard, a great castle which Richard I had built to guard the valley of the lower Seine, made any serious defense. Instead of opposing the enemy, John fled from Normandy and took refuge in England. After his departure, Rouen and the remaining cities of the duchy threw open their gates to the French. In the following year, Philip pursued his victorious career and completed the conquest of Anjou and Touraine. In 1206, he fell upon Aquitaine and conquered Poitou and northern Guyenne. Only the great ports of Bordeaux and La Rochelle, with the southern half of Guyenne, remained true to John. Thus passed away not only the great but ephemeral continental empire which Henry II had built up, but also the Norman duchy itself, whose fortunes had been united to those of England for nearly a century and a half. For the future, the Plantagenet kings owned only a corner of southern France and were no longer great continental sovereigns. The monarch's loss was the nation's gain. England's kings were no longer foreigners. They did not spend half their time abroad or devote their whole energy to schemes of aggrandizement in France. The Anglo-Norman barons, too, were compelled to become wholly English, since their estates oversea fell into the hands of the enemy and passed away from them. In this way, John's cruelty and shiftlessness did more for England's good than the wisdom and strength of his father. But in the meanwhile, John, being deprived of his continental dominions, was constrained to reside in England and proved a most undesirable neighbor to his unhappy subjects. After an unsuccessful attempt to reconquer Poitou in 1206, he made peace with King Philip on such terms as he could obtain. Bordeaux and the Duchy of Guyenne remained to him, but he was compelled to acquiesce in the loss of all his other provinces. Quarrel with Innocent III, Stephen Langton. John was barely quit of his disastrous French war when he became involved in a quarrel with the papacy, of which the issue was even more disgraceful than that of his strife with King Philip. In 1205 died Archbishop Hubert Walter, who had served King Richard so well as justiciar. In ordinary times, his successor would have been duly nominated by the king and elected by the monks of Canterbury, who formed the cathedral chapter of that see. But John was in evil plight at the time. He was universally disliked, and the clergy all over Europe were being spurred on by the example of the bold and arrogant Pope Innocent III to assert new and unheard of claims and privileges. When the news of Hubert's death was brought, a majority of the monks of Canterbury met in secret conclave and elected Reginald, their sub-prior, as archbishop without asking the king's leave. Reginald at once started off for Rome to get his appointment confirmed by Pope Innocent. When John heard what had been done, he came to Canterbury in great wrath, and by threats and menaces compelled the monks to proceed to a second election, and to choose his favourite, John de Grey, Bishop of Norwich, to fill Hubert Walter's place. He then sent an embassy to Rome to submit this election to the Pope. But Innocent III would have neither Reginald nor John for archbishop. He said that the first had been secretly and illegally chosen, while the second had been imposed on the chapter by force and threats. Then he took the unprecedented step of appointing to the see himself. He made the representatives of both John and Reginald come before him, and frightened and cajoled them into accepting his nominee, Stephen Langton, a worthy and learned English cardinal who resided with him at Rome. Langton was all that could be desired, but it was a flagrantly illegal usurpation that the Pope should impose him on the English king and nation without their consent. The Interdict. John was driven to fury by this arrogant claim of the Pope. He refused to accept the nomination or to allow Langton to enter England. In return, Innocent laid an interdict on the realm, suspending on his own authority the celebration of the divine service, closing the churches, and even prohibiting the dead from being buried in consecrated ground. If the English Church had stood by the king and refused to take notice of this harsh decree, it would have been of little effect. But the clergy always followed the Pope. They looked upon themselves as a great international guild depending on the Roman See, and disregarded all their rights and sympathies as Englishmen. The majority of the bishops published the interdict and bade their flocks observe it. Many of them, fearing John's inevitable wrath, fled oversea the moment they had promulgated the sentence, 1208. They were wise to do so, for the king raged furiously against the whole body of clergy. He exiled the monks of Canterbury, seized the estates and revenues of the absconding bishops, and declared that, till the interdict was removed, all ecclesiastical persons should be outside the pale of the law. They should not be allowed to appear in the courts, and no one who molested them should be punished. John set the example of seizing clerical property himself, and many of his courtiers and officers followed his lead. The Pope deposes John. Thus began the long struggle between the power of the Pope and that of the king. For 5 years it continued, to the great misery of England, for the nation was deeply religious, and felt most keenly the deprivation of all its spiritual privileges. Yet, for a long time the people stood by the king, for it was generally felt that the Pope's arbitrary conduct was indefensible. John himself cared not for papal censures as long as nothing more than spiritual pressure was brought to bear on him. He filled his coffers with church money and laughed at the interdict. But presently, Innocent found a more effective way of bending the king's will. He proclaimed that he would depose John for contumacy and give his kingdom to another. The mandate to drive him out was entrusted to John's old and active foe, Philip of France, who at once began to prepare a great fleet and army in Normandy. 1213. John's surrender. The English barons and people were more angered than frightened, and a great army mustered on Barham Down in Kent to oppose the French landing. But the king himself was much cowed by the Pope's threat. He knew that he was disliked and despised by his subjects, and he did not trust them in the hour of danger. Instead of fighting the quarrel out, he made secret proffers of submission. So the Pope's envoy, Pandulf, came to Dover and received John's abject surrender. Not only did he agree to acknowledge Langton as archbishop and to restore all the lands and revenues of which he had robbed the church, but he stooped to win Innocent's favor by doing homage to him and declaring the kingdom of England a fief of the Holy See.
He gave his crown into Pandulf's hands and then took it back from him as a gift from the Pope.
In return, the papal mandate to Philip was withdrawn, and Pandulf bade the French king dismiss his fleet and army and cease to make war on the vassal of the Church. May 1213. John's gift of the English crown to the Pope had been done secretly and privately, without any summoning or consulting of the Great Council. It had been accomplished behind the back of the nation. When it became known, the baronage and the people were alike disgusted at the king's groveling submission. He had induced them to suffer untold miseries in his cause, and had then left them in the lurch and surrendered all they had been fighting for. Destruction of the French fleet. For the moment, however, John's intrigue had its success. The papal approval was withdrawn from the King of France, and, what was of more importance, an English fleet under William Longsword, the Earl of Salisbury, fell upon the French invasion flotilla as it lay in the port of Dam, and took or sunk well nigh every vessel. The king was free from danger again, and talked of taking the offensive against the French and crushing his enemy Philip. The baronage and Archbishop Langton. The last act of John's troubled reign was now beginning.
While the king was dreaming of nothing but war in France,
the nation was preparing to put a stop to his erratic and tyrannical rule by armed force. When Archbishop Langton was received in England, he proved himself no mere creature of the Pope, but a good Englishman. One of his first acts was to propose to the baronage at a great assembly in St. Paul's Cathedral that the king should be asked to ratify and reissue the charter that his great-grandfather Henry I had granted to the English people, binding himself to abstain from all vexatious and oppressive customs, and abide by the ancient customs of the realm. This proposal was accepted at once by the great majority of the barons as the wisest and most constitutional means of bringing pressure on the king. Invasion of France, defeat and return of John. John, meanwhile, had called out the whole military force of the nation for an invasion of France. But all the barons of the north refused to follow him, and so great was the discontent of the English that he had mainly to depend on foreign mercenaries. He staked all his fortunes on the ensuing campaign, believing that if he could reconquer his lost continental dominions, he would afterwards win his way to complete control in England. His schemes were very far-reaching. Philip was to be attacked from north and south at once, while John was to land in Poitou and march on the Loire. A great confederacy of John's allies were to assail France from the north. This league was headed by John's nephew, Otho of Saxony, who claimed the title emperor, but had been withstood in Germany by competitors whom Philip of France had supported. In revenge, Otho gathered a northern German army supported by the Dukes of Brabant and Holland and the Counts of Boulogne and Flanders. John sent a mercenary force under the Earl of Salisbury to join him, and the combined host entered France and met King Philip at Bouvines near Lille. John had trusted that his own attack on southern France would have distracted the French king's attention. But Philip left him almost unopposed and gathered the whole force of France to oppose the Germans and Flemings. While John was overrunning Poitou and storming Angers, Philip was crushing his confederates. At the Battle of Bouvines, the combined army was scattered to the winds. The emperor was put to flight, and the Earl of Salisbury and the Count of Boulogne captured, July 27, 1214. Otho of Saxony was ruined by the fight and never raised his head again, nor did any German host invade France for the next 300 years. John, though he had not been present at the fight, was as effectually crushed as Otho.
Free from danger from the north,
the French king turned upon him and drove him out of his ephemeral conquests in Poitou,
so that he had to return to England,
completely foiled and beaten. The barons take up arms. But in England, John had now to face his angry baronage. When he came home in wrath and began to threaten to punish every man who had not followed him to the invasion of France, the barons drew together and prepared for armed resistance. In earlier days, we have seen the English nobility withstanding the king in the cause of feudal anarchy. In the time of Stephen or of Henry II, the crown had represented the interests of the nation, and the barons those of their own class alone. It was then for England's good that the king should succeed in establishing a strong central government by putting down his turbulent vassals. But now things were changed. Henry II had made the crown so strong that the nation was in far greater danger of misgovernment by a tyrannical king than of anarchy under a mob of feudal chiefs. The barons did not any longer represent themselves alone. They were closely allied both with the Church and with the people for the defense of the common rights of all three against a grasping and unscrupulous monarch. In the present struggle,
the baronage was headed by the Archbishop of Canterbury,
their wisest counselor, and they were everywhere supported both by the towns and by the smaller freemen of the whole realm. We shall see that in the oncoming struggle they demanded not new privileges for themselves, but law and liberty for every subject of the English crown. The first meeting of the barons was held at Bury St. Edmunds in November 1214. It was attended mainly by the lords of the north. The majority of the nobility had not yet moved. They formulated their demand that the king should give England a charter of liberties, drew up a list of the points which were to be insisted on, and determined to go in arms to the king at Christmas to lay their requests before him. John was seriously frightened. He asked the Pope's aid, took the vows of a crusader in order to get the sympathy of the Church on his side, and collected an army of mercenaries. But when he sounded the intentions of those of his vassals who had not yet taken up arms, he found that one and all approved of the demands of the insurgent barons and refused to aid him against them. Meeting at Runnymede. John was always lacking in moral courage. Instead of taking the field at the head of his mercenaries, he began to treat with the rebels, resolved to grant all they asked, and then to bide his time and repudiate his promises at the earliest possible opportunity. So befell the famous meeting at Runnymede, where the king solemnly promised to grant all the provisions of the Great Charter, which had been drawn up for his signature by Archbishop Langton and a committee composed of an equal number of the insurgent barons and those who had not taken up arms. The Great Charter. The Great Charter was signed on the 15th of June, 1215, in the presence of the Archbishop, the whole of the baronage, and a vast assembly of all ranks. It is a document of 63 clauses, of which many were quite trivial and related to purely personal or local grievances. But the important part of its provisions may be summed up under 6 heads. Firstly, the king promises that the English Church shall be free, that is, from violent interference in the election of its prelates and from illegal taxation. Secondly, the feudal rights of the king over his tenants-in-chief are defined. He is only to raise the customary aids and dues, and their amount is laid down. His rights of wardship over widows and orphans are stated and limited. In a similar way, the tenants-in-chief promise to exercise only these same rights over their own vassals. Thirdly, there is to be no taxation without the consent of the Great Council, the first indication of the control of Parliament over the national revenues. Fourthly, the administration of justice is to be strengthened and purified. No one is to be tried or punished more than once for the same offense. No one is to be imprisoned on the king's private fiat, but if arrested, he must be at once put on trial, and that before a jury of his peers. Fines for every sort of offense are to be fixed and made proportionate to the crime, not to the king's idea of the amount he could extract from the criminal. Fifthly, the king is not to put foreigners ignorant of the laws of England in any judicial or administrative post, and he is at once to dismiss all his foreign mercenary troops. Sixthly, the city of London and all other cities which enjoy rights and privileges under earlier royal charters are to be fully confirmed in them. The Great Charter then plunges into a mass of smaller grievances where we need not follow it. But it ends with a most peculiar and important clause which shows how little the baronage trusted the king. A body of 25 guardians of the Charter is appointed, who undertake to see that the king carries it out, and they are authorized to constrain him to observe it by force of arms if he swerves from his plighted word. These guardians include 7 earls, 14 barons, 3 sons of great lords whose fathers still survived, and the mayor of London. The character of Magna Carta is very noticeable. It is rather unsystematic in shape, being mainly composed of a list of grievances which are to be remedied. It does not purport to be a full statement of the English Constitution, but only a recapitulation of the points on which the king had violated it. But it is not merely a check on John's evil doings, but a solemn engagement between the king, the barons, the church, and the people, that each shall respect the rights of the other. Wherever it is stated that the king is to abstain from using any particular malpractice against his vassals, it is also added that his vassals will on their part never use the same form of oppression against their own tenants. Thus, it guarantees the rights of the small man against the great, no less than those of the great man against the king. It is in this respect that the Charter differs from many grants and privileges exacted by foreign nobles from foreign kings. Abroad, the barons often curbed the royal power, but they did it for their own selfish ends alone, not for the common good of the nation. John's faithlessness, attitude of the Pope. John had signed the charter in a moment of fear and depression of spirits. He did not intend to observe it a moment longer than he could help, and called its provisions mere foolishness. When the barons dispersed, he violated his engagements by gathering another great horde of mercenaries, and sent to Rome to his suzerain Innocent III to get absolution from the oath he had sworn. As he had once utilized the nation against the Pope, so he would now utilize the Pope against the nation. Civil War. Innocent, who cared nothing for the rights or wrongs of England, resolved to support his obedient vassal. He censured Archbishop Langton for siding with the barons, and summoned him to Rome to answer for his conduct. He freed the king from his oath, and he swore that he would excommunicate any man who took arms against him. But John had taught his barons to despise ecclesiastical thunders. They flew to arms, and war broke out. The king at first had the advantage. His mercenaries were all at hand, and the barons were scattered and unorganized. The king took Rochester and hung the garrison which held out against him, and then started northward, harrying the land with fire and sword as far as Berwick. Louis of France elected king by the barons. Provoked beyond endurance, the majority of the barons swore they would cast away John and all his house. They declared him deposed and resolved to choose a new king. But they made a great mistake in their choice, for they offered the crown to Louis, the Prince Royal of France, who had married Blanche, one of John's nieces. Any other candidate would have been better, for Louis was the son of King Philip, the great enemy of England, and by calling him in, the barons seemed to be allying themselves with the national foe.
Many who would have gladly served against John in another cause refused to take arms in that of the Frenchmen.
Meanwhile, Prince Louis landed in Kent, was received into London, and became master of all eastern England. But he soon found that he was king of a faction, not of the whole nation. Many of the barons joined John rather than serve a foreigner. Many more remained neutral. The whole realm was divided. Here and there, castles and towns held out against the new king, and in especial, the seamen and merchants of the Cinque Ports refused to open their gates to a Frenchman. John resolved to try the ordeal of battle. He took Lincoln and marched southward. But while his army was crossing the sea marshes of the Wash, it was overtaken by a high tide, and all his baggage and treasure, with many of his men, were swept away. John himself escaped with difficulty, and fell ill the next day, of rage and grief and overexertion,
as was most probable,
though contemporary writers thought he had been poisoned. To the great benefit of England, he died within a week of his seizure at Newark Castle, October 19, 1216. No man had a good word to say for him. Cruel, perjured, rash, and cowardly by turns, an evil liver, a treacherous son and brother, he was loathed by everyone who knew him. End of section 16, chapter 9, part 2.